Chapter 75, A 60-fold Increase. The visage of Lu Hongdao materialized upon the holographic projection. Mr. Vice Chairman, you summon me. Your great-grandson has ascended to E rank. A mere utterance from Hua. Instantly, Lu Hongdao's expression froze. Subsequently, his countenance shifted swiftly, revealing astonishment, disbelief, wonder, and the bittersweet joy of what was gained and then lost. Then came a profound sense of satisfaction. He promptly turned around, bellowing towards the entrance. You two come in. Lu Jianlian and Lu Jianming hurriedly approached. Father, what has transpired? Lu Hongdao fixed his gaze upon them. Lu Chen has broken through to E rank. We must adorn our home fittingly, as if to welcome the grandest of moments. We ought to honor his return with an appropriate celebration. Yes, Father. City C, Base 6. Headquarters of the Human Alliance. Kai Jiguang leaned back in his chair, wiping the sweat from his brow. He glared at Lu Chen. You are quite the anomaly. Surely, you are not truly human. Lu Chen's expression darkened. If I were not human, you would be the first to suffer, would you not? Kai Jiguang was momentarily taken aback, then realized the weight of his words. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he remarked, but you are rather beastly. These past few days of knowing you have been more exhilarating than the entirety of my previous existence, compounded by the psychological torment of your eccentricity. Kai Jiguang sighed. His words were a blend of complaint and begrudging admiration. By the way, you are leaving soon. When shall we hold a banquet to bid farewell to your friends and family? The day after tomorrow, perhaps, Lu Chen contemplated before responding. Tomorrow, I will return to school for a visit. Please assist me in ordering 50 bottles of premium body-enhancing fluid to present to them. Before departing, Lu Chen turned and inquired of Kai Jiguang. Is there the void-splitting sword technique available here? The void-splitting sword technique is no ordinary swordplay. It is one of the 3 legendary sword techniques of the human realm. Even the Alliance chairman has practiced it. Kai Jiguang shook his head, replying, No, this elite sword technique is housed in Base A1, transported by specialized super-speed aircraft. The journey from Base A1 to our location takes approximately 3 hours. You may purchase it at the platform, and I will deliver it to your residence. Lu Chen hastily interjected. No need to deliver it to my home. Simply bring it to the hotel where I am staying. Kai Jiguang furrowed his brow. Why are you residing in a hotel? Are your parents not home? They are. Lu Chen scrambled for words, swiftly altering his response. I merely wish to afford them some privacy. Naturally, this was a fabrication. In truth, he had claimed he would return in 3 days, but was now back after just 1. The words spoken could not be retracted. He felt a twinge of reluctance to return. This was not his first encounter with such circumstances, yet today felt distinctly different. A sense of dignity was at stake. Kai Jiguang cast him a peculiar glance. Contemplatively, he nodded. Very well. This way you can rest easy. Lu Chen purchased his items at the platform. Although he had ample funds from his previous endeavors, his current identity as a wilderness dweller remained classified, preventing him from easily accessing those resources. Thus, he resorted to utilizing the complimentary purchasing option. After a day of exertion, Lu Chen felt no physical fatigue, yet his spirit was somewhat weary. Now, he yearned for a hearty meal followed by a restful slumber. Upon returning to the hotel, the receptionist greeted him warmly. Lu Chen merely nodded slightly before entering his room and standing under the hot shower for 20 minutes. A shower certainly revitalizes the spirit. He emerged from the shower, exhaling deeply. I shall order some food. Lu Chen changed into a clean set of pajamas, placed an order, and then comfortably reclined on the soft goose-down bed. He opened his phone and sent a message to Luo Nianwei. Lu Chen, dearest. The reply came almost instantly, as if she had been waiting by her phone. Luo Nianwei, spouting nonsense again. Who is your dearest? Lu Chen, have you any regrets about stealing my first kiss? Luo Nianwei, do not bring that up. You must have employed some dark sorcery on me. The mere thought of that kiss filled her with embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed, heart racing. Lu Chen, how unjust. I did nothing of the sort. Luo Nianwei, who knows? Lu Chen grinned. Such playful banter between couples was indeed refreshing. At that moment, his food arrived. A volcanic goat leg, a serving of energy rice, a crab the size of a basin, and fresh fruits. There were also delectable desserts, including ice cream on another tray. Lu Chen snapped a photo and sent it to Luo Nianwei. Lu Chen, are you hungry? If so, feel free to come over. Luo Nianwei, enjoy your meal. I hope you gain weight and become unattractive. Yet Lu Chen knew her well. She was a true foodie. Despite her tough exterior, she was likely salivating at that very moment. He chuckled and ordered the same meal for her, dispatched via drone to her home, arriving in less than 6 minutes. Luo Nianwei, thank you. Lu Chen, let's eat together. I haven't started yet. Luo Nianwei felt a warmth in her heart. Although they were not together, the experience of sharing the same meal across distances felt incredibly wondrous, imparting a serene happiness. A gentle smile graced her face. After dinner, They conversed for nearly 2 hours until a knock resounded at the door. Kai Jiguang had just messaged to say he was on his way. Lu Chen bid Luo Nianwei good night and opened the door. Chapter 76, an output exceeding 1.2 billion tons. Are you afraid? Kai Jiguang entered the room, holding a sealed long box and a thick tome. This is the sword technique you requested, he said, presenting the long box. This book was gifted by the vice chairman, containing his insights into the void sword technique. Lu Chen nodded appreciatively and sent a text message to Xiao Wanlong to express his gratitude. The reply contained a fist emoji, leaving Lu Chen bemused. Can this old man really use emojis? He muttered, chuckling softly. After Kai Jiguang departed, Lu Chen sat down and opened the long box, unfurling the scroll within. The void sword was a remnant discovered in the ruins of the floating continent 40 years ago, containing only 8 layers. Mastering it could amplify one's foundational strength 8-fold. Beep. Advanced sword technique. Void sword technique detected. Would you like to comprehend it? Yes, he replied without hesitation. Beep. Maximum comprehension triggered. Void sword technique upgraded to the 10 directions annihilation sword. The 10 directions annihilation sword consists of 10 layers, unleashing formidable power. First layer, doubles foundational strength. Second layer, quadruples foundational strength. Third layer, increases foundational strength 6-fold. Fourth layer, increases foundational strength 9-fold. Fifth layer, increases foundational strength 12-fold. Sixth layer, increases foundational strength 15-fold. Seventh layer, increases foundational strength 21-fold. Eighth layer, increases foundational strength 27-fold. Ninth layer, increases foundational strength 33-fold. 10th layer, increases foundational strength 60-fold. Lu Chen blinked in astonishment as he perused the panel's description. Wait a moment. What is this madness? A 60-fold increase in strength? What does that even mean? If he were to cultivate the 10 directions annihilation sword to the 10th layer, he could unleash an astonishing 11.07 million tons of power. As a C class of the 10th layer, his foundational strength would be approximately 2.54 million tons, without considering the elemental enhancements common to all. Most martial arts in this world could at best amplify foundational strength 5-fold. Even the void sword technique, one of the 3 supreme sword techniques in humanity's realm, could only achieve an 8-fold increase, reaching around 20.32 million tons. However, Lu Chen's divine sword intent had already reached the 10th layer, augmenting his foundational strength 11-fold. Coupled with the 60-fold amplification from the 10 directions annihilation sword, that would equate to a staggering 660-fold increase. Given his current foundational strength of 184,576 tons, multiplying it by 660 would mean his attribute strength could surpass 12.182 million tons, over 1.2 billion tons. Goodness. This completely exceeds the foundational strength of a B-class warrior at the 6th layer. It's insane. Absolutely insane. An output exceeding 1.2 billion tons. Are you afraid? Of course, he would need time to cultivate the 10 directions annihilation sword to the 10th layer. Nevertheless, his foundational attributes would double again tomorrow. Lu Chen seized his dual realm sword, activated his soul technique, and began practicing the 10 directions annihilation sword. It was now 1:30 a.m. As the minutes ticked by, Lu Chen practiced relentlessly until 7 o'clock a.m. Beep. 10 directions annihilation sword upgraded to the 2nd layer. Lu Chen exhaled deeply. My word. This 10 directions annihilation sword is exceedingly challenging. Is my innate talent truly so lacking? He felt a pang of frustration. If the foremost expert in the human realm knew that he had evolved the void sword technique into the 10 directions annihilation sword and managed to ascend 2 layers in 8 hours while lamenting his progress, he might very well explode on the spot. Yet, Lu Chen remained unsatisfied. He opened the panel. As always, it was time to sign in. Name, Lu Chen. Power 4. 614, 400. Spirit, 4, 614, 400. Soul technique, maximum comprehension. Foundational strength, 369, 153 tons. His peak combat strength for today was as follows. Divine sword intent at the 10th layer, 11. 10 directions annihilation sword at the 2nd layer, 4. Elemental technique amplification, 2. Total amplification, 88-fold. Output power, 32.49 million tons. This already surpassed the maximum output of a C-class warrior at the 9th layer, closely approaching that of an ordinary C-class warrior at the 10th layer wielding the 8th layer of the void sword technique. Lu Chen felt immensely satisfied with his power. After taking a shower, he ordered breakfast, which arrived 8 minutes later. Lu Chen savored a lavish meal. Today, he planned to return to school. The day prior, Kai Jiguang had delivered the 50 bottles of premium body refining liquid he had ordered, which he intended to distribute among his friends, including Luo Nianwei, Kogi, and other classmates who had previously aided him. All students were expected to attend today, as Elder Yang would provide the final examination explanations and introduce the rules. After breakfast, he called Luo Nianwei. Nianwei, I'll pick you up at 8:40. Okay, she replied. Lu Chen then checked his secret account, which had just received an influx of 10 trillion. Along with the previous 40 trillion, he now possessed 50 trillion in cash. This transaction had long been completed, awaiting subsequent payments. However, Kai Jiguang was managing that, so there was no cause for concern. Meanwhile, his avatar had yet to take action. As they were set to commence their official hunt today, Lu Chen exited the presidential suite, dressed in white jeans, a black t-shirt, and white sneakers, simple, stylish, casual, and youthful. He hopped into his supercar and called Luo Nianwei, urging her to prepare as he would arrive shortly. After picking her up, they drove together to the school. Chapter 77. Returned to school. The luxurious black sports car came to a halt at the school gate, and students immediately swarmed around it like bees drawn to a blooming flower. Wow, isn't that a black Charm V12? What kind of big shot has arrived at our school today? As the car door swung open, Lu Chen stepped out, exuding an air of nobility. Oh, it's Lu Chen, shrieked a group of girls, some even fainting in excitement. The boys stared wide-eyed, as if witnessing an extraterrestrial. Lu Chen had become a legend within the school. Everyone had seen the events unfold on television and online. He called Kogi, who quickly dashed out, raising a fist to the sky and loudly proclaiming, "Report, Chairman. Your loyal subordinate has come in response to your summons." This left Lu Chen momentarily breathless. He hastily averted his gaze, feigning ignorance of the rascal. He wished he could dig a hole and slip away unnoticed. That day, he had acted to uphold Kogi's dignity, embracing a bit of theatrics. However, today was different. With the entire school community and Nianwei present, even Lu Chen's thick skin faltered. He swiftly turned around and opened another car door. Luo Nianwei emerged gracefully, prompting another wave of gasps from the students. So, the rumors were true. Lu Chen and Luo Nianwei are indeed together. They appeared as if they were made for each other. At that moment, the entire campus fell silent, with everyone watching the couple as if they were royalty surveying their domain. No one dared to speak, though a few envious girls clenched their fists in silence. Luo Nianwei, noticing the various expressions from her classmates, felt a twinge of embarrassment but remained unfazed. Lu Chen looked at her and smiled gently. "Shall we go, my lady?" Luo Nianwei's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson, feeling both shy and annoyed, yet she nodded in agreement. Lu Chen grasped Luo Nianwei's hand and strode forward, seemingly oblivious to Corgi's presence. Corgi immediately jogged behind them, shouting, "Chairman, wait. Has your most loyal subordinate committed an error?" Lu Chen's expression darkened considerably. "That scoundrel." He turned around and delivered a gentle punch that sent Corgi tumbling to the ground. Lu Chen moderated his strength, matching Corgi's own, ensuring he remained unscathed. Though at least Corgi was now silent. Luo Nianwei cast a puzzled glance at Lu Chen, and the three of them made their way to their classroom. Lu Chen had no intention of entering the academy. He merely wished to see everyone and extend an invitation to the farewell banquet he was hosting the next evening. Additionally, he had brought with him some exceptional body-enhancing elixir, as some classmates had failed the awakening assessment due to insufficient strength. He aimed to repay those who had once aided him. As the class bell rang, students began to filter into the classroom, greeting Lu Chen as they passed by. Upon reaching his former desk, he noticed a restriction sign placed upon it. Confused, he wondered, what is this? Why is this seat restricted? After all, I am no longer a student here. Unbeknownst to Lu Chen, ever since his withdrawal, his seat had remained vacant, with the school administration having decided to preserve it in light of his accomplishments, restricting others from occupying it. Who could predict that this seat might one day become a symbol of prestige for their school? He inquired of Corgi, who shrugged and replied, "For whatever reason. You're a renowned figure. Naturally, the school hopes to bask in your glory one day." Lu Chen was momentarily speechless. "So may I sit here?" Yet he refrained from taking a seat, respecting the sign's presence, and chose instead to stand. Meanwhile, Luo Nianwei was engaged in conversation with some girls, her radiant smile illuminating the room. Witnessing her at ease brought a sense of relief to Lu Chen. At that moment, the old man Yang entered the classroom, spotting Lu Chen standing there, and was instantly taken aback. The students rose to greet him, and Yang gestured for them to take their seats, though Lu Chen remained standing. Suddenly, Yang recalled something and awkwardly cleared his throat. "Lu Chen, you may remove that sign and take your seat." Lu Chen smiled and complied. "Thank you, teacher. How have you been?" "I am well," Yang replied. "And you? You've made quite a name for yourself. I am proud of you." Lu Chen chuckled softly. "I am doing well. By the way, teacher, I came today to convey something." Yang chuckled back. "Would you like to speak here or come to the podium?" "I'll speak right here," Lu Chen decided, scanning the classroom filled with students. "Hello everyone. I am Lu Chen. Some of you may recognize me, while others may not. Regardless, I was once your classmate. I have received an invitation from Base City A1 and will be departing the day after tomorrow evening. I will host a farewell banquet and would like to invite all of you. And you too. Teacher, your presence would be greatly appreciated." The students were instantly animated, aware that Lu Chen had become a significant figure and was likely to ascend to even greater heights in the near future. Establishing a connection with him could potentially alter the course of their lives. Yang smiled faintly, clearly already aware of Lu Chen's upcoming departure to Base City A1. Lu Chen returned to his seat, activating his innate spiritual perception, curious about Yang's true strength. As his innate perception swept over Yang's body, He was met with a dazzling brilliance that momentarily blinded him. Damn, that is blinding. He noted that Yang's spiritual vein diameter was at least 24 millimeters, indicating that he was undoubtedly a C-class powerhouse. From the gauge of his spiritual vein, it was evident he was a prodigy. A typical C-class warrior's vein diameter was only around 16 millimeters. However, something seemed amiss. Yang's spiritual vein appeared to be severely damaged. Lu Chen mused that Yang's true prowess might be far below C-class. No wonder Gao Changpeng had shown him such respect that day. He might have been aware of this. At the podium, Yang began his address. Students, many of you have become prospective warriors. Continue to strive, for as long as you do not give up, you have a chance of being admitted to the Combat Academy. However, do not become complacent. You will be competing against super talents of C, B, and A grades, as well as geniuses from other D-class cities and even other schools in our city that have cultivated many outstanding students. Your competition will not be easy. So keep working hard and training diligently. And for those who have not yet become prospective warriors, do not lose heart. If you can achieve a strength of 300 kilograms and a speed of 20 meters per second, you can still apply to the Combat Academy. With dedicated training, you will eventually reach this standard. Although the awakening assessment has concluded and you cannot become prospective warriors, you can still undergo awakening assessments once you enter the academy. Upon becoming prospective warriors, you will receive the same treatment as your classmates. So do not give up. After motivating the students, Yang transitioned into explaining examination regulations and other preparatory details. The class concluded, leaving the students with a sense of melancholy as they realized they had unofficially graduated. From this day forward, they would no longer need to attend school. Lu Chen called Corgi over, instructing him to gather those classmates who had assisted him when he had fainted. Corgi nodded and departed. Lu Chen asked Luo Nianwei to wait a moment. As Lu Chen exited the classroom, students from other classes politely greeted him, to which he nodded in acknowledgement. Luo Nianwei huffed, as if to say, see, you're more popular with the girls, you heartbreaker. Lu Chen found her expression rather amusing. At this juncture, Corgi had already gathered a few students in the cafeteria, awaiting Lu Chen. As he and Luo Nianwei approached, the students stood up, visibly nervous. Why had Lu Chen summoned them? Had they offended him in some way? Please, take a seat, Lu Chen said. We are classmates. There is no need for such tension. He then inquired about their family situations. The first to speak was a student named Duan Xian. In my family, aside from my parents and me, there is also a younger brother. My father works as a delivery man. Next was Lu Tao. I have a younger brother and an older sister. My father works at a gas station. Finally, Su Dalong chimed in. There are just my parents and me. Lu Chen nodded, then turned to Corgi. What about Wan's family? Corgi, puzzled as to why Lu Chen wanted to know about his girlfriend's family, replied, Wan has a younger sister, an older brother who has already moved out, and her parents. All right. Lu Chen produced 24 bottles of the exceptional body-enhancing elixir. Upon seeing the bottles, the three students' eyes lit up, fully aware of what they were and the immense value they held. Lu Chen smiled as he handed 4 bottles to Duan Xian, 5 to Lu Tao, 3 to Su Dalong, and then 9 to Corgi, 4 for him, 5 for Wan. And finally, he offered 3 bottles to Luo Nianwei. The students immediately rose, astonished and speechless. Even Corgi was momentarily stunned. How is this possible? Lu Tao stammered. I cannot accept such an extravagant gift, Lu Chen. This is simply worth 8,034,000,000. Lu Chen had already established a mental barrier around them, preventing anyone from eavesdropping on their conversation. They could only observe the movement of their lips. Duan Xian and Su Dalong also wished to decline, yet Corgi was different. Without a moment's hesitation, he stuffed all 9 small vials into his pocket. Lu Chen smiled. He held affection for these honest and kind-hearted classmates. However, when his gaze fell upon Corgi, his expression darkened. This brazen rascal, no matter. He had already arranged for Corgi to become his right-hand man. A thick-skinned individual was indeed quite suitable for the role. Everyone, feel free to accept, Lu Chen said calmly. I have not finished speaking. Since I am giving these to you, they are now yours. Each of you only needs 1 vial of the body refining liquid. As for the remainder, you may share it with your families or sell it. I will not intervene. Tomorrow, I will have Supervisor Kai conduct an awakening assessment for you. If you wish, you may come. At this moment, Corgi was also moved. He was so emotionally stirred that he nearly raised his fist to shout a slogan. Yet Lu Chen was well prepared. Just as Corgi was about to speak, a fist landed directly on his chest. Chapter 79. The young father arrangements are complete, Lu Chen stated. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., meet at the Alliance Hall. Corgi, do bring Wan along. The 3 students were instantly overcome with joy. They had never anticipated that the classmate they had assisted that day would offer them a second chance to change their destinies. Subsequently, Lu Chen departed with Luo Nianwei. Watching Lu Chen's retreating figure, Corgi clenched his fist slightly. Lu Chen, I will not let you down. I will break through to C rank and become your most loyal subordinate. Throughout the journey, Luo Nianwei remained mostly silent. After a lengthy pause, she gently inquired. Should I go back now? Wait, I still need to speak with Teacher Yang. If you wish, you may accompany me. Luo Nianwei nodded. They arrived at Old Yang's office and knocked on the door. Come in. When old Yang saw who had arrived, he immediately smiled. Please sit. What brings you here? Lu Chen. Without beating around the bush, Lu Chen produced the remaining 21 vials of premium body refining liquid and placed them on the table. Teacher, this is a small gift I am bestowing upon my junior classmates as an alumnus. You may decide to whom they will be given. Old Yang was taken aback. 21 vials of premium body refining liquid were valued at no less than 30 billion. When had Lu Chen become so affluent? He remained unaware that Lu Chen had already broken through to E rank, as this had long been a closely guarded secret of the alliance. Old Yang smiled kindly. Thank you, Lu Chen. I will inform the recipients of your generosity. They are fortunate to have a senior like you. Lu Chen smiled back. Teacher, if possible, please attend my banquet tomorrow. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I will certainly return. Old Yang responded. They then left the school. In the car, Lu Chen turned to Luo Nianwei. I plan to bring my parents to your home tomorrow to discuss our marriage. What do you think? Luo Nianwei's face instantly flushed crimson, her heart racing. Everything was happening too quickly, yet she liked it. I don't know, she stammered. You should talk to my mom. Saying this, she hurriedly put on her headphones and turned to gaze out the window, entirely ignoring him. Lu Chen chuckled and nodded. He was not fond of those overly dramatic love stories where the protagonists endure countless hardships to be together, facing various obstacles, or where the heroine is abducted by villains, and the hero must level up and fight to rescue her. If one likes someone, then one simply likes them. Since he liked her, what was there to wait for? Moreover, he now possessed the capability and strength, making it unnecessary to delay any further. Lu Chen escorted Luo Nianwei to her doorstep. She smiled and waved goodbye, watching her disappear into the residential building. He then turned and returned to his vehicle, driving down the street without lingering outside, heading straight home. Upon entering his house, he discovered Lu Yuan and Song Yu seated together in the living room. Lu Yuan looked up from the holographic screen, and, upon seeing him, his eyes brightened. Son, you're back. How was the hunt? Lu Chen placed his backpack against the wall. It went smoothly, and I even earned some money. He then turned to Song Yu, his gaze softening. Mom, I want to eat your cooking. Could you make me something? The smile on Song Yu's face lit up the entire room. Her son's praise was the simplest and purest joy for her. Then hurry and wash your hands, she said with a beaming smile. I have already prepared your favorite dishes. All right, Mom. Lu Chen grinned and walked into the bathroom. When he returned, the dining table was laden with steaming dishes. He devoured the meal as if he hadn't eaten a proper meal in 8 days, finishing everything in a whirlwind. Leaning back in his chair, he patted his stomach with satisfaction. Nothing beats Mom's cooking. Turning his head, he looked at Lu Yuan, teasingly saying, I really don't understand how you managed to win over Mom back in the day. He shook his head in mock disappointment. Lu Yuan's expression darkened immediately. You little rascal. Do you have any idea how handsome I was when I was young? Even more so than you. What do you know? Song Yu chuckled, rolling her eyes. What nonsense. If you had even half of my son's handsomeness, I'd be counting my blessings. Lu Chen looked proudly at his father. Dad, were you really more handsome than I am when you were young? Lu Yuan raised his chin, as if to assert, absolutely. All right, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Let's compare. Lu Yuan immediately became wary. Those old photos wouldn't be fair to me. You're a living person, while those pictures can't capture even a fraction of my charisma. Lu Chen rolled his eyes. Who cares about those photos? It's a comparison with the young you. Lu Yuan blinked, utterly confused. What are you talking about? You'll find out soon enough. Lu Chen gestured for him to sit down. Don't move. You will feel something unusual, but it's nothing to worry about. Lu Yuan and Song Yu exchanged puzzled glances, yet Lu Yuan obediently sat down. Lu Chen placed his hand on his father's back. A gentle light began to emanate from his palm, gradually converging into a resplendent silver beam. Chapter 80, Reversing Time and Space. Lu Yuan's body stiffened. However, as the light flowed into his veins like a warm stream, it spread throughout his body. His breathing gradually calmed. Abundant light attribute energy surged into him, permeating every cell. A vibrant life force blossomed deep within him. The wrinkles on his face faded, his hair turned black, and his skin regained its elasticity. Years of accumulated toxins vanished, and the metabolic deposits in his arteries dissolved. His bone density increased, and each organ regained vitality. Even the excess fat in his body melted away. His previously corpulent form began to shrink, becoming increasingly toned. An hour passed, and the light slowly receded. Lu Yuan, once a middle-aged man in his 40s, now sat transformed into an eye-catching young man, his appearance no older than 23, akin to a return to youth. However, this assessment may not be entirely accurate. He appeared even more handsome and appealing than in his youth, almost like a luminary from a holographic projection. Song Yu stood there, astonished, her hand instinctively covering her mouth, tears shimmering in the corners of her eyes. Lu Yuan opened his eyes after an entire hour, feeling as if he had basked in the embrace of the sun god. Rejuvenated, he lifted his arm and suddenly sensed a remarkable lightness in his body, moving effortlessly. However, upon glancing upwards, he noticed the tears glistening in the corners of Song Yu's eyes. He hurriedly rushed over and enveloped her in his arms. My dear, why are you crying? He asked. Look in the mirror, she whispered, her voice trembling with uncontainable emotion. Lu Yuan approached the mirror against the wall. In an instant, he stood transfixed, gazing at his reflection, his eyes unblinking. It was indeed him, albeit a much younger version, resembling the man he had always envisioned himself to be at 23. He had longed to become that person. He caressed his cheek, and the reflection mimicked his gesture. Turning back, he said nothing. But Songyu nodded at him through her tears. An unspoken emotion flowed between them. Tears welled in Lu Yuan's eyes, and then, like a dam bursting, they streamed down his face, his shoulders trembling. He could not cultivate, nor could he maintain eternal youth like a warrior. He accepted this and convinced himself to grow old alongside his wife, content merely to watch their son succeed. Yet now, he had regained his youth. He turned to Lu Chen and pulled him into a tight embrace. Lu Chen did not resist, gently patting his father's back. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. When Lu Yuan finally released Lu Chen, he shyly glanced at Songyu before clearing his throat. Lu Chen, can you, Dad? Do you think I would let you age alone while making Mom look older? Lu Chen retorted, crossing his arms with a mischievous glint. And you better not be imagining that this means you can go out and attract younger girls. Lu Yuan's eyes brightened at the first statement, but froze in alarm at the second, casting a panicked look at Songyu. Is that so? Songyu's brows furrowed. Her tear-drenched eyes fixated on him. Lu Yuan quickly pleaded, I swear, dear, I never thought of such a thing, not even for a moment. Then Lu Chen and Songyu turned their heads in unison, regarding him with suspicion. Ahem, all right, Mom. Lu Chen hastily changed the subject, pointing to the sofa. Now it's your turn. Songyu sat down, sniffling, and after a moment, a silvery glow enveloped her, wrapping her in a soft cocoon. An hour later, as the light dissipated, an astonishingly youthful woman stood up, appearing to be around 23, her features exquisite and radiant. Upon stepping into the street, every man who caught sight of her could not help but turn their heads. Lu Yuan's mouth fell slightly agape, nearly drooling. Is that really you, my love? Songyu felt her cheeks flush under his intense gaze. Old man, don't stare at me like that, she replied, a blush coloring her face. Lu Yuan burst into uncontrollable laughter, exclaiming, I've hit the jackpot. Songyu shot him a fierce glare, though the corners of her mouth curled upward in a smile. Lu Chen observed them quietly, filled with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He wished for them to remain together as long as he was by their side. Although his current healing techniques could not prolong their lives, they could render them more youthful. One day, when he grew powerful enough to leave the wasteland, he would seek a way to awaken the talents of ordinary people, allowing them to cultivate alongside him. He also thought of Shin Silu and Nianwei's mother. Perhaps she too could regain her youth. Who knew? After all, this was a world of cultivation. If one possessed sufficient strength, it was not beyond possibility to reverse time and bring back Nianwei's deceased father. As the emotions of the two elders gradually settled, Lu Chen cleared his throat and spoke up. Mom and Dad, I have something to tell you. They turned to him expectantly. I have taken a liking to a girl named Luo Nianwei, he said softly. I would like you to accompany me tonight to formally visit her family and propose. Tomorrow, I will host a farewell banquet and publicly announce it. Upon hearing this, Songyu clapped her hands in delight. Oh my goodness, son, really? When are we going? Should we prepare gifts? Lu Chen handed her a number. This is Nianwei's mother's number. You can discuss it with her. I think tonight would be best. Don't worry, son. Leave it to me, Songyu replied, her face alight with excitement. We will handle everything. You should rest. With that, she immediately dialed the number. A gentle ring resonated, and then the connection was established. Hello, who is this? Came Shinsiai's soft voice. Hello, I am Songyu, Lu Chen's mother, she said warmly. Are you Luo Nianwei's mother, Shinsiai? Yes, that's me, Shinsiai replied, her tone brightening. Hello, Song Mama. Is there something you wish to discuss? Shinsiai had an inkling of what was coming, having heard from Nianwei about Lu Chen's words in the car. Songyu inhaled deeply and continued. Lu Chen has informed us that he is interested in your daughter Nianwei. If you agree, we would like to visit tonight to formally set a date for the young couple. Shinsiai chuckled lightly, clearly pleased. Of course. You are welcome to come at any time. I wholeheartedly agree to this union. The sooner, the better. Then we shall visit tonight. All right. After the call ended, Lu Yuan looked at her expectantly. What did she say? I quite like her, Songyu replied firmly, her tone gentle and kind. I believe she will make a wonderful relative. Lu Yuan grinned broadly. That's splendid. Let us go pick out some gifts. Songyu's eyes sparkled. Above all, she cherished shopping. Lu Yuan then took out his phone and dialed a number. Dad, Lu Chen is getting engaged tonight. We will officially announce it tomorrow. You rascal. Lu Jinlian bellowed from the other end. You think you can get engaged without informing the family? Lu Yuan scratched his head. But I am telling you now. Aren't I? Lu Jinlian sighed. Fine, I will inform your grandfather. Upon hearing this news, Lu Hong immediately lifted his head from the documents he was reviewing. You and Jinming should take gifts worthy of our Lu family, he stated calmly. We did not properly acknowledge Lu Yuan's marriage back then. We cannot make the same mistake now. Lu Jinlian and Lu Jinming exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Understood. A few minutes later, the latest fighter jet took off from the Lu family villa, soaring through the sky toward D6 Base City. Lu Chen returned to his room, closing the door behind him. Although he had left the living room, he could still hear the sounds of his parents' conversation drifting in the air. They were planning his engagement ceremony, with his mother sounding enthusiastic and even mentioning that his grandfather would be there. A smile crept across his face. Tonight was significant. He picked up his phone and typed a message. My princess, are you ready? Tonight, I will officially make you mine. After setting down his phone, he lay back on his bed, hands clasped behind his head, staring at the ceiling. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Luo Nianwei sat rigidly at the edge of her bed, staring intently at the glowing message on her screen. Her heart raced, threatening to leap into her throat. The thought of it bursting from anxiety was overwhelming. Tonight, I will officially make you mine, it read. She swallowed hard, her throat dry. Her mother had already broached this subject with her. The warm, supportive words had done little to alleviate her mounting tension. Would Lu Chen's parents approve of me? What if they do not like me? What if they think I am unworthy of him? She clenched her phone tightly, anxiety gnawing at her. Then, another worry surged forth. What should I wear? The dress Lu Chen gifted her? Or something more traditional and formal to convey respect? Her thoughts spiraled chaotically, her expression a tempest of uncertainty. At the doorway, Luo Nianyin peeked at her sister, her small face contorted with concern. She had been watching her sister pace back and forth in the room, talking to herself for nearly 20 minutes. Are you all right, sister? Luo Nianyin finally ventured, her voice a tentative whisper. Do you feel unwell? Should I call mom? Luo Nianwei's cheeks flushed crimson, as if grasping a lifeline. She pressed her phone tightly against her chest. No, Nianyin, I'm fine, she spoke rapidly. There's no need to tell mom. Luo Nianyin tilted her head, scrutinizing her for a moment. Oh, all right then. She sighed with a hint of relief, or perhaps feigned relief, and settled down on the carpet in the living room, returning to her game on her tablet, occasionally glancing curiously at her sister. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, aware that only a few hours remained until evening, leaped from his bed, closed his eyes, and steadied his breath, beginning to practice the 10 Directions Annihilation sword in the stillness of his room. For a solid 6 hours, his sword danced in the air, each movement more assured and masterful than the last, as if this technique had been etched into his very soul. Ding! 10 Directions Annihilation sword has reached level 3. Upon hearing the notification, Lu Chen opened his eyes, a fierce glint flashing within them. The power of the level 3 technique multiplied his base strength 6-fold, coupled with the intent of the 10 layers sky-splitting sword. His output was a staggering 88 times his base strength. Roughly calculating, his maximum output today reached an astonishing 36 million tons. Even a typical B-level warrior at level 1 possessed merely 20 million tons of base strength. He had surpassed any sea-level entity at level 10 on the wasteland. White steam spiraled above his head as he perspired profusely from his vigorous practice. After a refreshing shower, he emerged from the bathroom, dressed and adjusting his cuffs. When he heard the front door swing open, his parents had returned from shopping. As he descended the stairs into the living room, his composed expression momentarily fractured at the sight before him. Dozens of shopping bags lay scattered across the floor, filled with lavish clothing, exquisite cosmetics, delightful confectionaries, and fine wines piled high. Lu Yuan rubbed his nose in resignation. Have we purchased too much? Lu Chen sighed, shaking his head. Perhaps. Half an hour later, once they had tidied up, Lu Yuan and Lu Chen donned matching black suits, tailored to perfection and exuding opulence. Song Yu wore an elegant silver gown, her hair styled in soft, voluminous waves that accentuated her graceful neck. Standing together, they appeared less like a family and more like a trio of siblings, Lu Yuan and Lu Chen, the strikingly handsome brothers, and Song Yu, the radiant sister. Lu Yuan jingled the keys to their sleek black V12 parked outside, raising his chin. Son, you drive our car. Your mother and I will take yours. Lu Chen blinked in surprise. Is that permissible? But before he could voice his thoughts, Lu Yuan had already wrapped an arm around Song Yu's waist, guiding her into the passenger seat, her cheeks flushing with warmth and her eyes sparkling with delight. Lu Chen could only watch in frustration as they drove away. Upon arriving in the civilian district, Lu Chen walked ahead, carrying the bags of gifts he had selected. Behind him, Lu Yuan and Song Yu strolled hand in hand, whispering sweet nothings as if the outside world had ceased to exist. He struggled to maintain a solemn demeanor, yet internally, he was seething. Today, I should be the center of attention. You two are ruining my atmosphere. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Song Yu pressed the doorbell. When Shin Si opened the door, her eyes widened at the sight of the mountain of gifts and the beaming trio before her. Hello, Mama Shun, Song Yu greeted warmly. Thank you for allowing us to visit. Shin Si smiled upon hearing this, her expression softening even more as her gaze landed on Lu Chen. Please, come in. They entered the cozy living room, filled with gentle music and the scent of fresh lilies. Luo Nianwei sat stiffly on the sofa, her fingers nervously twisting a corner of her dress. When she lifted her gaze and met Lu Chen's eyes, her face flushed even deeper. He set down the gifts and approached her, speaking softly. Do not be afraid. I promised I would make you mine tonight. She drew a shaky breath. But before she could respond, an unexpected, thunderous sound erupted from above, a pressure descending like a mountain. The windows rattled violently, and the walls groaned under the strain. In that moment, it felt as if the very sky over C6 base city had split in two, monstrous waves crashing outward. In the streets, people knelt in agony, clutching their chests. Some even coughed up blood. Luo Nianyin hid behind her mother's skirt, crying out in terror. Lu Chen's expression hardened. He stepped forward, his aura intensifying. Powerful mental energy radiating outward, enveloping the city in an invisible shield. The suffocating pressure dissipated in an instant. The citizens, still trembling, gasped for breath as relief mingled with primal fear. Luo Nianyin continued to sob, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lu Chun crouched beside her, gently wiping her face. His voice steady and imbued with unwavering resolve. Do not cry, little princess. Brother Lu is here, no one can harm you. He had already pinpointed the source of the threat, a fire griffin soaring in from the west, its lion head and serpent tail wreathed in flames, wings spanning 40 meters wide, its claws like scythes. Even from several kilometers away, its overwhelming killing intent and oppressive aura swept over the entire city. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. This creature was no ordinary sea-level beast. It was a mutated entity at level 10, possessing nearly 1,000 tons of base strength, sufficient to obliterate all defenses of this fortified construction. Kai Jiguang would not stand a chance against it. Yet, Lu Chen pondered. Where had this monster come from? He had meticulously scoured all the desolate regions nearby before, but apart from the three-headed giant python, he had not encountered another sea-level monster. He needed to depart. There was no one in the city capable of withstanding such a beast. Turning to Luo Nianwei and her mother, he said, Nianwei, Annie, I'm sorry, but I must leave. Don't. Luo Nianwei suddenly sprang to her feet, gripping his sleeve with trembling hands, her voice quaking. You can't go. The pressure emanating from that creature is not something an ordinary monster could generate. It must be exceedingly powerful, and you will perish. Song Yue's eyes were similarly misty. Son, you mustn't tea. However, he merely shook his head gently. Then, with a slight fluctuation of his mental energy, the eyes of everyone in the room began to glaze over. If he did not act, the city would cease to exist. He closed his eyes and exhaled. Slowly, everyone in the room succumbed to a deep slumber, oblivious to their surroundings. He approached Luo Nianwei, who lay on the ground, and whispered, Forgive my abrupt departure. I promise. I will return to your side. Subsequently, he invoked the armor of thought technique, enveloped in a blinding violet light, as intricate patterns of purple elemental armor adorned his form, radiating with flickering lightning, akin to a deity descending from the heavens. He then exited the room, summoning his doppelganger to safeguard this place, which housed all his loved ones in this world. Stepping onto his sword, he transformed into a streak of violet light, soaring into the sky. On the western wall of the fortress, smoke billowed amidst chaos. Kai Jiguang stood atop the battlements, flanked by the city's most elite warriors. Above, a fearsome griffin circled, its eyes ablaze with malevolent fire. Kai Jiguang had contacted the upper echelons of the alliance, yet their reinforcements would take time to arrive. And time was precisely what they lacked. Commander Liang Wanjun swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as he queried, Sir, do we have a chance? Kai Jiguang remained silent. His silence spoke volumes. Beneath them, soldiers operated the massive laser core cannon, the last hope of the city. Liang Wanjun turned, his expression grim, and bellowed, Listen, you are the shield of humanity. This is our homeland, and our families reside behind these high walls. I do not care if you are afraid. You must endure and fight with everything you possess until your last breath. Swear to defend our home. The soldiers roared in response, despite the tremor of fear in their voices. A reporter clung tightly to the parapet, speaking into her microphone as her camera shook violently. This is the Western Defense Wall. Kai Jiguang has mobilized all the elite warriors in the city, and the laser core cannon is ready. But boom, a beam of energy shot forth, striking the griffin's chest. The intense light beam impacted like a muted cannon, leaving no mark upon its target. Squawk. The griffin screeched, its sound deafening, shattering every window in the city. The female reporter screamed and knelt, covering her ears, blood trickling from her earlobes. Kai Jiguang's complexion turned ashen. Drawing his military knife, he leaped into the air, each step charged with terrifying power. With a furious roar, he unleashed his most formidable combat technique, a blinding white light cleaving through the clouds and striking the griffins iron like feathers. Yet, it merely ricocheted harmlessly away. At that moment, Kai Jiguang realized the city was doomed. Even humanity's hope, Lu Chun, he silently prayed from the depths of his heart, Please, do not come here. Run. Survive. The griffin's bloodshot eyes fixed upon Kai Jiguang, and with a powerful flap of its wings, a gale rushed towards him, as if a mountain were pressing down upon him, crushing his ribs. His body plummeted like a meteor towards the ground, tasting iron as blood flowed from his mouth, forming a thick crimson pool. Gasping for breath, he struggled to gaze skyward. High above, the griffin spread its wings, gathering strength. Its beak opened wide, inhaling deeply, causing the very air to tremble. A compressed vortex of wind and flames rapidly formed before its maw, emitting a terrifying howl. If this fireball descended upon the city, nothing would remain but dust. In the control room, every monitor displayed the same harrowing scene. Despair spread like a contagion. Soldiers and civilians alike knelt, their gazes vacant. No one could divert their eyes. No one could muster even a flicker of hope. All was lost. They were finished. Yet, in a distant part of the dim sky, four figures hovered in midair, silently observing the unfolding chaos as if from another realm. "This is your punishment," a cold voice echoed, filled with malice. "This is the retribution for bringing Lu Chun into this world, and for his audacity to insult the Pei family lineage." Pei Renxuan's face contorted with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, flanked by Pei Yuanzhao and two elders of their clan. His teeth ground together, threatening to shatter, consumed by an insatiable desire to rend Lu Chun apart with his own hands. "You shall all perish today," he spat vehemently, erupting into manic laughter. "Ha!" However, just then, a beam of purple light sliced through the inky darkness, like thunder descending from the heavens. Chapter 84, The Frenzy of the Pei Family. Boom. Amidst the lightning, a figure descended, stepping upon a flying sword, resembling a celestial being. The violet armor he donned outshone the sun itself, radiating blinding lightning that dispelled the darkness, causing even the fearsome griffin to instinctively recoil. Everyone looked up, their throats seemingly filled with cotton, the very atmosphere stifling. The griffin's massive fireball swirled rapidly, its pupils constricting to pinpricks. It silently regarded the figure before it, though it sensed no aura emanating from him, no pressure, no intent to kill. Something primal within warned it of the impending danger. In that moment, the entire city fell into a suffocating, eerie silence. All eyes converged upon the solitary figure suspended high above, clad in shimmering purple armor. The armor sparkled with lightning, composed entirely of pure lightning elemental energy. Each joint and plate emitted a dazzling radiance that pierced the endless night. In the footage, he appeared not as a mere mortal, but as a deity descending from the heavens. Kai Jiguang lay amidst the ruins, his body battered, his vision blurred from blood loss. Yet even so, a fierce light ignited in his dim eyes. Is that the mysterious figure? A member of the enigmatic organization that even the Alliance could not probe? He pondered. Why is he still here? Wasn't he supposed to hunt in another city? In the distant sky above, Lu Chen stood silently, one hand resting on his back, his gaze fixed intently upon the fiery griffin before him. Its enormous wings beat relentlessly, stirring the atmosphere into swirling elemental tempests high above. This creature was the most formidable adversary he had ever encountered. He understood the stakes. Should he falter, even a single energy storm unleashed from its maw could obliterate the entire D6 base city, leaving nothing in its wake. His heartbeat gradually slowed, his expression becoming increasingly tranquil, and his breath stabilized. If his celestial sword has 10 layers of intent, and the 3 layers of the obliteration sword could be perfectly intertwined, he might vanquish it, yet the risk loomed large. With the griffin's foundational strength of 1,000 tons, the force unleashed would rival that of a supernuclear warhead. Any miscalculation, any error, could result in the city being vaporized, its inhabitants reduced to mere molecules, utterly vanishing. He exhaled deeply, dispelling all trepidation and fear from his mind. "Thunderstorm domain," he uttered softly. The gale howled around him, rendering his voice nearly inaudible. Yet, all bore witness to the spectacle above. A crackling dome of lightning erupted in the sky, expanding outward, a barrier of electrifying energy stretching 8 kilometers in radius, shimmering with relentless flashes of thunder amidst the dark night, resembling a tempestuous sea of lightning. Within this storm, bolts of lightning cascaded mercilessly, transforming into 12 spear-like tendrils that lunged toward the griffin's massive form. Each spear struck the iron-like feathers with a resounding crackle of electric energy, creating a dazzling display. Though such thunderous might was merely a mild inconvenience to the beast, the sheer force compelled it to retreat. With a furious cry that cleaved through the clouds, the fiery griffin's pupils constricted. Its colossal chest expanded rapidly as it inhaled, then unleashed a massive vortex of wind and fire from its beak. The tightly compressed vortex distorted the air around it, a piercing roar reverberating that caused buildings below to tremble. Lu Chen flickered, vanishing from the griffin's attack trajectory. When he reappeared, he stood on the city's flank, ensuring that its subsequent onslaught would not wreak havoc upon the urban landscape. The immense vortex detonated against the distant mountains. A flicker of earthy yellow flashed in his violet eyes, gleaming brilliantly through the visor of his helmet. He raised his hand, and radiant beams of light began to ascend from the ground, gathering the power of the earth. In a miraculous manifestation, 40 beams of earth and light coalesced around him, spiraling like satellites, gradually transforming into 40 flying swords, elegant, sharp, and as thin as gossamer, their edges exuding a potent aura of lethality. Each sword was infused with sword intent, soaring and resonating in perfect harmony before launching forth in unison. The flying swords darted across the night sky like streaks of light, leaving a trail of yellow luminescence that illuminated half the heavens. The fiery griffin's eyes widened in alarm. At that moment, every cell in its being screamed of impending danger. It flapped its massive wings, summoning furious winds, The onslaught was not merely a gale, it was infused with fire elements, amplifying the inferno into a colossal firestorm. The pressure became so immense that Chen felt his balance falter, his form sliding several meters through the air. Below, screens flickered with static, cameras struggling to focus. In the aftermath of the storm, the 40 flying swords were violently cast aside by the ferocious winds. At that instant, it felt as though the entire city held its breath. Chen remained motionless, his breathing steady, despite beads of sweat forming on his brow beneath his armor. This creature was powerful, far surpassing any monstrosity he had ever witnessed. Yet, he felt no fear. Once more, he summoned his spirit energy, recalling the flying swords. Each blade burst forth in a brilliant glow, soaring skyward like luminous comets. With a flick of his wrist, he pressed forward, gathering the flowing light into a spiraling yellow blade. Its formidable density warped the surrounding air, compressing it like a continuously rotating drill. Until, with a decisive flick of his hand, the blade shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 85. The figure standing tall in the skies. With a deafening screech, the fiery griffin unleashed another cry. Its pupils narrowed to pinpricks as its body arched backward, wings unfurling. A new vortex of wind and fire formed in its beak, nearly double the size of the first. Layer upon layer compressed into a rotating maelstrom of death, it was released with a violent thrust. The spiraling drill collided with the rotating vortex. A blinding explosion engulfed the sky, sending shockwaves that rippled outward, creating clouds of devastation. Even from the ground, the overwhelming pressure bore down, as if an immense weight had been thrust upon every soul. At the storm's epicenter, the yellow drill spun relentlessly, shattering as it struggled to pierce the vortex. For a fleeting moment, it broke through, only to be engulfed once more, resulting in a cataclysmic blast. Although the fury of the wind and fire cyclone diminished, its residual force remained terrifying, hurtling directly toward Chen. With a thunderous roar, the vortex erupted. His form vanished once again, appearing beyond the blast radius. Yet, even the remnants of the explosion tore through his armor, scattering elemental fragments into the air, leaving his skin blistered and in excruciating pain, flames slicing like daggers. However, the nanomaterial regeneration technique activated instantly, mending the wounded areas, while the shattered elemental armor reformed within moments. Ordinary assaults proved futile against it. Chen's mind raced, akin to a high-speed computer processing myriad thoughts each second. Soon, he discerned the crux of the dilemma. He required a decisive blow, a true strike. If this continued, the creature might unleash its wrath upon the city. Below, thousands of citizens gazed upward, helpless and awestruck. Some wept in terror, unable to tear their eyes away. Cameras were fixated on the sky, capturing each moment. The nameless warrior clad in purple armor tugged at the hearts of countless souls. In the distance, members of the Pei family seethed, their chests nearly bursting with rage. Who was this audacious fool daring to disrupt their plans? Pei Yuanzhao's body tensed, his arm itching to intervene and obliterate the interloper, allowing the beast to wreak havoc. Yet reason restrained his impulses. Should he join the fray, the Alliance would surely learn of a B-rank combatant's presence. The satellites in space would record every moment, heralding the doom of the Pei family. Thus, he held his ground. Chen's thunderstorm domain blazed brighter, violet arcs of electricity striking repeatedly against the fiery griffin. The creature shrieked, its wings thrashing wildly, yet the damage was negligible in the grand scheme of its might. Neither party could gain the upper hand over the other. Frustration mounted, and Chen realized the moment had arrived. There could be no further delay. He lifted one hand, and this time, he did not summon the Two-Realms sword, for its distinctiveness was too recognizable. Instead, a surge of Earth's power coalesced, giving rise to a novel long sword. The blade, black as night, bore intricate carvings of enigmatic patterns, resembling a colossal beast capable of devouring all. It emanated a destructive sword aura, the god-slaying sword. A weapon hailing from another realm. Grasping the hilt, he closed his eyes. The sword intent of the god-slaying sword reached 10 layers, amplifying his foundational strength 11-fold. A torrent of monumental power coursed through his body, pulsating within his arms, merging seamlessly with the blade. The primordial annihilation sword granted him 5-fold speed, causing the world around him to seem to slow to a crawl. The tempest of raging flames appeared to crawl like a tortoise, with every flicker of flame and every gust of wind laid bare within his perception. With the 10 directions annihilation sword at 3 layers and 6-fold amplification, a thunderous resonance reverberated within him as 3 spiritual veins trembled, awakening like a slumbering giant, unleashing a wave of pure resonance. This resonance obliterated all distinctions, seemingly unifying the god-slaying sword, the primordial annihilation sword, and the 10 directions annihilation sword. Chen opened his eyes, his pupils radiating a golden glow. With an unwavering will, he wielded the sword. In that instant, the entire night sky appeared to be torn asunder, a wave of destructive sword intent erupting and expanding, transforming into a black light that consumed all in its path. The 10 directions annihilation sword unleashed 6-fold output, combined with elemental power at double amplification, resulting in an attack with a staggering force of 45 million tons, an impact characteristic of an A-class tier. Even Lu Chen was astonished that, despite not having perfected the 10 Directions Annihilation Sword, he could unleash such might unscathed. Had he known this sooner, the battle would have concluded much earlier. Faced with this unparalleled strike, the fire griffin instinctively emitted a terrified screech, yearning to flee, furiously beating its wings with such speed that the very sky erupted with sharp cries. Yet, despite its rapid flight, the sword light was swifter still. A black streak pierced through its body with a swift motion. In an instant, the sky fell into silence, before the immense body of the fire griffin split apart, cleaved perfectly in two from the center, plummeting lifelessly toward the outskirts of the city. Lu Chen hovered in the air, his shoulders rising and falling with each heavy breath. The radiance of his armor dimmed, and the sword in his hand shattered, wisps of white smoke ascending from his gloves. Nevertheless, his posture remained impeccably straight. Chapter 86. The Disappearance of the B-Class Warrior. Lu Chen extended his mental faculties, his innate spiritual awareness sweeping across the city. Countless civilians lay injured. Kai Jiguang on the brink of death. Vast areas collapsed, flames spreading. He exhaled softly. It was all over. They had triumphed. A suppressed cheer erupted from below, followed by a cacophony of disjointed cheers from the terrified faces surrounding him. This nameless warrior had emerged victorious. Kai Jiguang struggled to take a breath, feeling the wind rush out of his shattered lungs. A hint of a smile crept onto his blood-stained lips. Even if he were to die now, he bore no regrets. Lu Chen gazed down at the disheveled city below before slowly extending his hand. Streams of silver light gathered at his fingertips, cascading forth in an unending flow of light attribute energy. Like silver rain, it fell from the sky, showering every street, every ruin, and every injured soul. The people gazed in astonishment, unable to suppress their gasps of awe. Is this a divine being? A beam of silver light descended upon burn wounds, sealing them. Fractured bones mended, flowing blood coagulated. When children witnessed their parents' wounds vanish in the sacred brilliance, they erupted into tears. The injuries of low-tier warriors healed instantaneously, and even Kai Jiguang felt the lethal wound in his chest rapidly close. His shattered organs were restored, and color gradually returned to his face, filled with questions but devoid of answers. Meanwhile, in the distance, four members of the Pei family observed solemnly, their expressions grave. Pei Yuanzhao clenched his jaw. This matter could not simply conclude here. Pei Renshuan's eyes were reddened, teeth grinding audibly, a drop of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You little beast. We shall see. Lu Chen cast a downward glance at the city, gradually healing yet filled with confusion. Then, wordlessly, he turned and departed, his figure fading into the night as the violet glow gradually dissipated, leaving behind an endless sense of awe and redemption. Lu Chen's silhouette flickered and vanished from the battlefield. When he reappeared, he stood before Luo Nianwei's doorstep, his avatar resembling a loyal knight, vigilantly guarding the room, utterly still. Inside, others were slowly awakening from their enforced slumber. Luo Nianwei curled up on the sofa, her delicate face wet with tears. In her dreams, she murmured incoherently, Lu Chen, please don't go. I won't argue with you anymore. Nor will I shout at you. Come back, Lu Chen, I love you. Upon hearing her soft, choked voice, Lu Chen's expression softened instantly. What could this silly girl be dreaming of? Moments later, as everyone gradually regained consciousness, Luo Nianwei opened her eyes and immediately began to frantically search the room. The moment she spotted Lu Chen by her side, she unhesitatingly threw herself into his embrace. He held her tightly, steadying her trembling shoulders. Lu Yuan also sat up, groggily rubbing his forehead. Lu Chen, do you know what happened? We might have all fainted. Lu Chen replied calmly. A few minutes ago, I woke up and found everyone still unconscious. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. What could possibly attack an entire city, rendering everyone unconscious simultaneously? He understood that only a rare nightmare beast possessed such capabilities, a legendary species rarely seen by humanity. Could it be a soul attribute monster? He promptly took out his phone to check the news, only to find over 40 missed calls, all from his grandfather, Lu Hongdao. His grandfather must have heard of the monster's assault on the city, Lu Yuan thought, his heart tightening as he opened a news website. Every channel was broadcasting the same report, a fierce battle between a fire griffin and a thunder warrior. The entire city was filled with awe and reverence, with people labeling this individual as a legendary warrior. He single-handedly slayed the monster and used a divine healing light to save thousands. Lu Yuan's eyes widened, fixated on the video. Why did that healing light seem so familiar? He glanced at Lu Chen, who sat quietly between Song Yu and Luo Nianwei, as if nothing had transpired. No, it was impossible. Lu Chen was merely an E-class warrior, even if he were the reincarnation of a powerful figure from a Xianxiao novel. It is utterly implausible to ascend to the 10th tier of Class C within just a few days. He compelled himself to divert his gaze. It must be someone else. Almost immediately, his phone rang again. This time, he answered it directly. Grandfather, hello. Before he could finish, Lu Hongdao's voice resonated from the other end. Your father and your uncle have gone missing. Lu Yuan abruptly stood, his complexion ashen. What do you mean, gone? They are Class B. I dispatched them to Base City D6 to attend Lu Chen's engagement banquet, Lu Hongdao replied, his tone tinged with anxiety. We lost contact just an hour after they departed. They vanished while passing by the seaside. Lu Yuan swallowed hard, instinctively thinking, impossible. Yet the details were alarmingly precise. A dreadful occurrence had transpired. He realized that Lu Hongdao might not even have heard of the attack here. The elderly man was undoubtedly consumed with worry for his son's safety. Do not fret, grandfather, Lu Yuan spoke softly. I believe they will be fine. Every word exchanged between the two was perfectly audible to Lu Chun, who furrowed his brow. Two Class B individuals vanished? Was this an accident, or part of a meticulously orchestrated plan? Lu Yuan glanced at him. Lu Chun, it's your great-grandfather calling. I heard, Dad. Lu Chun replied. His voice was calm, yet his gaze was strikingly frigid. This matter requires thorough investigation. He exhaled heavily. What exactly has transpired? Song Yu inquired. Lu Yuan provided a brief explanation. Luo Nianwei wiped her tears from her cheeks and softly suggested, Lu Chun, let us postpone the engagement ceremony. Too many unfortunate events have occurred today. Lu Chun shook his head slowly. In that case, we must press on. As cultivators, we need not fear fate. Nothing can prevent me from making you mine, not even destiny itself. He extended his hand towards Lu Yuan. Dad, hand me the ring. Luo Nianwei's eyes reddened once more. Tears overflowing as warmth surged into her anxious heart, dispelling the lingering dread. Shen Xi covered her mouth, stifling her sobs. She was delighted to see her daughter, so cherished. Lu Yuan exchanged a glance with Song Yu, nodding in understanding. This was the resolve a man ought to possess. Go for it, my child. Lu Chun took the exquisite gemstone ring and gently placed it on Luo Nianwei's finger, then drew her into his embrace, resting his chin atop her hair. You are mine now, Nianwei, he murmured. Nothing in this world can separate us. After stepping back, he turned to Lu Yuan. We need to adjust our plans for Base City A1. Originally, he had other arrangements for the following day, but now everything had shifted. They might have to depart earlier than anticipated. Suddenly, Lu Hongdao called again. This time, his voice was exuberant and resounding. Haha, Lu Yuan, do not worry, they have returned. Your father and uncle are both well. They discovered a new secret realm right where they disappeared. Lu Yuan felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders, and Lu Chun sensed a significant reduction in the pressure upon him. Yet, the term secret realm echoed in his mind. What kind of secret realm could elicit such excitement from his great-grandfather? Lu Yuan cleared his throat. We shall discuss these matters later. For now, let us return home. We must prepare for tomorrow's gathering. All three elders may come. Lu Chun nodded. All right. He kissed Luo Nianwei's forehead and then departed with his parents. At the door, he paused. Auntie, he said gently, someone will come to pick you up tomorrow morning. Please join us to prepare for the gathering. Shen Xi smiled through her tears. Very well. Upon returning home, Lu Chun retreated to his room alone. He lacked the appetite for food. If only I were a bit stronger today. I could have slain that monster immediately. Lu Chun clenched his fists, resolved not to gamble with anyone's life again. If even a breath from the adversary descended upon this city, he could not continue that line of thought. At this moment, one conclusion resounded in Lu Chen's mind. He must break through this night. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Lu Chen immediately commenced the operation of the Taichu Hongyuan Ju. The air shimmered, and a vortex of energy formed around him in an instant. 2 hours later, boom. He broke through to the second tier of Class D. Another 2.5 hours passed, boom. He ascended to the third tier of Class D. Dawn was approaching, and Lu Chun sensed that breaking through to the fourth tier would require at least 3 more hours. Time was no longer on his side. Nevertheless, these 2 breakthroughs had afforded him an additional 6,000 tons of strength and spirit. He examined his spiritual vein. The previous diameter of 92 millimeters had now expanded to 98 millimeters. Each minor breakthrough increased the diameter by 3 millimeters. Excellent. The spiritual vein's diameter would soon reach 0.1 meters. He glanced at his status panel. Name, Lu Chun. Strength, 4, 689, 400. Spirit, 4, 689, 400. Soul skill, max level insight. Sign in. Name, Lu Chun. Strength, 9, 378, 800. Spirit, 9, 378, 800. Soul skill, max level insight. Basic strength had reached 750, 304 tons, comparable to a Class B Tier 5 warrior. Coupled with his 66-fold combat power amplification, this signified an output of 49, 520,000 tons of strength, surpassing the foundational strength of a Class B Tier 2 warrior. Lu Chen stood and washed his face, choosing not to sleep again. Soon, he would visit the alliance to see Kai Jiguang and others who fought alongside him. As he absorbed the doubling strength within him, Lu Chun felt a renewed sense of security. Noticing that it was still early, he refrained from resting. Drawing his sword, he began to practice the Shifang Yanzimian sword. At the third tier, the Shifang Yanzimian sword could amplify basic strength 6-fold. If he could cultivate it to the fourth tier, the amplification would reach 9-fold. Subsequently, Lu Chen immersed himself in a continuous cycle of drawing his sword, time slipping away unnoticed, until a familiar notification chimed. Ding! Shifang Yanzimian's sword has broken through to the 4th tier. He halted his movements, exhaling deeply as sweat dripped down his cheeks. With a 9-fold amplification from the Shifang Yanzimian sword, combined with the 11-fold amplification of the Liatian Divine Sword's intent, his total amplification reached an astounding 99 times. Not accounting for elemental enhancement, his theoretical output soared to 74,280,000 tons. Lu Chen gripped the sword hilt, his heart racing. This vastly exceeded the foundational strength of a Class B Tier 3 warrior at 60,000,000 tons. At this moment, a great weight in his heart slowly lifted, granting him newfound confidence. He glanced at the time. It was already 8:03 a.m. It was time to head to the Alliance. Today, in addition to visiting Kai Jiguang and others, he had also promised Kogi and 3 other classmates to assist them in awakening their talents. However, following yesterday's upheaval, he needed to ascertain whether Kai Jiguang could still undergo the awakening assessment. Now that his spiritual veins' diameter had expanded once more, Lu Chen felt the energy reserves within him had increased significantly, allowing him to effortlessly condense another avatar. He concentrated. The technique of manifesting myriad bodies through a single thought was set into motion. A radiant light flickered across his form, and a vague silhouette emerged. Gradually, the figure became clearer, ultimately taking on a vivid and lifelike appearance, cloaked in a simple white mask to conceal his identity. Go, he instructed softly. The doppelganger nodded before vanishing from the room, hastening towards Luo Nianwei's residence. Lu Chen inhaled deeply, then descended the stairs to his vehicle. With a firm press on the accelerator, the car roared to life, surging towards the Alliance. Upon his arrival, chaos reigned. The streets were strewn with shattered glass, and workers bustled about, tirelessly replacing windows and sweeping debris into heaps. The walls bore cracks and charred marks, stark testimony to the city's near obliteration the previous day. Lu Chen parked the car and strode purposefully through the hall to Kai Jiguang's office. A gentle knock preceded his entrance. Kai Jiguang looked up from a stack of reports, his weary visage contrasting sharply with the marked improvement in his health since yesterday, when he had seemed on the brink of collapse. Had he gone an entire night without rest? Lu Chen pondered. Kai Jiguang appraised him for a moment before breaking into a quiet smile. Lu Chen, I am genuinely pleased to see you unscathed. It was a simple statement, yet Lu Chen could sense the profound emotion it carried. A warm feeling enveloped his heart. Despite the tribulations endured, Kai Jiguang's immediate concern for his safety was palpable. Tilting his head, he teased, Old Kai, I saw the video online. I am equally glad to see you alive. Kai Jiguang erupted into hearty laughter. Haha, have you come merely to exchange pleasantries? Lu Chen shook his head. I am here for another purpose. He elucidated his intentions, seeking to assist a friend in undergoing the awakening assessment once more. Kai Jiguang nodded thoughtfully. Very well. We are indeed short-staffed and could benefit from fresh blood. Perhaps one of your friends possesses extraordinary potential. He gestured towards the door. Call them in. I shall arrange their evaluation. Lu Chen made his way to the expansive viewing platform of the Alliance building, retrieving his phone to peruse his contacts. Exhaling slowly, he tapped on Corgi's name. Corgi, he spoke steadily as the call connected. Bring along Wan Wan, Duan Xinsu, Dalong, and Lu Tao. I have rescheduled the awakening assessment for you. I am aware yesterday was chaotic, but you have taken the body-refining potion, correct? Yes, Corgi replied, his voice hoarse yet resolute. We are all prepared. Good. I shall see you in half an hour. Lu Chen ended the call, gazing out at the city's skyline. The devastation wrought by the monster attack still starkly visible. Broken windows, charred rooftops, and shattered signs littering the streets. Half an hour later, the 5 arrived at the Alliance building. Their expressions grave and determined, the events of the previous day leaving them sleep-deprived and pale, yet none voiced their complaints. They queued to enter the testing room, where the calibrated force measurement apparatus whirred to life. With the sound of thudding fists, each successfully passed the strength test. Soon after completing the speed assessment, the monitor in the testing room emitted a green light, signifying their successful evaluation. Having consumed the premium body-refining potion, their latent potential had been unleashed, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. At last, it was time for the awakening of their talents. In the awakening chamber, Lu Chen stood with his arms crossed, observing as they each approached the crystal in turn. Ultimately, it was Corgi who awakened the Earth attribute talent. Chapter 89, Extraterrestrial Civilization? As the earthy yellow light illuminated before him, Corgi stood motionless, swallowing hard, his jaw clenched. His eyes sparkled with fervor, yet he held back tears. He then glanced at Wan Wan and the others, who stood by in silence, their expressions forlorn. Wan Wan attempted a feeble smile to congratulate him, but her countenance resembled fragile porcelain. Lu Chen stepped forward, placing a hand on Corgi's shoulder. Congratulations, brother, he said, his voice low and soothing. Continue to strive and pursue your dreams. Corgi nodded, taking a deep breath as his body trembled with excitement. Though he remained silent, he was acutely aware of his aspirations, to become Lu Chen's right-hand man. Once the final results were recorded, Lu Chen bid them farewell. He, too, did not linger. There were many preparations to undertake before nightfall. Upon returning home, he found the villa imbued with a serene and stable energy. The moment he stepped inside, he sensed 3 formidable presences far surpassing those of any life at D6 Base City, even exceeding that of the fiery griffin from the previous night. In the spacious living room, Luo Nianwei was arranging the dining table alongside her mother, adorning it with exquisite dishes and crystal floral decorations. Warm light cascaded from the soft-hued ceiling lamps, casting a cozy and inviting glow. In a corner of the hall, Lu Yuan sat with the 3 elders, engaged in earnest conversation. As Lu Chen approached, their dialogue came to an immediate halt. Lu Daohong turned, a satisfied smile breaking across his wrinkled face. "You have chosen a fine woman," he remarked with a tone of admiration. "She is truly kind," Lu Chen replied with a slight smile. "Thank you, great-grandfather." He then turned to Lu Yuan. "Father, how is the banquet preparation coming along?" Lu Yuan took a sip of his drink and nodded. "Everything is proceeding smoothly. It will be ready before the evening. You need not worry." "That's good to hear." Lu Chen exhaled slowly, his thoughts drifting. Tomorrow they would set out, and he wondered if anything had been overlooked. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He turned back to Lu Daohong, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Great-grandfather, what exactly is a secret realm?" He was uncertain whether the secret realms of this world resembled those depicted in the novels of his past life. The 3 elders exchanged glances, and Lu Daohong's expression grew solemn as he set down his glass. A secret realm is a hidden space, either created by scientific advancements far beyond our understanding or by some incomprehensible superpower. Though we may not know how these realms are formed, we are aware that numerous such mysterious spaces are concealed throughout the world. Lu Chen listened intently. Each realm was said to harbor unimaginable treasures. There are rare cultivation resources, ancient relics, and invaluable materials, Lu Daohong continued. You 2 discovered one yesterday. By convention, the Alliance will claim 80% of it. Yet, even 2/10 of that fortune would be incalculable, approximately 6 trillion merit points, or around 60 trillion in total. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's mind raced, for it sounded almost like a reflection of the cultivation novels he had once read, mysterious spaces sealed by ancient powerhouses, awaiting the unlocking by future generations. "Do you know their origins?" he asked softly. Lu Daohong tapped his fingers against the armrest, contemplating before responding. In the contemporary realm of humanity, 2 prevailing theories coexist. Firstly, it is posited that humankind is not the sole sovereign of this planet. Prior to our existence, other civilizations thrived here, possessing either formidable superhuman abilities or technologies that, by modern scientific standards, are deemed extraordinarily advanced. Subsequently, these civilizations vanished or departed from our world, yet it is conceivable that they may one day return. They're enigmatic realms akin to treasure troves, awaiting the arrival of their descendants or any surviving inhabitants of the planet to inherit their legacy. He paused momentarily. The second theory is more straightforward. Extraterrestrial civilizations visited this place long ago, leaving behind these treasures. Some speculate that they hail from higher dimensions. Yet no definitive conclusion has been reached. Lu Chen nodded slowly. Although the origins of these mysterious legacies remain shrouded in enigma, one fact is unequivocal. These powers could not have been bequeathed by modern humanity. Perhaps one day, their true owners will return to reclaim what rightfully belongs to them. When that day arrives, will humanity have grown sufficiently strong to encircle itself? A sudden tightness gripped Lu Chen's heart, compelling him to recognize the necessity of becoming stronger, far beyond his current capabilities. As night fell, the Lu family villa radiated with light. The rooms and courtyard were adorned with colorful lanterns, resembling a lighthouse against the inky dark. At 9 p.m., the grand banquet commenced. Influential families and warriors from D6 Base City gathered in near entirety. The air buzzed with laughter and clinking glasses, a vibrant scene. Members of the Spark Squad donned pristine dark uniforms as they entered the living room. Chapter 90. Return to the Lu family. Lu Chen stepped forward to greet them. After a round of pleasantries, Luo Dafei grasped his hand tightly. "Brother, you truly are remarkable," he exclaimed, admiration evident in his expression. "Achieving such feats is nothing short of astounding. I wish you luck in A1 Base City. I have heard many legends about it, teeming with prodigies and cutting-edge scientific advancements, yet fraught with dangers that could engulf the entire human world." He glanced around, his demeanor serious as he cautioned. "Near A1 Base City, the ocean harbors monsters that can surge ashore with the tides without warning, and on land, many B-level overlords lurk." Lu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. "You all must exercise caution as well. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call me for anything. I will be there to help." Luo Dafei's eyes glistened with gratitude. Though Lu Chen had only fought alongside them for 2 days, the camaraderie forged in battle would not fade with its conclusion. Elder Yang and several classmates from Lu Chen's class approached, among them Corgi, with his family, and Wanwan standing proudly beside him, eyes alight with the exhilaration of newfound talents awakening. As midnight approached, Lu Chen ascended the raised platform in the center of the living room. the lights dimmed, a pure white beam illuminating him as all gazes converged. He surveyed the crowd, friends, comrades, classmates, and teachers, before turning to Luo Nianwei, who stood at the forefront alongside her mother and sister. He then spoke slowly, his voice calm, clear, and resolute. Tonight, before all of you, I announce my engagement to Luo Nianwei. Silence enveloped the hall. Luo Nianwei, her hand trembling against her mouth, felt tears welling in her eyes. While her mother trembled with joy, Lu Chun descended from the platform and approached her, taking her hand. As he slipped the ring onto her finger, a thunderous applause erupted around them. He raised her adorned hand high for all to see before embracing her. In that moment, everything transcended into eternity, as if a distant dream had materialized into reality. As dawn broke, the banquet concluded, and guests departed one by one, leaving only family behind. Shen Xiai, Luo Nianin, and Luo Nianwei, who prepared to accompany him the following day. The festivities had drawn to a close, and the living room returned to a serene quiet. Shen Xiai appeared anxious. Lu Chen, are you certain you want to take us to a one-base city? Aunt, you need not worry, Lu Chen replied, his tone gentle yet firm. The alliance will provide a villa near the Lu residence. Perhaps we will also discover a method to heal Nianin there. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiai's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Later that night, as the room fell into utter silence, Lu Chen stepped onto the terrace alone. Stars twinkled through the thin mist over the city, akin to countless eyes watching intently. His heart yearned for the unknown. At that moment, his gaze transcended the city and the wasteland, reaching into the cosmos. Eager to unravel the mysteries of the universe and discern whether humanity is indeed the sole intelligent race within it, he envisioned soaring through the cosmos. Behind him, a quiet footfall approached. Lu Daohong settled into a nearby chair, arms crossed, lifting his gaze as well. The expression on your face mirrors one I once possessed, he remarked softly. Lu Chun turned in surprise. A yearning for the unknown, a desire to glimpse the depths of the starry sky, Lu Daohong mused. To witness with one's own eyes, rather than merely speculate. Thus, the two of them, grandfather and grandson, engaged in conversation for quite some time, traversing topics from the history of the wasteland to human strategy, as well as secrets not recorded in any textbook, delving into the uncharted realms of cultivation. As the first light of dawn began to break, Lu Daohong rose and gently patted Lu Chun's shoulder. Are you ready? He inquired, his voice resolute and warm. The supersonic aircraft is awaiting us. We depart at 9. Returning to his room, Lu Chun opened the panel one last time. Signing in, he noted, name, Lu Chun. Power, 18, 757, 600. Spirit, 18, 757, 600. Soul skill, maxed insight. Basic strength reached 1, 500, 608 tons, surpassing that of an 8th tier sea-level warrior, with a 99-fold amplification. His peak combat power soared to 14, 856 billion tons, equivalent to the foundational strength of a 7th tier B level. He closed his eyes, silently absorbing this newfound strength. Today, a new chapter in his life was set to unfold. The Lu ancestral residence, more akin to a private castle than a villa, faced the sea and, along with its estate, spanned a vast expanse of land from the mountainside to the peak. Its design and construction symbolized not only wealth and status, but also resembled a fortress of war, embodying the indelible spirit of humanity. From a distance, it appeared as a colossal beast lying upon the ridge, with tiered structures reflecting a shimmering metallic luster akin to terraced fields. The semi-transparent dome barrier atop the mountain resembled a massive dewdrop in the morning mist. Yet, as one drew closer, intricate details became discernible. Beneath the smooth dewdrop lay an array of scanning devices and high towers capable of reducing sea-level 10th-tier monsters to mere rubble. Chapter 91, Meeting the Lu Family. As far as the eye could see, the walls of each building were composed of intelligent alloys, capable of real-time adjustments and reinforcements. A broad white avenue traversed the entire estate, with each floorboard meticulously crafted, functioning like individual computers, programmable and capable of automatically adjusting lighting, leading directly to the central complex. At the forefront of this architectural ensemble stood a monument constructed from black alloy, metal, and glass, topped with the most advanced scanning apparatus known to the human world. Like the hands of a clock, the minute hand gracefully sweeps across the entire estate. Surrounding the majestic architecture are lush green lawns, vibrant flower beds, and towering trees. A multitude of miniature drones hover above, meticulously trimming the blossoms with precision. Today, the estate stands in a state of heightened readiness, with 1,000 personnel mobilized. Fully armed special forces patrol the perimeter, each member clad in the most advanced carbon fiber exoskeletons, poised to unleash formidable strength and speed. Automated transport vehicles arrive in succession, unloading supply crates emblazoned with the Alliance's insignia. Elsewhere, the technical team is laboring diligently at every workstation, recalibrating and programming the metallic bricks and tiles of the estate until they gleam with brilliance, showcasing their utmost splendor. A row of uniformed maids and valets scurry along the polished walkway, their eyes fixated on the holographic projections before them, orchestrating arrangements of various flowers and decorations while continuously adjusting the aroma and music system. In one corner of the square, two young servants whisper nervously, glancing repeatedly at the live feed from the command center. Today marks the return of Master Chen for the first time. As the supersonic aircraft emerges on the horizon, the entire estate seems to fall into a hushed reverence. The sleek silver fuselage slices through the clouds, descending with perfect poise. The engines at the tail emit a blue-white flame, silently hovering above the helipad, where a disciplined team has already set up the boarding ramp. A faint wave of air ripples outward, followed by the sound of hydraulic systems releasing. The aircraft lands smoothly, and the boarding door opens. Lu Daohong is the first to emerge, his gray-white hair gently billowing in the wind. He gazes at the familiar land he has cultivated for over half a century, exhaling softly, a hint of satisfaction breaking through his stern demeanor. Behind him follow the Lu family members, including Lu Yuan and Song Yu. Shen Xiai carefully cradles Luo Nianin in her arms. They pause at the door, eyes widening in awe and disbelief. Though they have glimpsed the lives of the wealthy on television, the scale and facilities of this estate overwhelm them with a sense of oppression and amazement, as if they have stepped into another world. Then comes Luo Nianwei, her hair dancing in the breeze like silken strands. Staring at the scene outside, she momentarily freezes, instinctively placing a hand over her heart, her curious gaze sweeping across the estate. Lastly, there is Lu Chun, dressed in a white top. The fitted turtleneck accentuates his tall frame, the luxurious fabric reflecting a spectrum of colors in the sunlight. Tailored trousers, adorned with silver stripes along the seams, complete his ensemble, while his coat billows in the wind, cinched at the waist by a silver belt that enhances his distinguished visage. His dark hair flutters in the breeze, his expression as calm and composed as ever, exuding a serene yet sharp demeanor, as if he has returned home. As his boots touch the ramp, a chorus of shouts erupts from below. "Welcome home, Master Lu Chun." Hundreds of voices resonate from all corners, harmonious and powerful, soaring into the sky. In that moment, the entire estate reverberates with this grand proclamation. Lu Chen's heart tightens. He momentarily forgets to breathe, his mouth slightly agape as he turns to Song Yu, who shares his astonished expression. Beside them, Luo Nianwei clings tightly to her mother's arm, equally taken aback. Meanwhile, Lu Daohong, the orchestrator of this elaborate welcome, blinks in surprise amidst the thunderous applause, having anticipated grandeur and the highest of honors, but not this overwhelming effect, akin to welcoming an imperial sovereign. Lu Chun stands in stunned silence, his expression unchanged, yet his emotions swirl within him. What is happening? Is the Lu family's ceremony always this extravagant? Yet, he feels no aversion. In fact, an unexpected thrill surges through him, a subtle sense of belonging as a returning wanderer. Perhaps life within the Lu family may not be so bad after all. At that moment, Lu Daohong approaches him, his warm, large hand resting on Lu Chen's shoulder. His voice deep and resonant, echoing with a steely timbre. "This is what you deserve." Together, they descend the platform, revealing the grand interior of the estate. A space as magnificent as its exterior. Gleaming white metallic stones, towering crystal columns, and opulent chandeliers merge a resplendent golden hue with modern elegance. More importantly, a line of figures stands waiting in the hall, each a member of the Lu family, relatives, distant cousins, uncles, and their spouses, all gathered to witness this moment. As Lu Chen steps inside, the hall falls into an immediate hush. The Lu family gazes at the young man who enters, his breathtaking beauty and extraordinary presence captivating all. The coat sways gently as he moves, his demeanor consistently calm, his gaze steady. Despite his youth, he exudes a composure and serenity beyond his years. Whispers ripple through the crowd. Is it him? He is even more handsome than I imagined. His poise is indeed rare. Luo Nianwei walks closely beside Lu Chun, with Lu Yuan and Song Yu following closely behind. Shen Xiai, bringing up the rear with her daughter, wears a serene expression that belies her anxiety. Luo Nianin clutches her mother's sleeve tightly, her gaze darting around, uncertain. Lu Chen notices their unease and pauses slightly, turning to extend his hand toward Luo Nianwei. Startled, the anxious girl places her hand gently in his palm. In that moment, she feels as if she has stepped into a vast embrace, enveloped by a sense of safety, as if nothing in this world could instill fear in her. Seeing this, Lu Yuan feels a pang of emotion. "Son, I too am quite nervous," he thinks. "In fact, I might be the most anxious one here. Why not offer me some comfort?" Just then, a soft little hand slips into his larger one. Turning to see, he cannot help but smile. Together, they advance toward the center of the hall, where a row of elders awaits, with the younger generation standing in two lines on either side. At that moment, a figure steps forward from among the younger relatives. One by one, his kin rise to greet him, a tall young man, broad-shouldered, dressed in a dark uniform. "I am Lu Guagua, your cousin, the son of your uncle Lu Zhan." He extends his hand warmly. "When I first heard about your achievements from the family, I thought they were exaggerating. But now, seeing you in person, I must admit they have not fully recognized your excellence." Lu Chen smiles faintly. Thank you for the compliment. Behind Lu Guagua stands his sister, Lu Shuangshuang, elegantly attired in a light pink dress, poised and graceful, stepping forward to greet her brother. She shyly lowered her head, her voice soft and gentle. Lu Chun, welcome home. Shortly thereafter, the younger generation approached one by one to greet him. Lu Mingming, Lu Xiaoping, Lu Xiaoan, and Lu Lina. Among them, the youngest, Lu Lina, gazed at Lu Chun with her bright, curious eyes, unable to contain her fascination. Finally, she stepped forward, nervously clutching the hem of her clothing, and mustered the courage to ask, Brother Lu Chun, may I hold your hand? He looked at her adorable demeanor, a warm smile spreading across his face. Of course, he replied, extending his hand. She cautiously reached out, grasping his hand, and in that instant, her entire face lit up, her eyes sparkling as if she had encountered her idol, excitement radiating from her small features. He turned his head to see Lu Yuan embracing his two brothers, Lu Zhan and Lu Fu. The elder brother patted his back, inquiring about their father's experiences over the years. Meanwhile, Lu Fu expressed his astonishment, saying, Second brother, after all these years, how come you look even younger than I do? What treasures have you been consuming? Or have you developed some new technology? Lu Zhan chimed in. And sister-in-law, she looks as though she has stepped out of a time capsule, unchanged, perhaps even younger. It's quite unscientific. Lu Yuan merely shook his head with a smile, saying, That's a secret. Ah, so you're hiding good news from us, Lu Fu protested. Meanwhile, Shin Ci and the other ladies had gathered to chat on the side, their demeanor friendly as they inquired about when she had arrived and whether the journey had been tiring. As their daughters listened attentively, Shin Ci's worries gradually eased. Lu Chun turned to his cousins. Guagua, when you have some time, show me around A1 base city. I wish to see how it differs from other base cities. Upon hearing this, Lu Guagua's eyes brightened, and he nodded with excitement. However, before he could speak, Lu Lina eagerly volunteered. Brother Lu Chun, I'll take you. My brother is quite boring and has no idea where the fun places are. Lu Guagua's expression darkened at this remark, and he playfully flicked her forehead, delivering a loving yet firm rebuke. Great-grandfather, Lu Lina protested, covering her forehead and looking towards Lu Daohong for help. Brother is bullying me. Lu Daohong sighed, yet a smile lingered on his face. Despite the numerous descendants of the Lu family, the atmosphere remained lighthearted. He turned to Lu Chun and spoke solemnly. Tomorrow, the old man will have something to say. Instantly, the room fell silent as everyone perked up, listening intently. Our Lu family will host a grand celebration to welcome Lu Chen's return. We will invite friends and rivals alike to witness this moment. He paused, his aged gaze sweeping over the gathered faces, and continued slowly. Lu Chun will become the next heir of our Lu family. This proclamation echoed like thunder in the hall, creating a brief silence before a mixture of cheers and gasps erupted, followed by a fervent applause. Lu Chen stood motionless, feeling an overwhelming burden settle upon his shoulders. Yet, beneath this weight, a sense of responsibility surged within him, the duty to lead the Lu family through the perils of the wasteland to survive. Humanity had become too fragile, and the wasteland concealed myriad secrets. Whether from inner or outer civilizations, those powerful beings would eventually return. He would not falter. Tomorrow, he would show the world the grace of the Lu family's heir. Afterward, Lu Chen exited the hall alongside Luo Nianwei, Luo Nianin, Lu Guagua, and Lu Lina. In the afternoon light of the Lu family estate, the air was infused with a faint metallic ozone scent mingled with the gentle breeze of the sea. Lu Daohong turned, his stern expression softening into a smile. You should indeed take a look at this city, he advised Lu Chen. Come find me after you return. Lu Chen nodded calmly. All right, and then descended the steps to the garage. There, a black anti-gravity vehicle awaited, in standby mode. As they approached, the gullwing doors opened silently. Lu Lina was the first to climb in, settling into the back seat alongside Luo Nianin, followed closely by Luo Nianwei. Lu Chun took the passenger seat, while Lu Guagua assumed the role of driver, adjusting his seat with practiced ease. The vehicle floated gently upward, gliding out of the garage and soaring away from the Lu family estate. This was a flying car rarely seen in ordinary base cities. As Lu Guagua drove, he became animated, glancing at Lu Chun and proudly proclaiming, Our A1 base city is also known as the City of Flames, symbolizing the torch of humanity, passed down through the generations. This is the first A-class city of humanity and the first fortress constructed by the Alliance during the reclamation of the wasteland. You will find many things here that are unavailable elsewhere. Just as they spoke, a massive oval-shaped building came into view. Its roof was adorned with a holographic display, pulsating with various information. That is the Hope Library of A1 base city, Lu Guagua explained. It houses artificial intelligence data restricted to historical archives. Any information you cannot access from other base cities can be found here. If you have the time, you should explore it thoroughly. You might discover something surprising. Next, they traversed a district filled with bizarre and towering skyscrapers, their heights reaching the clouds, while car lights twinkled like stars. Flying cars weaved in and out, sometimes hovering midair, other times cruising smoothly. Lu Chen silently observed the futuristic scene, feeling a mix of awe and unease. This dreamlike prosperity amidst the apocalypse felt as fragile as towers built from sand. Half an hour later, Lu Guagua slowed the vehicle before a building adorned with colossal glass facades. Guards in deep blue uniforms patrolled the entrances. This is the Alliance Research Headquarters, Lu Guagua explained. It is where we design most of humanity's advanced battle armor and energy weapons. As he elaborated, the intricate details of the buildings became visible, such as concealed laser cannon ports scanning the rooftops. As they continued, Lu Guagua pointed out each structure, sharing its significance with enthusiasm. That white archway is the collection site for martial arts techniques. Over there, the building marked with the cross snake emblem is the Gene Research Institute. Lu Chen's gaze drifted ahead, and suddenly he froze. At a nearby intersection stood a colossal humanoid machine, towering 20 meters high, its plating painted in vibrant red and blue, reminiscent of the Transformers from a bygone cinematic era. What is that? He blurted out. Lu Guagua chuckled, clearly pleased with Lu Chen's reaction. This is a mech warrior, one of humanity's latest advancements in military robotics. Operating it requires at least 3 operators. However, even an unawakened ordinary individual can control it. A single mech warrior is capable of engaging a C-class monster in direct confrontation. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a profound sense of admiration. Truly remarkable. Yet, Lu Guagua's expression grew slightly grave. This is a matter of necessity. On the desolate wasteland, we have only 70 B-class warriors. But the monsters? Perhaps there are hundreds. Maybe thousands. They are merely scattered across various regions, allowing us a moment of respite. If one day, they unite and launch an assault on us, we would stand no chance of defense. This is the very reason we are tirelessly researching mech warriors. We have always been racing against death. Lu Chen turned to gaze at Lu Guagua, reassessing his cousin. His eyes sparkled with intensity, and his demeanor was earnest. His voice was deep and serious. Although he appeared carefree, he was undoubtedly a descendant of the Lu family, Lu Chen mused. In the back seat, Luo Nianin's eyes widened at the glimmering mech warrior. She gasped, exclaiming, "Look, sister. It looks just like a superhero from the television." Luo Nianwei leaned forward, her profile illuminated by the light emitted from the mech warrior's scanning. Even Lu Lina's expression was uncharacteristically solemn. A few minutes later, Lu Guagua parked the vehicle in front of a 6-story tower, entirely white. At the entrance hung a simple sign that read, Trial Tower. Chapter 94, The Trial Tower. Lu Guagua turned in his seat, his gaze sparkling as he looked at the white tower, his tone filled with reverence. This is humanity's most treasured possession, the Trial Tower. Brought back by the chairman from a super-secret realm. Do you know what a secret realm is? Lu Chen glanced at the inscription above and nodded slowly. I do. Good. Lu Guagua pointed to the tower's layered structure, explaining, this trial tower consists of 6 levels, each serving as a vast testing space. The first level corresponds to F-class warriors, the second to E-class warriors, the third to D-class warriors, and so on, with the 6th level corresponding to A-class warriors. However, no one knows what lies within the 6th level, as humanity has yet to produce an A-class warrior. Each level of the trial tower contains 6 challenges, each progressively more difficult. Upon passing a challenge, you receive resources that can enhance your foundational strength. He turned to face Lu Chen directly. You know, our warrior's foundational strength is quite similar. An ordinary F-class warrior at level 10 possesses approximately 12,000 kilograms of strength. If one breaks through to E-class level 1, their foundational strength multiplies 5-fold, reaching around 6 tons. However, if you conquer all the challenges of the first level, you will gain an additional 12,000 kilograms of foundational strength. This means that when you advance to E-class level 1, you will possess 12 tons of foundational strength instead of 6. Even if you cannot pass all the challenges you do complete will still yield corresponding resources. While they may not compare to those gained from completing the 6th level, any increase in foundational strength is better than none. Lu Chen squinted slightly. Is each level governed by the same mechanism? Lu Guagua nodded seriously. Indeed, this tower is our reliance against the monsters that have not fully evolved. Thus, warriors from a one-base city strive to conquer the tower at the pinnacle of each major realm. Only by exerting ourselves can we narrow the gap with those monsters and secure our place in the wasteland. Silence enveloped the car once more. Lu Guagua chuckled, attempting to break the heavy atmosphere. You are an F-class level 10 warrior, right? You should give it a try. Even passing 2 challenges would grant you an additional 4,000 kilograms of foundational strength, solidifying your foundation. Lu Chen remained silent. If this cousin knew his true power, he would likely not have made such a suggestion. As for his foundation, he pondered. His foundation might very well be the most solid across the entire wasteland. He was about to explain that he was no longer an F-class warrior when, suddenly, a mocking voice interrupted him. Well, look who decided to show up. It's that waste from the Lu family. They all turned to see a tall young man standing on the steps before the White Tower, arms crossed, looking down at them. Flanking him were 8 lackeys. His hair was styled into spiky golden tips, and he wore a custom-made combat suit emblazoned with a lotus pattern. Upon seeing the speaker, Lu Guagua's expression tightened. Gu Tianjun. Gu Tianjun smiled slightly. revealing a perfect set of white teeth. I wondered who was sneaking around. Turns out it's you, Lu Guagua. I almost didn't recognize you. It seems you've become even more useless, still stuck at F-class level 5 at 21. As his voice fell, his followers erupted into raucous laughter, dripping with derision. Luo Nianwei frowned slightly, her voice low. Who is he? Lu Lina's face darkened. Gu Tianjun, the renowned genius from the Gu family. E-class level 1 at 21. His family has some grievances with ours. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded slightly. I see. He then turned his gaze to Lu Guagua, asking loudly, Cousin, who is this yellow-headed fly buzzing around? It's quite unpleasant and has ruined my mood today. Lu Guagua's eyes widened in shock. Is it really appropriate to speak so loudly? Lu Lina quickly covered her mouth with both hands, and even Luo Nianwei struggled to suppress her laughter. Gu Tianjuan's face darkened. Who are you? His eyes glinted with menace. He then turned to Lu Guagua. Lu Guagua, is your dog unchained? How dare it speak to me like that? Have you forgotten the lesson you received before? Lu Guagua furrowed his brow. Gu Tianjun, stop spouting nonsense. He is not my servant. He is, but at that moment, Lu Chen raised a hand to halt his words. He stepped out of the vehicle, his coat billowing in the wind, his expression cold and disdainful. Son, you don't even recognize your own father? I've only been gone a few days, and you pretend not to know me? Is it because I didn't give you candy last time that you refuse to acknowledge me? Is this how you repay your father? Come here, let me pat your head. Lu Chen spoke with utmost seriousness. Silence. A deathly stillness. No one expected someone to dare speak to a member of the Gu family in such a manner. Then, ha 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 ha. Lu Lina doubled over, clutching her stomach, tears of laughter streaming down her face. Luo Nianwei held her mouth tightly, but her shoulders trembled with suppressed laughter. Lu Guagua struggled to maintain control, his knuckles white as he gripped the steering wheel. Gu Tianjuan's face turned ashen with rage. You scoundrel! In an instant, he lunged forward. Gu Tianjun, stop! Lu Guagua shouted, bursting from the vehicle. If you dare lay a hand on him. But Gu Tianjun paid him no mind, raising his fist to strike Lu Chen. Under the watchful eyes of all, Lu Chen did not flinch. Instead, he slowly raised one hand, extending it gently. A smirk flickered across Gu Tianjuan's face. Slow, too slow. It was only when his fist met Lu Chen's palm that a dull thud echoed in the air. With a sharp crack, Gu Tianjun let out a wailing scream. His entire body trembling. Curled up on the steps like a boiled shrimp, he clenched his fists tightly, fragments of bone scattered around him. A steady stream of crimson blood seeped through the gaps of his fingers. Everyone stood in stunned silence for a considerable time. It was only after a while that Gu Tianjun's entourage reacted, rushing over with urgency. One of them, with a menacing glare, declared, You will pay for this. Young Master Gu Tianyong will avenge young Master Tianjun. Lu Chen cast a cold, indifferent glance in their direction, causing the lackey to gulp nervously. He supported Gu Tianjun's arm, retreating in a hasty, disheveled manner, leaving a trail of red on the pristine steps. It was at this moment that Lu Guagua found her voice, exclaiming, Aren't you an F-grade warrior? How did you? Lu Chen turned around, feigning innocence. What F-grade warrior? That was days ago. I am now E-grade. Lu Guagua's eyes widened in shock, her expression filled with fear as she stared at him. Days ago you were F-grade? Now you're E-grade? Her heart felt as if it had been pierced, her insides writhing in agony. Was this person even human? She felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood. In the back seat, Lu Lina's mouth fell open in an O shape, while Luo Nianyin gazed at him with starry eyes, proclaiming, Brother Lu is the best. Lu Chen offered a faint smile, his gaze drifting into the distance. Come on, let us all gather, he thought. It's time for the entire A1 base city to get to know me. In the following hours, Lu Chen and the others toured several prominent landmarks before returning to the Lu residence in the afternoon. That evening, the Lu family manor would host a formal welcome banquet. Lu Lina, an unabashed member of the Beauty Association, had already admired Lu Chen from his photographs, but seeing him in person made her an even more devoted admirer. After today, Luo Nianyin also became a member of his fan club. Upon their return to the manor, Lu Chen wasted no time. Under Lu Guagua's guidance, he traversed the long crystal corridor, heading straight for Lu Daohong's study. Just as he was about to knock, a steady voice resonated from within, Come in. Lu Chen pushed open the heavy metallic door and stepped inside. His great-grandfather, Lu Daohong, sat beside a tall floor-to-ceiling window, the twilight sun casting a golden hue on his silver hair. The elder turned to look at Lu Chen, his gaze warm and gentle. Chapter 95. Humanity has yet to see an A-class warrior. Great-grandfather, Lu Chen said respectfully. Lu Daohong's smile blossomed as he grew increasingly pleased with the young man before him. I heard about your encounter with that brat from the Gu family. Lu Daohong chuckled. That damned old fool will finally understand the feeling of being unable to intervene while watching his precious grandson get beaten. To better protect the younger generation, the prominent families in A1 base city adhered to an unwritten rule. Elders must not interfere in the conflicts of the young. His gaze drifted to the garden outside, his expression tinged with helplessness. In the past, Lu family children were bullied time and again, and they had to watch in silence. But now he sighed contentedly. Today, the air seems particularly sweet. It's nothing, great-grandfather, Lu Chun replied nonchalantly. To me, it's merely an inconsequential fly. Ha ha. Lu Daohong burst into hearty laughter. Indeed. But be cautious. Tomorrow, all the prestigious families will send their young heirs and successors to the banquet. Undoubtedly, some will seek to provoke you. That Gu Tianyang will certainly come to avenge his brother. He is a true genius. According to the Alliance regulations, anyone under the age of 25 is considered the younger generation, so he is qualified to challenge you. Lu Chen nodded, unperturbed. What younger generation? Most top-tier experts below B grade are no match for me. My strength will double by tomorrow. Anyone below B grade 1T withstand my attacks, especially those under 25. It will be they who are bullied, not me. By the way, great-grandfather, he said calmly, if I were to break that Gu Tianyang's limbs, would it cause trouble for the family? Lu Daohong blinked in surprise, initially taken aback. Then, leaning back, he laughed heartily. Good. Very good. That's the spirit of a Lu family man. We Lu family members, even if our strength is lacking, are certainly no cowards. He straightened his posture, his eyes shining with determination. Absolutely no problem. As long as you don't kill anyone, any extent of injury is permissible. Moreover, according to the rules, if someone dares to show intent to kill you, you may strike back without hesitation. Understood. Lu Chen bid farewell to his great-grandfather and made his way to the room prepared for him by the Lu family. The suite was spacious and elegant, complete with a well-equipped training room filled with various training gear. After a quick shower, Lu Chen contentedly inspected the facilities in the training center, finding everything he needed. Afterward, he called Luo Nianwei. Once he confirmed that Luo Nianwei, Luo Nianin, and Shin Ci had settled comfortably in their respective rooms, he felt at ease. He then walked into the adjacent changing room to change clothes. This time, he chose a black ensemble, which exuded a sense of maturity. No matter the occasion, it carried an air of formality. Coupled with his unparalleled looks, he radiated confidence, complementing his appearance perfectly. Thus, for tonight, he opted for black, a fitted black suit, a brand new black shirt, tailored black trousers, and a narrow black and red tie. As he scanned himself in the intelligent mirror of the changing room, the screen immediately flashed a green signal. Evaluation, flawless. Without lingering, he departed the suite and took the elevator down to the banquet hall. The hall was filled with laughter and music, with everyone gathered in conversation. Soft, melodic background music floated through the air. Lu Chen's gaze swept across the entire hall, first landing on Luo Nianwei. She wore the dress he had gifted her, a stylish ice blue gown that subtly revealed her delicate collarbone and the gentle curves of her shoulders. Looking even more noble and elegant than he had imagined, Luo Nianin stood beside her, clad in a pink and white gown that matched her sister's. Her face aglow with joy as she twirled around, making her skirt spin. Nearby, Song Yu and Shin Ci were conversing with some elder relatives of the Lu family, appearing graceful and composed as they answered questions and exchanged greetings without a hint of discomfort. Lu Yuan stood to the side, engaged in deep conversation with several of his brothers and some distant relatives or board members from the family's companies whom Lu Chun did not recognize. Soon, Lu Chen's arrival caught the attention of the others. Lu Guagua was the first to notice him and hurried over. Within seconds, Lu Xiaoping, Lu Xiaoan, Lu Lina, and other cousins gathered around. Lu Lina was practically trembling with excitement. Brother Lu, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling like stars. You look so handsome tonight. Just like a movie star. Can I take a picture with you? Lu Chen smiled slightly. Of course. Yay. Lu Lina immediately jumped up with joy, like a little sparrow rewarded, and quickly raised her wrist to activate the camera function of her light brain. Lu Guagua and several of her cousins immediately stifled their laughter. As she rushed over, she nearly tripped over her own heels. Lu Chen patiently awaited her arrival. Lu Lina snapped 6 photographs in quick succession before finally ceasing. After this group greeted him and captured a few pictures, they gradually returned to their own circle of conversation, leaving Lu Chen with ample space. He traversed the hall, making his way towards Luo Nianwei and Luo Nianin. As he approached, the nearby female cousins politely stepped aside, granting them the privacy they sought. Luo Nianwei turned around and, upon seeing him, her expression softened. Are you enjoying yourself here? Lu Chen inquired, his tone seemingly casual, yet he meticulously scrutinized her face for any signs of discomfort. Luo Nianwei glanced around the hall. Song Yu and Shin Ci were seated at a distant table, smiling and chatting with some of the matriarchs of the Lu family. Luo Nianin giggled as she lifted her dress, nodding in approval. They are all very kind. I like them, she replied softly. A weight lifted gently from Lu Chen's heart as he nodded in affirmation. That is wonderful. Moreover, he added, many talented individuals will be arriving tomorrow. Perhaps you can meet some of them and forge a few friendships before you enter the Star Academy, so you won't feel lonely once you begin. Luo Nianwei smiled slightly. Let us see. I'm not certain if I'll get along with them. Lu Chen tilted his head, contemplatively stating, if anyone causes you trouble, you can let me know. She chuckled lightly. How could that be? I believe you are the last person they would dare to provoke. At that moment, Luo Nianin tugged at Luo Nianwei's sleeve, reaching for a small dessert from the table. Sister, may I have this? Luo Nianwei nodded. Instantly, Luo Nianyin joyfully dashed away, leaving Lu Chun and Luo Nianwei in their own private world. He reached for a plate from the nearest table and began to savor the delicacies. The food was as sumptuous as he had anticipated, featuring exquisite dishes of fresh seafood from various locales, along with selected desserts that seemed to melt in his mouth, dissipating into subtle energy that filled his entire being. He savored the gastronomic delights while occasionally scanning the hall. No one approached him rashly. Most guests appeared to observe him from a safe distance. Minutes later, Lu Chun felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Lu Guagua. "Brother, great-grandfather is looking for you," she said with a serious demeanor. Chapter 96. Audience with the Lu family executives. "Very well," Lu Chun replied, setting aside his plate and following Lu Guagua towards the center of the hall. There, Lu Daohong sat at a long table, flanked by the senior members of the Lu family. As they drew near, the murmurs instantly subsided, and dozens of eyes turned towards him. Lu Daohong gestured for him to come closer. "Lu Chun," he began, his voice effortlessly resonating throughout the quiet hall. "Come and meet the senior members of our Lu family. They should have the privilege of meeting our family's next heir." Lu Chun tilted his head slightly. Of course. One by one, the impeccably dressed executives rose from their seats, including the manufacturing director of the Lu family's arms factory, the manager of the global mining division, and the head of the Logistics and Finance Research Institute. Some were quite elderly, their well-maintained appearances unable to disguise the faint crow's feet around their eyes. Others were still in their prime, youthful and accomplished. Each introduced themselves in turn. Lu Chun did not rush. He shook hands with each individual, maintaining eye contact and observing their expressions as they introduced themselves, wearing a gentle smile as he repeated their names and offered warm handshakes. Some appeared somewhat reserved, while others, seasoned and worldly, displayed polite restraint. A few exhibited evident curiosity, and some spoke with formal pleasantries. "Young Master Lu Chun, we have long awaited your arrival. It is an honor to meet the next generation heir of the Lu family. I look forward to working under your leadership," they said. Lu Chun typically responded with calm courtesy. "Thank you. I am pleased to meet you all. Together, let us forge a stronger Lu family and a brighter future." Once the introductions concluded, the executives resumed their seats, and the hall returned to its previous hum of conversation. Lu Daohong leaned back, a satisfied smile on his face as he regarded Lu Chun beside him. "You handled that well," he murmured, audible only to Lu Chun. "This allows them to see your face and hear your voice before tomorrow." Lu Chun nodded. "I understand." Lu Daohong's smile broadened. "Good. Continue to enjoy your time. I shall speak with you later." Lu Chun departed from the main table, once again surveying the hall. He spotted Lu Lina in the distance, showcasing photographs of herself with him to her companions. Luo Nianyin sat beside Luo Nianwei, attempting to stealthily swipe another dessert without drawing attention. Lu Yuan was engaged in a deep discussion with a few peers. In that moment, Lu Chun simply observed the scene before him, where splendid lights mingled with soft music, and the air was alive with the rustle of elegant attire and the clinking of glasses. A month ago, he could not have envisioned himself in this place. He had been an obscure individual, living quietly in another world. Yet now, he stood within the Lu family estate, the epicenter of power of one of the world's foremost families. He knew this was to be his new home. Challenges awaited him on the morrow, and he could already imagine the heirs of other families eager to measure themselves against the Lu family's so-called prodigy. He welcomed the prospect. If they wished to test his mettle, he would demonstrate to them what set him apart from the rest. After tomorrow, neither this city nor the entire human realm would dare question his worth. The evening banquet passed without incident, and Lu Chun returned to his room. He was acutely aware that the breakthrough to the next level could no longer be postponed. Once he achieved the sea level, he would be able to wield elemental powers with ease, unleashing the formidable prowess of elemental techniques he had long coveted. He settled cross-legged in the center of his training room, initiating the Tai Chu Heng Yuan Ju. Boundless cosmic energies swiftly converged, forming a vortex in an instant. Hours slipped by. Crack. A crisp sound echoed within him. Lu Chun's aura surged, energy coalescing until his spiritual veins broke through. He opened his eyes to the dawn's light streaming through the window. Upon checking the diameter of his spiritual vein, he discovered it had surpassed 100 millimeters, now reaching 101 millimeters. He had successfully broken through to the fourth layer of D level. Now it was the morning of the second day. Lu Chun paused, steadying his breath, before accessing his status panel. Sign in. Name, Lu Chun. Strength, 37, 515, 200 Spirit, 37, 515, 200 Soul. Technique. Max level comprehension. Base strength, 3 million tons. Just the base strength alone surpassed that of an ordinary sea-level, 10th layer warrior. With a 99-fold increase in power, his peak combat strength could reach an astonishing 712 billion tons, even exceeding the base strength of a B-level, 7th layer warrior, rivaling that of a B-level, 8th layer. He reminisced about the benchmark data of B-class warriors. B-class level 1, 20 million tons. B-class level 2, 40 million tons. B-class level 3, 60 million tons. B-class level 4, 100 million tons. B-Class Level 5, 1, for billion tons. B-Class Level 6, 1, 8 billion tons. B-Class Level 7, 2, for billion tons. B-Class Level 8, 3 billion tons. B-Class Level 9, 3, 6 billion tons. B-Class Level 10, 4, for billion tons. A wave of profound satisfaction washed over him. At that moment, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Lu Chun rose, wiped the sweat from his brow, and opened the door. A young maid stood outside, her hands clasped nervously. Young master, Madame Song requests your presence for breakfast with the family. Understood. Is there anything else? And no, young master. Very well, you may go. Chapter 97. A staggering 132 times. Lu Chun took a shower, donned a pristine black shirt, and descended to the dining hall via the elevator. The grand long table was already filled with guests, his parents, Luo Nianwei and Luo Nianin, Shen Xiai, as well as various uncles, aunts, and cousins of all ages. His grandfather, uncle, and great-grandfather occupied the seats of honor at the front, exuding a silent authority. Lu Chun approached and respectfully greeted those present. Lu Daohong smiled and beckoned him. Come, sit by my side. From today onward, this will be your seat until you are ready to succeed me as the head of the family. Lu Chun tilted his head and smiled gently. Great-grandfather, I hope you will always remain the head of the family. Lu Daohong chuckled heartily. Ah, your words are truly as smooth as silk. They then enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast together, the hall resounding with laughter and cheer. After breakfast, the household staff began preparations for the grand banquet to be held at the estate that evening. The event had been widely publicized, and it was anticipated that dignitaries from the entire A1 city and beyond would attend. It promised to be the most extravagant gathering the Lu family had ever hosted. However, in contrast to the family banquet of the previous day, Lu Chun felt little anticipation for this occasion. He returned to the training room, ignoring the hubbub outside, and activated his soul skill to its maximum comprehension, commencing his practice of the 10 Directions Annihilation Sword. As his understanding of this sword technique deepened, the time taken to break through its limitations lengthened. Even with the full-level comprehension of his soul skill, success was not to be achieved overnight. 3 hours later, drenched in sweat, Lu Chun suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. As if the final barrier that had obstructed him vanished. His expression remained calm as he continued his practice unhurriedly. An hour later, accompanied by a familiar notification sound, he received the message. Ding. 10 Directions Annihilation Sword has broken through to the 5th level. Lu Chun exhaled slowly, a sharp aura flickering briefly before settling into tranquility. With the breakthrough of the 10 Directions Annihilation Sword to the 5th level, his power multiplied 12-fold, excluding elemental enhancements. His base strength now surged to a total amplification of 132 times. The theoretical peak combat power soared to an astounding 616 billion tons, surpassing the foundational strength of a B-class level 9 warrior at 6 billion tons. Sheathing his sword, Lu Chun contemplated that tonight his participation in the banquet would be far from simple. He intended to instill fear and despair in those who dared to challenge him, etching his name into the hearts of every attendee. He then sat quietly in the center of the training hall, golden sunlight streaming through the overhead skylight and bathing his white training attire. His breathing was slow and rhythmic, each exhalation reverberating like distant thunder, stirring a whirlwind within the room. At that moment, his mind was clear and empty, thoughts rising and falling as he assessed his gains and losses. Countless ideas converged, forming a singular thought. His power was overwhelming, a burden of happiness. Such immense strength could cleave mountains and part waves. Not only could he vanquish human warriors, but also annihilate monsters of equal or even greater realms with ease. Often, a single strike would conclude a battle before it even commenced. Yet, while these swift victories were undeniably decisive, they offered no enhancement to his own combat skills. This was not the warrior's path he envisioned. The warrior's journey he aspired to was not solely about slaying foes. It was about the exhilarating, adrenaline-fueled clashes where both sides stood on equal footing, each punch striking true. It was the elevation of combat spirit, skill, and essence that brought forth insights and resonances. Only then could he fully harness his potential and advance his evolution. Should he continue to rely on the sword to dominate, stacking powers in multiples of dozens or even hundreds, he would never experience the satisfaction of exhausting his potential. He would be deprived of the subtle transcendence that came from triumphing over an equally matched adversary. And he would be forever distanced from the true joys of a warrior's cultivation. He needed something more, a long-term approach that could genuinely unlock his astounding potential. A unique fighting style befitting the sole heir of the Lu family. His gaze fell upon the rows of training metallic figures against the distant wall. These high-tech metal models were crafted to withstand tremendous force, their surfaces marred with shallow dents, remnants of past trainers' exertions. He could easily envision himself cleaving them in twain with a single strike. However, such an act would hold no significance. He clenched his fists. The sword should not be employed here. This was not only a disservice to himself, but also a disrespect to the king of weapons. He wished to rely on his true strength to confront the hostile families and clandestine forces that would inevitably challenge him at tonight's banquet. They would seek to probe his capabilities, employing any means to provoke and gauge his strength. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Then let us test them first. At that moment, he resolved that he would not wield a sword, but instead use his own hands to welcome them. Chapter 98. The Aura of a Master. In contemplating the development of his own power, Lu Chen was reminded of the most primal forms of combat arts from his previous life. Although he had never formally studied them, during his adolescence, he had perused numerous materials and watched countless hours of videos on various martial arts, Chinese Kung Fu, Western combat, Southeast Asian boxing, and other fighting techniques. What youth has not harbored dreams of heroism? At this moment, those youthful memories unfolded in his mind like a slideshow. His brain functioned like a highly sophisticated supercomputer, recalling each frame of those memories. As his strength and mental acuity grew, he could effortlessly retrieve these long-buried recollections, restoring them in intricate detail. Lu Chen closed his eyes, plunging into a sea of darkness within his consciousness. Vivid scenes began to take shape. A series of figures engaged in combat on the arena, sparring in a dust-laden bamboo courtyard, battling atop a rain-soaked rooftop. Every detail, every nuance of movement was reproduced with exquisite realism. Frame by frame, they replayed, not only resurrecting those images, but also the techniques involved, transforming them into shadowy figures that spiraled through his mind. Forming a three-dimensional hologram, he observed the movements intently while his mind raced at an extraordinary pace, incessantly questioning himself. What does he truly desire? What is it that he seeks to pursue? Gradually, a vision began to unfold, revealing the answer. It was a faceless silhouette, exuding a commanding presence, performing movements with remarkable agility. Each punch and kick was executed with the utmost perfection in biological structure and mechanical rhythm. Every strike impeccably timed, as if refined through countless contemplations, wasting not an ounce of energy. In battle, he perceived not merely a person, but rather a fist, a motion, a tangible embodiment of combat itself. This image took root deeply within his very marrow, emerging as a core philosophy. The most challenging aspect had now been resolved. The next step was to fill in the specific movements. Lu Chen's initial thought was to deconstruct all the fighting techniques he had ever witnessed, amalgamating them into a unique creation, gradually refining the essence of each style to make them his own. Classic moves whirled before his eyes like a tempest: Western martial arts, Southeast Asian boxing, special forces combat techniques, karate, taekwondo, xingyiquan, and bagwazang. Finally, he began to slowly release the tension. Lu Chen sat cross-legged like a solitary ascetic, as if surrounded by imaginary adversaries. Then, he gradually rose to his feet, stepping forward, as if an invisible circle loomed before him, within which he held absolute control. Each strike was lethal, every conceivable angle of attack was deftly neutralized, and all hostility laid bare. Slowly, the diverse styles began to intertwine, the transitions between moves becoming increasingly seamless as he gradually integrated them into a rhythm of his own. Hours passed, and Lu Chen's white combat attire clung tightly to his skin, drenched in perspiration. At that moment, the entire training room seemed to vanish. In his mind, all imagined foes transformed into a singular figure, mirroring his own techniques: identical punches, elbow strikes, side steps, hooks, knee thrusts, footwork, rotations, and twists. Throughout this process, Lu Chen meticulously rearranged the sequence of his techniques, making slight adjustments in positioning, force, balance, and focus. Simultaneously, the power he wielded began to amplify incrementally. 1,000 kilograms, 10,000 kilograms, 100 tons, 1,000 tons, 100,000 tons, until he unleashed a punch of 3 million tons. The air around him remained undisturbed, all force concentrated in his fist. As precise as a surgeon's scalpel, yet effortlessly controlled. The immense strength surged forth without causing a ripple. At this juncture, his objective had been accomplished. He could now unleash his full potential without fear of inadvertently annihilating an entire city. Unlike swordsmanship, this martial art was rooted in the most basic and primal forms of striking techniques, devoid of limits. Even if his strength were to multiply a billionfold in the future, he would still master every ounce of his power through this foundational combat skill. Lu Chen continued to practice until nightfall, feeling his mind clarity sharpen, his movements growing increasingly fluid and powerful, having surpassed the combat techniques of his past life and developed a unique style. He named his foundational combat technique Mighty Fist, a powerful manifestation of his strength. It was not a mere amalgamation of various fighting styles, but rather a groundbreaking innovation that transcended previous teachings. His footwork was fantastical, each move designed to subdue his adversary, every action imbued with lethal potential, yet simultaneously restrained and fluid, capable of dispatching foes or sparing them entirely. As he concluded his training, Lu Chen exhaled deeply, a faint smile gracing his lips. This was precisely what he had sought, a skill worthy of the Lu family's heir, a technique that commanded respect from the powerful and humbled the arrogant. Chapter 99. The Grand Event of Humanity. Lu Chen gazed down at his hands, gently curling his fingers, feeling the surging power within. He then stepped toward the door, each stride steady and resolute, exuding an imposing presence. Unbeknownst to him, his aura had undergone a mysterious transformation, reminiscent of a grandmaster. Today marked the day when the Lu family would choose its heir. It was said that he was an unparalleled prodigy, never before seen in the wasteland. The Lu family was among the most prestigious clans in humanity, boasting 3 B-class and 4 C-class warriors within its ranks. Additionally, numerous C-class warriors were affiliated with their commercial enterprises and armed organizations, making the Lu family's every move capable of influencing the entire human world. Moreover, the protagonist of this grand banquet was none other than the enigmatic heir of the Lu family. As the sole designated heir in 70 years, Lu Chen naturally drew attention from all quarters. This event also marked Lu Chen's first official public appearance as a member of the Lu family, ensuring it would create a substantial stir. The Lu family extended invitations not only to the superpowers of the A1 base city, but also to the elite families and prominent enterprises of the other 7A class base cities, as well as formidable lone warriors and heads of top combat academies. Additionally, factions with specialized influence in certain fields, bolstered by C-class warriors, received invitations. In contrast, organizations below C-class were deemed unworthy of an invitation. However, should they choose to visit, the Lu family would not turn them away. They would merely be relegated to observing from outside the hall. As time passed, the entire wasteland became abuzz with anticipation. For this gathering marked the first of its kind since the apocalypse. Swiftly, the hour of the banquet approached. On this day, the skies above the human realm thundered with the sound of countless aircraft of varying shapes and sizes soaring from their respective fortresses, streaming toward a singular destination, the Lu family of A1 base city. The Zhong family, one of the most powerful families of a 7 base city, stood alongside the Pei family, with the former boasting a B-class Tier 4 warrior as their head. Look, there's the little princess of the Zhong family, Zhong Lia. She has come to attend the banquet for the heir of the Lu family. Indeed, such a prestigious event for selecting an heir within a superfamily occurs only once in several decades. Opportunities like this are rare. Who wouldn't want to align themselves with the Lu family amidst the wasteland? This was truly a precious chance to connect with the legendary prodigy. And even if one couldn't meet the heir directly, forging ties with other members of the Lu family would still hold immense value. Thus, despite the heir of the Lu family never having made a formal appearance, his status alone was enough to attract numerous heiresses and extraordinary talents. Gaining favor with the heir would undoubtedly lead to soaring prospects, benefiting even the factions behind them. Consequently, the beautiful women of the various factions adorned themselves in exquisite attire, preparing to attend the banquet in hopes of fortune. Meanwhile, a flying car ascended from the Gu family estate. This is likely the grandest banquet in the human world in nearly a century. The ancient family naturally received an invitation. Despite some previous discord between the families, they nonetheless prepared to attend the Lu family feast. Inside the flying car, a striking young man clad in a blue combat suit, with defined brows and piercing eyes, exuded a chilling demeanor. Young master, the old master specifically instructed us to attend the Lu family banquet to investigate the true nature of their heir. If possible, he wants you to challenge him to a duel, avenging young master Gu Tianjun in front of all the prominent figures of the human world. Beside him, an elderly man with a goatee spoke with a serious expression, emanating a subtle aura of a C-class warrior. The young man's identity was evidently extraordinary, being served by a C-class warrior. Do not worry, Uncle Chen. I shall ensure that the scoundrel who dared to harm my brother pays dearly. I will defeat him before all and force him to kneel and surrender. The young man was Gu family's prodigy, Gu Tianyang, who had awakened an exceptionally powerful soul skill, the combat body. This innate talent allowed him to quintuple his power in battle. At just 21, he had already broken through 6 levels, conquering the first tier of the trial tower, and with an incredibly solid foundation, he advanced to E-class. In merely 5 years and a month, he progressed to the 10th level of E-class and was on the cusp of breaking into D-class. During this period, Gu Tianyang had been diligently honing his skills, preparing for his stunning debut. Today's banquet was his opportune moment to showcase his prowess to the world, ensuring that all would know the name Gu Tianyang. Lu Chen, I will ascend to the pinnacle, stepping over you and your entire Lu family. Gu Tianyang's eyes sparkled with confidence and cold determination. He had confirmed that the young man who attacked Gu Tianjun yesterday was indeed the Lu family's heir, Lu Chen. This information was hard-won, as all online data regarding Lu Chen had been suppressed. Even his past videos from D6 base city had been erased. Chapter 100. The Gathering of Forces, the Vice Chairman's Arrival. Outside the gates of the Lu family estate in A1 base city, countless flying cars and aircraft filled the sky. A dazzling array of rotorcraft, jets, and anti-gravity vehicles swirling above. At that moment, the gates of the Lu estate swung open, welcoming guests from all directions. As for the possibility of troublemakers, 3 B-class warriors were stationed, including one at B-class level 9. sufficient to intimidate any ill-intentioned individuals and deter even many B-class masters from causing unrest. No one dared to disrupt the festivities at the Liu family banquet. The Yuan family arrived, presenting a congratulatory gift to the Liu heir, a spiritual herb, the purple cloud mushroom. The Yuan family was a superfamily from A8 base city, with its patriarch renowned as a formidable B-class powerhouse. Upon hearing the announcement, guests from various factions murmured amongst themselves, engaged in hushed conversations. The Lan family appeared, offering a congratulatory gift of a vial of essence source and 6 ice spirit fruits. Heavens, the Lan family actually brought forth essence source. This is a treasure for healing, capable of mending even damaged meridians. Many, upon hearing this, felt their eyes welling with emotion. These gifts, if presented individually, would incite fierce competition among many strong figures. Yet now, they were being offered as tributes to the Liu heir, sparking envy and jealousy among onlookers. The Zhong family arrived, presenting a congratulatory gift to the Liu heir, a D-class energy weapon, the Frostlight Sword. As the announcement rang out, an extraordinarily beautiful woman with captivating charm approached, cradling a black box approximately 15 meters in length. A sweet smile adorned her face, her enchanting eyes seemingly aglow. This is the Zhong family's little princess. How stunning she is. Alas, such a beautiful woman we can only admire from afar, while she seeks to curry favor with the Liu heir. It's truly galling how one can be so superior. Many young talents from various factions lamented internally, realizing they lacked even the qualifications to pursue the Zhong family's princess. Yet, her greatest desire for being here was to earn the favor of the mysterious Liu heir. Subsequently, numerous factions arrived in succession, presenting their tributes. There were super families from other base cities, as well as major enterprises and top academies from the wasteland. Every faction that received an invitation was present. Most of these factions had C-class warriors or above, qualifying them to enter the Liu estate. Those without even a C-class warrior could only present gifts and remain seated at the banquet tables outside the gates. However, these factions dared not voice any complaints, for in comparison to the prominent figures inside, they were indeed unworthy. Vice Chairman Xiao arrived. The moment the announcement echoed, silence enveloped the entire Liu estate, so profound that the sound of one's heartbeat could be discerned. Liu Daohong and his 2 sons hurriedly exited the hall to personally welcome the vice chairman. I am truly honored to be here today. This may be the only chance in my life to witness such a grand figure, some warriors expressed with excitement. Accompanied by a heavy oppressive aura descending from above, the atmosphere within the Liu estate seemed to solidify. The crowd looked up to see a deep black aircraft hovering over the Liu family gates, reflecting the sunlight like obsidian. The aircraft did not land. Instead, the hatch opened directly, and Xiao Wanlong emerged. Dressed in formal attire, with his hands clasped behind his back, he descended gracefully. As he stepped out of the hatch, a terrifying pressure cascaded down, threatening to engulf the entire crowd. This was not merely physical pressure but a mental one, a natural reverence experienced by lower beings in the presence of a higher existence. Xiao Wanlong descended as if a deity from the heavens, gradually touching the ground. Liu Daohong quickly approached to shake his hand. Xiao Wanlong laughed heartily. Liu Daohong, you sly fox. I didn't expect you to act so swiftly. That young lad just arrived yesterday, and you couldn't wait to host such a magnificent banquet. Are you afraid I might whisk him away? He feigned anger and jest. Liu Daohong smiled thinly. Vice Chairman, I am unsure what you are implying. After all, Liu Chen is of the Liu bloodline. It is only right that I welcome him properly. His voice bore a hint of pride. Xiao Wanlong waved his hand dismissively. All right. I'm not here to admire your smug face. Where's that young lad? I have a gift I wish to present personally. Their exchange was heard by all present, including Gu Tianyang, who stood astonished. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, as if struck by lightning. Previously, they had indeed heard many rumors regarding the terrifying talent of the Liu family's mysterious heir, most of which had come from the Liu family itself, with many believing them to be exaggerated. However, it now appeared that those rumors might not be false. Even the so-called light of humanity, Vice Chairman Xiao, had come personally. Damn it, they were now desperate to uncover the true identity of this legendary genius. Chapter 101, like a deity descending. Meanwhile, Liu Chen was in his room, donning his attire. Today, he wore a pristine white outfit, so pure it was nearly blinding. A white turtleneck shirt clung to his tall, muscular physique, complemented by tailored white trousers and white boots adorned with golden edges. Over this, he wore a flowing, fitted white trench coat that cascaded down to his ankles. The turtleneck elegantly framed his handsome visage, while a slender alloy belt cinched perfectly at his waist. He was acutely aware that tonight was no ordinary banquet, but rather the grandest gathering since the apocalypse of the human world. His mental prowess enveloped the entire Liu family estate and extended far beyond, allowing him to discern the number of attendees, their identities, and their conversations. Even the vice chairman had arrived, yet no gift was presented to him. He was curious to see what this eminent figure would bring him. Moreover, he harbored a quiet anticipation. Should anyone challenge him tonight, It would provide an opportunity to unleash the full potential of his newly comprehended might. In the main hall of the Lu estate, a multitude of esteemed guests had gathered, yet the atmosphere remained serene. Conversations flowed quietly, interspersed with the delicate clinking of glassware and the low hum of power generators from the estate's metallic apparatuses. Attendees spoke in hushed tones, their expressions a mix of curiosity and vigilance. "Can you believe it?" murmured a weathered man in a military coat to his companion, his gaze fixed on the towering crystal columns in the hall, each engraved with the Lu family emblem. 70 years ago, we fought for survival amidst ruins. Now look at this place. It feels like a dream. Whether it is a dream or not, his companion replied cautiously, one cannot deny how far they have come. To gather such disparate forces under one roof without conflict is a feat only the Lu family could achieve. Beside a grand crystal column, two young guests clad in basic combat attire conversed in awe. "I've heard that the Lu heir has shattered all cultivation records for those under 20. One young man said, nervously rubbing his hands. His friend swallowed hard, casting his gaze towards the doorway leading deeper into the estate. "That's what the Lu family claims. But I truly wish to see if the rumors hold any truth, that he is indeed extraordinary." At that moment, a powerful aura descended upon the gathering, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Individuals from all factions felt their souls tremble slightly, their heads turning in unison. The head of the Lu family, accompanied by his two sons, made his entrance, flanked by the vice-chairman of the alliance, the harbinger of humanity, Xiao Wanlong. Each of them radiated an overwhelming presence akin to an abyss, their combined energy seemingly solidifying the very air around them. Lu Chun's parents, Lu Yuan and Song Yu, followed closely behind. Stepping forward, Lu Daohong clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, his tone earnest. "Esteemed guests, thank you for gracing the banquet of my son, the Lu heir. The old man wishes to express his heartfelt gratitude on his behalf. Master Lu, you are too kind. Witnessing the emergence of the Lu heir is our greatest honor." Every attendee wore a smile, conveying goodwill as they set down their glasses and bowed in acknowledgement. A moment of silence ensued, punctuated by exchanged glances. An elder from a prominent family hesitated, gathering courage to inquire, "Might I ask where the Lu heir is at this moment?" At this question, all ears perked up like hounds catching a scent. The banquet had commenced, yet the guest of honor remained elusive. They sensed that something monumental was about to transpire. A significant portion of the gathering was drawn here to behold the enigmatic Lu heir, whose identity remained shrouded in mystery. "My young great-grandson is preparing for the banquet and will arrive shortly," Lu Daohong replied. Just as he spoke, Lu Chun emerged from the entrance at the back of the hall. In that instant, a singular figure clad in white materialized, causing the entire realm to hold its breath. Countless eyes converged upon the tall silhouette stepping forth from the golden doorway. He was a vision of ethereal grace, enveloped in a mist of sacred light. His trench coat was purer than the finest snow, exuding an otherworldly essence. He appeared as a deity, descended from the heavens, with a physique that shimmered like exquisite jade. Each strand of his hair glimmered with crystalline brilliance, encircled by a halo of divine radiance. Even his face was enshrouded in a haze, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Yet, through the pristine light, the breathtaking contours of his features remained discernible. His visage was so flawless, so naturally handsome, that it induced a sense of surrealism among many. Was this truly a man or a celestial being wandering the earth? In that moment, silence enveloped the hall, as if everything around had vanished, leaving only that solitary figure, isolated from the world. Even the wind stilled. Many women unconsciously halted their breaths, their hearts racing with an uncontainable excitement. Even those who had previously encountered Lu Chun felt a suffocating sense of unreality, as if witnessing a living legend stepping out from myth. Chapter 102, Approaching the Center Stage. Meanwhile, Lu Chun continuously infused himself with light energy, elevating his aura and crafting an extraordinary atmosphere. Yes, this was intentional. He was aware of his own striking handsomeness. He was no fool. Yet today, he aimed to leave an indelible impression on everyone present. Compared to this, his subtle techniques were but trifles. The young master is like polished jade, truly. The Lu heir is the most exceptional being in this world. A young woman, a close relative of the Lu family, murmured as if enchanted, her voice trembling slightly. At the same time, Lu Chun calmly met the countless gazes fixed upon him, feeling a flicker of astonishment within. Although he had sensed the presence of many formidable guests through his mental domain, seeing them in person stirred an incredible ripple within him. A significant portion of humanity's strongest had gathered here to witness his ascendance. Beneath his composed exterior flickered a hint of anticipation. He wondered how long it would take for someone to challenge him, allowing him to dazzle them further. As he fought, he would infuse himself with more light energy until he left an indelible mark upon all who beheld him. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Lu Chen's lips. "Brother, the banquet has begun." Lu Guagua, who had been waiting outside the entrance, stepped forward. His voice was gentle, laced with an unintentional reverence as he addressed Lu Chun. As for Luo Nianwei and the others, they had already arrived in the banquet hall. "Shall we proceed to the main hall?" Lu Chen replied with a slight nod, his tone calm as he moved forward, until his figure disappeared beyond the doorway. The multitude of onlookers felt a wave of loss wash over them, as if their consciousness slowly returned to their bodies. I am uncertain about the strength of the heir to the Lu family, yet in terms of appearance and demeanor, he is unmatched among our generation. A young heiress murmured with an expression of infatuation, her gaze still fixed on the direction in which Lu Chen had vanished. Within the main hall, news had already spread. The heir of the Lu family had arrived. Moments later, a voice as warm and serene as a gentle breeze emerged from the golden archway. Thank you all for attending my banquet. As the last words fell, a figure clad in a pristine white trench coat gracefully entered. His attire was whiter than snow, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. Instantly, all conversations ceased. Every individual present turned to behold him, their expressions a mixture of astonishment, shock, curiosity, and scrutiny. A whirlwind of emotions swirled together like a tempest. This was Lu Chen, the heir of the Lu family, exquisite and divine. Many young men of exceptional talent felt their fists clench involuntarily, overtaken by an unfamiliar sensation of jealousy and bitterness. However, the young women were devoid of such feelings, instead consumed by an overwhelming fervor, yearning to stand beside such a remarkable individual. Luo Nianwei and Lu Lina turned their eyes toward him in unison. Lu Lina suddenly leaned in closer to Luo Nianwei with a mischievous grin, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, it seems that if you don't guard your fiancé like a hen, countless admirers will swarm in to steal him away." Luo Nianwei scoffed lightly. Why does he radiate such brilliance? How was I unaware of this glow? He must be doing this deliberately, employing some underhanded tactics to attract everyone's attention. How shameless. Though her words were sharp, her heart harbored a different sentiment. At that moment, a tempest brewed within her, nearly appending a barrel of jealousy. No matter how much she scolded herself, she could not divert her gaze from that infuriating scoundrel. I must quickly break through to become a warrior, otherwise I will be unworthy of standing by his side, she mused, her heart fluttering slightly as she regarded his figure. Lu Chen approached Luo Nianwei and Lu Lina, with Luo Nianyi nearby, her curious eyes assessing him. A smile graced Lu Chen's face as he asked earnestly, "How do I look today?" Luo Nianwei remained silent. Her cheeks flushed. Each time he drew near, her heart seemed to spiral out of control. Meanwhile, Lu Lina and Luo Nianyi spoke in unison, their voices bright and filled with admiration. "Handsome, exceedingly handsome. Lu Chen, you look just like a prince from a story." Lu Lina nodded vigorously, nearly toppling over, her eyes sparkling. As the president of the Beauty Association, she was nearly drooling at this moment. She breathlessly added, "And a prince from paradise." Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Perhaps he should consider appointing Lu Lina as his personal assistant, for only she would dare to boldly praise him without reservation. He then moved towards Lu Daohong, where the most powerful figures in the human world had gathered. His gaze settled on Xiao Wanlong. Chapter 103, The Treasure of the Human World. Xiao Wanlong turned around, a radiant smile lighting up his face. "Little fellow, we meet again. You appear even more handsome than last time. It's a pity you're already engaged. Those young ladies will surely be heartbroken." Though Xiao Wanlong's voice was not loud, it resonated throughout every corner of the hall. What? The heir of the Lu family is already engaged? Why was I not informed? Why was there no hint of this beforehand? Have I come here for nothing today? The elegantly dressed young ladies felt a pang in their hearts, their expressions suddenly despondent. They had come today specifically for the heir of the Lu family, hoping to win his favor, only to discover he was already promised to another. The elders of various factions also felt a sense of regret. They had planned to introduce their daughters to Lu Chen, wondering if he might be captivated by one of them. But a new question arose. To whom was he engaged? Which noble family did his fiancée belong to? Was it the little princess of the Zhong family or the young lady of the Lan family? Both had previously sent generous gifts. A silent wave of speculation swept through the hall as curious glances scanned every noblewoman present. Yet, no matter how diligently they searched, the answer eluded them. Lu Chen and others in the know were resolute in keeping Luo Nianwei's identity a secret, for revealing it would only invite endless disturbances into her academic life. Lu Chen shot an exasperated glance at Xiao Wanlong. "Why are you so indiscreet? It sounds as though I am selecting a consort." Xiao Wanlong chuckled heartily. "The chairman is currently in a critical period of seclusion, otherwise he would have come to see you personally. Nonetheless, he entrusted me with a gift for you." With that, he handed Lu Chen a small stone. Lu Chen examined it curiously. A gift from the vice chairman was undoubtedly not an ordinary item, though its specific purpose remained unclear. However, when the most powerful figures in the hall caught sight of that small stone, their expressions shifted dramatically. Even Lu Daohong, Lu Jinlian, and Lu Jinming widened their eyes in astonishment. Could it be the item I envisioned? Upon witnessing their reactions, Lu Chen swiftly understood. This stone must possess unimaginable value. He looked up at Xiao Wanlong and asked, "Mr. Chairman, may I inquire what this is?" Xiao Wanlong, his demeanor serious, replied, "It is a token to access a secret realm." Lu Chen furrowed his brow. "A token to access a secret realm? Does a secret realm require a token for entry?" Xiao Wanlong slowly shook his head. No, not all secret realms necessitate a token. However, this particular secret realm is unique. It is connected to a super secret realm. You must have heard of the Trial Tower, correct? We obtained this pinnacle treasure of humanity within that super secret realm, alongside many other world-altering artifacts. This stone is one of them, carefully placed upon a high pedestal. Later, we discovered an entrance leading to another space within that super secret realm. Yet, that entrance was sealed by an immensely powerful barrier. We attempted every means. Even the chairman himself intervened to try to break it, but to no avail. Chen was taken aback. The chairman was a living legend, the foremost figure in the human world, possessing the sole technique god of war returns. In battle, he resembled a deity, capable of amplifying his base power by 25 times, a peak-level powerhouse at B rank, likely having fortified his fundamental strength to the limit with countless rare treasures. Under the 25-fold enhancement of God of War returns, combined with the 8-fold amplification of the sky-splitting sword, it was unfathomable that even he could not shatter that barrier. What kind of miracles could that secret realm harbor? Xiao Wanlong continued, his expression grave. Through our research, we discovered that only those who break through to D rank before the age of 20, carrying this token, can enter that secret realm. Chen finally comprehended the significance of this gift. A super secret realm capable of yielding treasures like the Trial Tower, with another space potentially even more advanced hidden within, and sealed by such a formidable barrier. This secret realm was one that the Alliance must conquer, its value surpassing all else. Hence, the prominent figures around recognized this item at a glance. This is almost an open secret among the upper echelons of humanity, and the Alliance has publicly disclosed these conditions. Anyone capable of meeting these criteria is entitled to receive the full support of the Alliance at no cost. In a certain sense, this stone is a divine artifact within the realm of humanity, the most supreme treasure that dictates the fate of mankind henceforth. However, at this moment, the vice chairman has entrusted it to the heir of the Liu family. Does this imply that he might achieve a breakthrough to D level before reaching the age of 20? Many powerful figures were rendered speechless, then shook their heads, their minds racing. No, why do I sense no aura emanating from him? What does that signify? The elderly gentleman exchanged furtive glances. Chapter 104. The proposal to appoint you as the chairman of the Alliance. Xiao Wanlong noted the various gazes directed at him, and then earnestly looked at Chen. Chen, the chairman holds you in high regard. He has instructed me to present you with this stone and inquire whether you are confident in fulfilling the conditions to enter the secret realm. If you succeed, the chairman has stated he will directly nominate you as the next chairman of the Alliance, leading us all out of the wasteland. Xiao Wanlong's voice, though soft, reverberated like thunder throughout the hall. What did the vice chairman just say? That he would be directly appointed as the chairman of the Alliance? Was this a promise from that esteemed figure? The Alliance places such significant importance on this young man. Consequently, would the Liu family ascend to become the foremost family in the world? No one could contest against them. Each person's thoughts raced, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Amidst the crowd, Gu Tianyang clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning pale. He had come here to make a remarkable impression and humiliate Chen. Yet the situation was utterly different. Throughout, none of the eminent figures had cast even a glance his way. Even when they did notice him, no one approached him. They treated him as they would any inconspicuous young person. His features twisted with rage, his eyes reddened by jealousy as he watched Chen, basking in the adoration of many, converse amiably with the vice chairman. A surge of impulse surged within him, compelling him to immediately bring that person down to the ground and prove to everyone that he, Gu Tianyang, was the strongest genius in the realm of humanity. He strode forward, but his servants attempted to intervene. Although they had initially accompanied him with that intent, upon witnessing the unfolding events, they resolved that he must not act rashly. Upon returning, the elder would undoubtedly discern his intentions. However, seeing Gu Tianyang advance towards Chen, they panicked. If the heir of the Liu family were injured by their young master, who could foresee whether the dawn of humanity would obliterate their Gu family from the wasteland? Yet, Gu Tianyang had lost all reason, his eyes clouded by jealousy. He was firmly obstructed by a sea-level powerhouse, but could not help but shout, his voice sharp and laced with provocation. Heir of the Liu family, I have heard you are an unprecedented genius in human history. I wonder if you would grant me the honor of a challenge? The expansive hall fell into an eerie silence. Gu Tianyang's provocation struck like a bolt of lightning amidst the crowd, and in an instant, everyone was hushed, even their breathing ceased. Then, a storm of incredulity erupted, like a fierce blaze igniting dry tinder. I must have misheard, murmured an elder from the Lan family, his voice trembling. He dares to challenge the heir of the Liu family? Here? Now? How audacious! A noblewoman clad in icy blue attire clutched her chest, gasping in shock. Does he think this is an arena? This is the ancestral ground of the Liu family. Some guests turned pale, unable to fathom how Gu Tianyang could dare to create such a ruckus in such a solemn and grave setting. It was utterly insane. A young officer whispered to his companion, even if he had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough. To provoke the Liu family on such a significant day, does he not fear inciting their wrath? The crowd began to stir restlessly. Chen, however, remained unfazed. His white attire shimmered under the opulent chandelier, a faint silvery glow enveloping him. He calmly surveyed Gu Tianyang, as if gazing down from the heavens upon an ant daring to scurry across the table. Yet deep within, Lu Chen felt a surge of delight. It had come. His opportunity had finally arrived. He had long awaited this moment, the instant someone would challenge him publicly. This would allow him to declare to the guests and all who were watching that the era of Lu Chen had begun. His expression remained serene, his gaze as tranquil as a still pond, his tone gentle, with no hint of error in his demeanor. Challenge me? Lu Chen's eyes glimmered with confusion, as if encountering a stranger on the street. May I ask who you are? Gu Tianyang shook off the old servant's hold, stepping forward with a fierce glare. I am Gu Tianyang, he proclaimed, his expression one of pride, his voice echoing through the hall. The heir of the Gu family. Surely, you have heard this name. A murmur rippled through the crowd again. The Gu family? The rival of the Lu family? Have they come with ill intentions? Indeed. I have heard of this heir of the Gu family, someone remarked. He broke through to F level at the age of 20 and is now an E level 10 warrior, a true genius. Yet, how brazen it is for him to challenge the heir of the Lu family, who is evidently much younger. I have heard he only awakened 10 days ago and has just turned 18. And this Gu Tianyang is eager to challenge him? How shameless. As whispers surrounded him, Gu Tianyang's fists clenched tighter, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. I have, of course, come here with good intentions, he declared loudly. The Lu family's grandiose praise of their offspring is of no concern to me, but I cannot stand by and allow the chairman and vice chairman to be deceived, handing our humanity's treasure to a newly awakened individual. I, Gu Tianyang, wish to gauge this person's capabilities and witness whether his strength aligns with the legends the Lu family fervently promotes. Lu Chen tilted his head slightly, gazing at him with an expression akin to that of an observer scrutinizing a moth drawn to a flame. Chapter 105, I stand still, allowing you to strike with one hand. I see, he replied softly, exuding an air of harmlessness. If this is your desire, I am willing to oblige. Huh. Gu Tianyang scoffed, feigning magnanimity. There is no need for such gravity. His voice rang out. I will show mercy and refrain from using my full strength, limiting my abilities to match yours at a level 1. At this declaration, the hall erupted once more with astonished discourse. What did he just say? Did he just claim that Lu Chen is a level? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. How is that possible? Did he not awaken only 10 days ago? The Lu couple attested to this. Breaking through to E level in merely 10 days? This means the Lu family was not exaggerating. They might have even understated it. The crowd buzzed with astonishment and reverence as they gazed at him. Lu Chen's lips curled into a faint, almost pitying smile. You need not belittle yourself in such a manner, he spoke, his voice suddenly turning sharp and resonant, echoing in every corner of the hall. Each word he uttered fell like a heavy hammer. The air around us seemed to grow taut with anticipation. From the moment you dared to challenge me, this world has ceased to hold any connection to you. Forget everything. Forget the people surrounding us. Forget our elders who gaze upon us. And even forget me. Contemplate solely on yourself and how you might fully unleash your potential at this very moment. This declaration swept through the hall like a tempest. Even the most seasoned warriors felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. Their hearts raced uncontrollably. Lu Chen stepped forward, the radiance surrounding him intensifying until his silhouette became nearly blinding. I stand here, he declared, each word imbued with an unshakable calm and formidable authority. Unleash your full power. You may employ any weapon, any means, and all the resources at your disposal. If you can force me to take a single step back, then you shall be deemed the victor. He raised one hand, the other resting behind him. I shall fight with but one hand. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the hall. This is absurd. He utterly disregards Gu Tianyang, even if he is a monster who broke through to E-level within 10 days. Gu Tianyang is still a seasoned E-level 10-layer prodigy, having conquered all challenges of the first level of the trial tower. Do you not think that this heir, Lu, is somewhat overconfident? Hush. To utter such words here is to court death. Just wait and see. Do not speak recklessly, or you may not even know how you met your end. A swift warning silenced the murmurs. At the back, Lu Daohong and Xiao Wanlong exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Even they had not anticipated such words from Lu Chen in the face of a perfectly evolved E-level 10-layer challenger. This young man certainly seems to be overly proud, Xiao Wanlong mused, his gaze sharpening. Let us see if he can indeed accomplish this. Should any complications arise, I shall intervene. Gu Tianyang felt the surge of battle within him crackling like a storm. His vision turned crimson as he clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms, drawing forth droplets of blood. You seek death. Waves of energy surged around him, though Lu Chen had urged him to go all out. He retained his dignity and thus unleashed only the strength of an E-level 1 layer. He charged forward, his figure blurring into a phantom as he swiftly closed the distance. His fist slicing through the air with a sound akin to rending steel, aimed squarely at Lu Chen's chest. Lu Chen regarded him with a gaze as deep and tranquil as the ocean, then raised a single hand. The movement was a mere flicker, almost too swift for the eye to follow. Bang! With a single hand, He effortlessly deflected Gu Tianyang's furious strike, as if it were but a leaf caught in a tempest. Gu Tianyang staggered back, his face a mask of shock, while Lu Chen remained steadfast, not budging an inch. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. He effortlessly blocked the attack. "Come at me again," Gu Tianyang roared, launching another assault. This time, he unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes aimed at Lu Chen's ribs and throat, vital points. His limbs blurred as he slipped into his most proficient combat form. Yet Lu Chen's hand remained fluid, elusive, and inscrutable. With minimal effort, he redirected Gu Tianyang's every blow, never allowing a single strike to land. Gradually, Gu Tianyang's breathing became erratic, his features contorted in frustration. "Fine," he spat, his voice hoarse. "I shall not hold back any longer." In that moment, he unleashed all his strength, a terrifying pressure emanating from his being, an imposing force beyond the comprehension of ordinary E-level 10-layer experts. With a fluid motion, he drew his longsword. The gleaming metallic blade crackling as if ignited by surging energy, vibrating with a power capable of cleaving through enhanced high-tech alloys. The hall erupted in gasps of awe. He has wielded an energy weapon. Yet, the question lingered. Could he even strike his opponent? Chapter 106. If you can force me to step back, then you win. Gu Tianyang brought down his sword with all his might. The blade sliced through the air like a shooting star. Lu Chen's eyes flickered momentarily. He still raised his hand unarmed, palm open, fingers pinching. Clang. His fingers effortlessly clamped down on the sword's edge. The immense shockwave crashed against the floor, fracturing the metallic tiles beneath them, yet Lu Chen remained as unyielding as a mountain, wholly unaffected. A profound silence enveloped the hall, an atmosphere so thick it felt as though the air itself held its breath. "This is impossible," Gu Tianyang gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lu Chen's gaze met his, cold and indifferent. "You ought to heed my words," he uttered softly. Gu Tianyang's heart twisted, his thoughts flickering like a candle in the wind. Yet he had long surpassed the age of succumbing to defeat. A renewed vigor ignited within him, a crimson glow expanding until the hall was suffused with a sanguine hue. "Do you think these are all the means at my disposal?" he bellowed, activating his soul technique, the battle saint body. His muscles swelled, enveloped in a layer of elemental energy that formed a battle armor. His base strength quintupled in an instant, causing the floor beneath him to tremble under his overwhelming presence. Lu Chen exhaled slowly, his breath akin to a primordial goddess sigh. He shifted his stance, retracting the hand he had previously raised, then lifted the other hand, the one he had pledged to use. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. He still wielded but one hand. What manner of creature is this? Gu Tianyang charged once more, the longsword piercing forth, transforming into a blurred crimson beam of death. With this strike, he poured forth all his being. Yet Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged. Then he moved, his hand blurred, tracing a flawless arc in the air, a circle within which he held absolute dominion. The Great Power Fist, a technique derived from the myriad martial arts of his past life, distilled and perfected by Lu Chen, was an inexhaustible foundational fist style that could be continuously enhanced with new insights. As Gu Tianyang's blade approached, Lu Chen seemed to foresee the future, his hand awaiting the strike. With a gentle flick, he deflected it aside. Even when Gu Tianyang feigned an attack, Lu Chen effortlessly and precisely countered. Each slash, every thrust, each desperate charge was met with Lu Chen's serene and effortless redirection. The disparity between them was glaringly evident. So much so that even the spectators could no longer pretend otherwise. This was a contest of overwhelming prowess. "This is unlike any martial art I have ever witnessed," a D-level warrior whispered, his voice trembling slightly. "What combat artistry is this?" Lu Chen's movements flowed gracefully, unhurried, like a sovereign surveying his subjects, possessing absolute control over all before him. With a single hand, he rendered Gu Tianyang's fierce assaults impotent. Clang, clang, clang. In the final clash, Lu Chen's fingers gently tapped upon the spine of his sword. The entire blade quivered slightly, and amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, it spun gracefully to the floor, shattering the profound silence. Gu Tianyang stumbled and fell, gasping for breath, his energy armor ravaged by excessive energy depletion, emitting a dim glow. His eyes widened. Blood vessels visibly ruptured, utterly incredulous. Lu Chen gazed down upon him, the radiance enveloping him gradually fading. He spoke softly, his voice light, yet resonating throughout every corner of the hall. "This is the weight of the name you mocked, and the burden of considering me your rival." Gu Tianyang knelt upon the ground, trembling. Suddenly, the hall erupted into a cacophony of reactions, some in shock, others in cheers, and many in awe. He had managed to subdue Gu Tianyang with a mere hand. Even the legendary combat saint's body proved ineffective against him. What a terrifying display of power and control. Luo Nianwei stood in a corner of the hall, one hand pressed to her chest, feeling as though her heart might burst. "This is Lu Chen, my fiancé," she thought, struggling to assemble her thoughts. Lu Lina wiped her tear-streaked eyes, laughing through her sobs. "Brother Lu Chen, you truly are a divine being." Lu Chen turned, directing his gaze towards the opposing side of the hall, where the influential generals and the hidden forces of this young world resided. He slightly raised his head, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. I hope this will be both the first and the last time. He glanced at the kneeling Gu Tianyang and continued. Those who wish to challenge the Lu family or me must be prepared to lose everything. Lu Chen's gaze remained calm. He refrained from retaliating today, for if he did, Gu Tianyang would perish. Lu Chen had no intention of transforming this banquet into a slaughter, knowing it would tarnish his reputation for years to come. If he were to take a life, regardless of the justification, the public would only see him as a murderer. Even if he were to become the chairman of the alliance, whispers of controversy would linger. Thus, he sought only to demonstrate his strength, and he had indeed accomplished that. The battle concluded before it even began. Chapter 107. He is still just a child. Lu Chun stood at the center of the crowd, the focus of thousands. One hand remained casually behind his back, while the other slowly withdrew. The entire process appeared as effortless as swatting away a fly. Opposite him, Gu Tianyang knelt, pale and trembling, striving to rise, yet utterly powerless, reduced to a pitiful backdrop for his opponent's display of might. The hall, once filled with a cacophony of sounds, fell into an astonished silence. No one spoke, not even a breath dared to escape. The crowd silently gazed at the figure before them, as if time itself had forgotten to progress. Moments felt like an eternity. Then, the entire hall erupted like a dam breaking, unleashing an unprecedented storm. Impossible, exclaimed a visiting patriarch, inhaling sharply, clutching his companion's arm. He is only 18, just a high school student, still a child. The heir of the Gu family, renowned across all bastions and cities, could not withstand a single hand. Is this real? It felt akin to an adult toying with a 3-year-old child. A military officer whispered, his voice trembling. Even with the combat saint's body unleashed, it remained a mere jest. At the edge of the crowd, a young woman adorned in an ice blue gown, graceful and elegant, covered her mouth with trembling hands, her long lashes quivering. She could not tear her gaze away from the figure clad in white at the center of the assembly. She was Zhonglia, the young princess of the Zhong family, a rare genius celebrated for her unparalleled talent. Yet now, she felt a profound absurdity, as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over her, penetrating her very being and awakening her to reality. So, this is the true genius? She had once firmly believed that one day she would stand at the pinnacle of this youthful cultivation world. Given time, her name and presence would instill fear wherever she roamed. However, tonight, she witnessed a youth who had awakened just days prior facing one of the planet's mightiest geniuses, effortlessly reducing all of her pride to nothing with a single hand. She exhaled shakily, her heart fluttering like a trapped fawn. He truly resembled a deity descended into the mortal realm. In a quieter corner of the hall, Lu Yuan and Song Yu stood together, their eyes betraying their astonishment. Song Yu swallowed hard, clutching her husband's sleeve tightly, her expression somewhat dazed. Lu Yuan, when did our son become so formidable? Just days ago. He was trying to find ways to shirk his physical training. Lu Yuan opened his mouth, but found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had always known his son would grow incredibly powerful, but that was a future prospect, not something to transpire merely 10 days after awakening. Witnessing him stand unscathed before an E-class level 10 super soldier, effortlessly and even disdainfully subduing his opponent, was something no parent could ever fully prepare for. He took a deep breath, forcing a smile, his voice hoarse. Regardless, he is our son. Song Yu's eyes suddenly sparkled, her fingers lightly resting on her lips, tears shimmering in her gaze. Surrounding them, the elders of various prestigious families looked on enviously. How many families had invested generations of resources to cultivate their heirs, yet failed to even breach the E-class? Meanwhile, the Lu family had nurtured a genius who shattered all preconceived notions. On the opposite side of the hall, Lu Daohong stood motionless, resembling a carved stone statue. Throughout his long life, he had accomplished much, guiding his family through initial chaos, famine, and warfare, until the awakening of talents, ultimately becoming the head of a super family of humanity. Yet in nearly a century of existence, never had he felt such an overwhelming sense of unreality. He had not anticipated this outcome. When Lu Chen first showcased his talent, Lu Daohong had dared to envision him as the successor of the Lu family, a pillar of their lineage. But now, this had transcended the limits of genius, surpassing the boundaries of human comprehension, even exceeding the civilizational thresholds of this planet. His gaze lingered on the young man who remained composed amidst it all. The opulent chandelier bathed his black hair in a radiant golden hue, complementing the innate silver glow that surrounded him. For the first time in nearly a century, Lu Daohong felt a deep, soul-stirring reverence emanating from a child. Perhaps this boy could elevate the Lu family to heights unimaginable. Beside him, the vice-chairman of the alliance, Xiao Wanlong, remained silent for an extended period, to the point where some began to question whether he had lost his ability to speak. Finally, Xiao Wanlong took a slow, deliberate breath, his eyes sparkling with a glimmer that resembled hope. So, this is the person we've been waiting for. A bittersweet smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. Perhaps you are right, old man. Perhaps our beleaguered homeland still harbors a glimmer of hope. The younger generation around him gazed at that figure with a tangle of emotions, astonishment, envy, and an unsettling apprehension towards the emergence of such a power that disrupts the balance. Chapter 108. Who among you will attend the Star Academy? This assembly of young prodigies from across the globe found themselves at a loss to comprehend the spectacle unfolding before their eyes. Did you grasp how he managed to evade every assault without moving an inch? One individual whispered, his voice wavering. I thought this was merely an illusion. Or perhaps a dream, another added. Even when Gu Tianyang wielded his energy weapon and unleashed the formidable battle saint body, he could not lay a finger on him. His weapon still sheathed. One among them swallowed hard. If the heir of the Lu family is such a person, no one will ever challenge them again. In the center of the hall, Lu Chen maintained his usual calm demeanor. He cast a fleeting glance at Gu Tianyang, who now lay sprawled on the floor. His nails embedded deeply into his flesh, blood dripping from his palms. Witnessing the defeated heir of the Gu family quivering in humiliation on the ground, the crowd fell silent once more. At this moment, Xiao Wanlong could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward, his voice low yet resonating with an unshakable weight. Lu Chen, he began, scrutinizing the visage of the young man before him as though seeking confirmation of his reality. Pray tell, what realm have you attained? As his words hung in the air, the hall became so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Everyone perked up their ears, anxiously awaiting the answer. Lu Chen met Xiao Wanlong's gaze, devoid of arrogance or apprehension, only delivering a resolute response, level E, 10th tier. A collective gasp erupted throughout the room. Yet, Xiao Wanlong and Lu Daohong did not join in. Instead, they both threw their heads back in hearty laughter, their mirth echoing throughout the hall, clear and fierce. Tears blurred Xiao Wanlong's vision as he realized he could not recall the last time he had laughed so freely. Feeling an unprecedented lightness, as if liberated from the crushing weight of despair. 3 days. It took him merely 3 days to break through to level E, 10th tier. The wasteland is saved. Humanity is salvaged. Lu Daohong's laughter, however, was unrestrained, invigorating, and wild. Ha! This is the true dragon nurtured by my bloodline. Heaven bless the Lu family. Gu Tianyang felt that piercing laughter shatter the remnants of his pride. His vision blurred, the shame of defeat overshadowing even the pain in his body. Darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. As Gu Tianyang's servant rushed over, an oppressive silence settled over the hall once more. A middle-aged man of sea-level cultivation bowed deeply to Lu Chen and Elder Lu. Young Master Lu, he spoke, his voice taut with tension, his expression a blend of fear and respect. Forgive the transgressions of our Gu family's heir. We shall take him away to tend to his injuries. 2 servants gently lifted Gu Tianyang's battered form and carried him out of the hall, unimpeded. With no one daring to offer a mocking word. There was no need. The magnitude of such humiliation surpassed any punishment. As the atmosphere in the hall gradually regained a semblance of calm, Lu Chen quietly exhaled, a sense of exhilaration bubbling within him. The outcome was profoundly satisfying, neither overly dramatic nor too understated. It appeared he ought to further exhibit his prowess, solidifying his persona as an unparalleled genius. Displaying his true strength in the future would render it all the more authentic. The banquet continued, yet that peculiar silence lingered. People attempted to approach Lu Chen, yet hesitated, their hearts racing with trepidation. His almost haughty declaration still reverberated in their minds. However, when they finally mustered the courage to approach him, they found it incredulous that this extraordinary genius was so approachable, exhibiting none of the previous disdain. He seemed entirely transformed. Several prodigies stepped forward before him, their tones respectful. Greetings, young Master Lu. I am Yuan Jiuyan from Base City A8. It is an honor to meet you. Lu Chen offered a faint smile. Ah, so you are Yuan Jiuyan. It is a pleasure to meet you as well. Of course, he knew not who the other was. It was merely a courteous exchange. Yuan Jiuyan was well aware of this, yet it still filled him with immense excitement. More young talents rushed forth to introduce themselves. Lu Chen pondered momentarily before casually inquiring. Among you, who shall attend the Star Academy? At this utterance, many pricked up their ears. Not only the younger generation, but even the elders were attentively focused on this discussion. The vice president of the Star Academy was also present at the banquet. A level B, 6th tier powerhouse, who had been quietly sighing. How splendid it would be to have a genius like Lu Chen join their academy. However, upon hearing the legend of Lu Chen's 10-day breakthrough, he had relinquished such fantasies. Little did he expect that Lu Chen would broach the topic himself. Yuan Jiuyan's eyes brightened. My younger sister is participating in the entrance examination for the Star Academy this time. Young Master Lu, do you have any requests? Lu Chen nodded calmly. I have a friend who will be joining the Star Academy. I hope she can make some friends. Chapter 109. Informing everyone of his breakthrough to level C. Lu Chen refrained from mentioning that the individual was his fiancée. He was no fool. After showcasing his power tonight, should everyone discover how closely tied Luan Yinwei was to him, no one would treat her sincerely. She would be submerged in jealousy and malice, even deliberately ostracized. Beneath the veneer of respectful smiles lay endless scheming. If necessary, He could certainly intervene, but that would only deepen her isolation. Thus, he simply referred to her as a friend. Upon hearing this, their eyes lit up. They immediately began converging around him like bees drawn to the fragrance of blossoms. Young Master Lu, my cousin will attend the Star Academy. Where's your friend? I can relay your message to her. Young Master Lu, my mother's cousin's wife's cousin's daughter will also attend the Star Academy. People scrambled to peruse their family trees, seeking anyone who might be joining the Star Academy. Lu Chen noted that none among them had come forward to report themselves. This was entirely understandable. The young talents present at this banquet were at least F-level warriors, while those taking the entrance exam for the Star Academy had only awakened 10 days prior. Even the most gifted among them would require at least half a month to cross that threshold. Thus, he refrained from introducing Luan Yinwei to them. Had anyone from that group been present, he would have certainly made introductions. However, tonight, he merely scanned the room, committing each face and name to memory. While everyone else noted that someone beside young Master Lu would be attending the Star Academy. Not far away, the vice president also took note of this. As the banquet approached its conclusion, the remaining guests approached the elders of the Lu family one by one to bid farewell, their words laced with reverence and caution. Soon, as the last batch of guests departed, the hall fell silent. Lu Chan turned to Lu Daohong and Xiao Wanlong, tilting his head in contemplation. I will retreat for a few days, he stated calmly and unhurriedly. I need to reflect. Lu Daohong chuckled softly. His eyes sparkled with fervent pride. Do not worry, he urged eagerly. No one shall disturb you. Lu Chen nodded. There's one more thing. He glanced sideways and added. I wish to construct a villa for Nian Wei and her family, close to the Lu family estate. The family should arrange for the highest level of security. Lu Daohong raised an eyebrow. You are so invested in her. Lu Chen's expression softened slightly. Indeed. Lu Daohong chuckled lightly, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. No problem. Everything will be prepared before you emerge. Lu Chen turned and walked over to Luo Nianwei, who had been quietly observing him all along. Goodbye, she said softly. Farewell. Lu Chen replied. After that, he said nothing more and departed, his white trench coat billowing behind him like an immortal deity opening a passage to paradise. Upon returning to his room, he breathed steadily and calmly. This time, he intended to make a direct leap to level C and see if he could elevate the 10 Directions Annihilation Sword to a higher tier. Once successful, he would fear no one on this planet. He would enter the secret realm and announce to everyone that he had achieved level C. That was his plan moving forward. All right, he said softly to himself as he settled cross-legged on the floor. Let us proceed with that. However, just as he began to prepare for his cultivation, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. How did his system operate? He possessed such formidable power and mental acuity, yet his body bore no burden whatsoever. Where did all that energy go? Did it enter his muscles? Flow into his spiritual veins? Moreover, his body's defenses and attributes were extraordinarily resilient, akin to diamonds. Yet he remained agile. Upon reaching level D, he would be able to freely manipulate energy and fly at will. The distinction between level D and level B was merely a matter of strength and the size of spiritual veins, not the fundamental leap in power that characterized the transition from level E to level D. Thus, he quickly calculated, if he remained here for 6 months, he would possess power comparable to that of the entire universe. This ludicrous outcome made him furrow his brow. What was the essence of cultivation? Was it merely the accumulation of such simplistic power? Before he could ponder further, a crisp voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The host must advance to level A before their attributes reach the foundational gravity unit of a typical life planet. Otherwise, the host will explode, transforming into the purest energy storm, absorbed by the universe. The techniques of atomic resurrection and reincarnation will be of no avail. Lu Chun felt as if struck by lightning. His heart raced, panic flooding his expression. Wait, what did you just say? He exclaimed hoarsely. What foundational gravity unit of a typical life planet? Why would I explode? A cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. You must step into level A before your power reaches 10 to the 25th kilograms, or the foundational gravity of a typical life planet. Otherwise, your body cannot contain the excess cosmic energy. He swallowed hard, a chill creeping down his spine. Terrifying images flashed through his mind, his body exploding, transforming into an unprecedented cosmic particle storm, his consciousness extinguished like a snuffed candle. His mother, his father, Luo Nianwei, all obliterated without a chance to say goodbye, without reincarnation, without rebirth. Chapter 110, Level A. This system differed from those in novels with sentient systems. It rarely offered information voluntarily, behaving more like a programmed code that reacted only when triggered. He had no idea who created it or what it truly was. In most well-crafted system narratives, the system was crafted by some supreme being, like a serpent gazing down upon the protagonist from unfathomable heights. Once the protagonist endured countless trials to gain everything, that godlike entity would emerge with a smile, attempting to seize all from the protagonist, leading to a brutal and bloody confrontation. Was he to be the same? Was he merely a puppet on someone else's string? Lu Chen's mouth felt dry. A bead of sweat trickled down his cheek. For the first time, he felt fear. No, it couldn't be. He pressed his hands against his knees, struggling to breathe. But could it truly not be? He forced himself to concentrate. Yet this thought burrowed deep within his mind, refusing to be dispelled. If someone were indeed watching him from the infinite beyond, what were they observing? What were their plans? Even without the system, he possessed a fully awakened soul skill, which could continuously unlock as he grew. But would he truly relinquish it? As if sensing his thoughts, a voice echoed once more in his mind. Ding, the host need not worry. This system has no other origin. It was born from your place of origin. Lu Chen's expression froze. His place of origin? Then who created it? What was its true nature? Deep within, Lu Chen had already begun to believe the system's words. The questions buried in his heart did not lie. Yet, the mystery only deepened. All right. He exhaled slowly, his eyelashes quivering slightly. When he became strong enough, the answers would come naturally. Even if he were a puppet in the hands of some supreme being, so what? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes coldly. If they dared to come, he would crush that supreme entity like the protagonists of old. Ding, you cannot crush, just as you cannot lift yourself. Another message flashed in his mind. Lu Chen's mouth trembled, nearly causing him to topple backward in shock. How absurd. He slapped his forehead with his palm, bemused. I swear, one day I'll edit you out and make you forever silent. Silence enveloped him, as if it did not exist at all. Lu Chen rubbed his face in frustration. Damn it. Slowly, he forced himself to calm down, taking a deep breath. He had to first address the immediate issue. He must become a level A powerhouse before his power reached the foundational weight of a life planet. He quickly checked his current foundational strength, 3,001, 216 tons. The foundational weight of a life planet, 10 to the 22nd tons. Then he calculated, he would likely reach this threshold in approximately 53 days. However, during this process, he would break through minor realms, accumulating strength, followed by significant realms, multiplying at least fivefold. Even more so during his breakthrough to level B, the multiplication would be greater. All of this would accelerate. No, considering all this, he truly had no time. Lu Chen's heart raced, pounding like a drum. He had thought this system a grand gift, only to discover it was a death warrant. He needed to swiftly ascend to the peak of level B and then find a way to break into level A. But did anyone on this planet know how to achieve that? As far as Lu Chen knew, the strongest beings on this planet were merely at the pinnacle of level B, 10th tier. It seemed, he must seek a conversation with the vice president. Lu Chen clenched his teeth. Perhaps he should also consult the esteemed chairman. Since the natural disaster, numerous ancient ruins and enigmatic realms have emerged across the planet, and they are undoubtedly aware of how to breach level. Lu Chen took a slow, deep breath, forcefully erasing the fear that lingered in his mind, gradually calming himself. There was no need to rush. He would proceed step by step. He then began to circulate the primordial constant technique. In an instant, boundless energy surged into his body like a dam bursting. He was now a level D, tier 3 warrior, estimating that it would take him 4 hours to break through to tier 4. As time flowed like water, after 4 hours, boom, Lu Chen's cultivation had successfully broken through, and he became a level D, tier 4 warrior. He did not pause. After another 9 hours, bang, he ascended to a level D, tier 7 warrior. For 13 continuous hours, he remained seated, unwavering and unyielding, yet he felt no fatigue. Just a few hours prior, he had signed in again, doubling his foundational strength and further igniting his drive. After another 5 hours, boom, he reached level D, tier 7. Chapter 111. The first person on the planet? Nightfall descended once more. Lu Chen had neither eaten nor slept, having cultivated for nearly a day and a night, yet he remained invigorated. Nonetheless, he decided to pause his training, conjuring 120 avatars. Each avatar possessed limited combat power, thus Lu Chen suppressed his own strength to match theirs, commencing practice of the mighty fist technique. Subsequently, elemental attacks and flying swords launched at him in unison, yet not a single strike managed to touch him. Lu Chen wielded the mighty fist, maintaining absolute control over his surroundings, standing firm like an impregnable mountain, unyielding and immovable. For the next hour, he honed every movement and detail of the mighty fist until he had mastered the power within him completely. Nearly a day had passed since he entered seclusion, and as midnight approached, he opened his panel. Name, Lu Chen. Strength, 75,030, 426. Spirit, 75,030, 426. Soul technique, maxed insight. His foundational strength had reached 6,002, 434 tons. He then resumed circulating the primordial constant technique. The surging energy within him rumbled like thunder. 6 hours later, boom, he attained level D, tier 8. Opening his panel once more, he signed in again. Name, Lu Chen. Strength, 150,061, 003. Spirit, 150,061, 003. Soul technique, maxed insight. His foundational strength had reached 12,004, 880 tons. Approaching a breakthrough to the pinnacle, Lu Chen pushed on, continuing his cultivation. 13 hours later, boom, with a resounding roar from within, he reached level D. Tier 10. At last, he had ascended to the peak of level D. At this moment, Lu Chen felt the urge to nourish himself. He smiled lightly and sent a message to his mother, requesting some food be brought to his room. 10 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Lu Chen rose, expecting it to be a maid from his household. However, when he opened the door, he was taken aback. Luo Nianwei stood there, holding a tray, her hair cascading neatly over her shoulders, her gaze gentle as water. He felt his self-control waver slightly. "Oh, it's you. Please, come in," he said. Luo Nianwei shook her head, her voice soft and tender. "I just came to check on you. I won't disturb your seclusion, but after you emerge, could you take me to explore this city?" A warm current spread through Lu Chen's chest. He smiled, a sincere and pure smile. "Of course." She turned to leave, but hesitated briefly. "Oh right. Grandfather gifted us a villa next to the Lu family estate. I will be staying there." "All right," Lu Chen replied gently. "Once I finish my seclusion, I'll come to pick you up at your new home." Luo Nianwei nodded, her gaze lingering on his face for a moment before she turned and swiftly disappeared down the long corridor. Lu Chen closed the door, standing there for a while, one hand resting on the doorknob. He then placed the tray from his other hand on the table and began to eat ravenously, as if he had been starved for days. Time flew by, leaving only 50 days remaining. After finishing, he took a deep breath and re-entered his cultivation. This time, he aimed to break through to level C. His spiritual veins had expanded to a diameter of over 122 decimeters. 3 spiritual veins, akin to 3 unfathomable abysses, connected throughout his body. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away. 11 hours later, boom, boom, boom. His body trembled, vibrating as if it were about to tear apart. Then, with a thunderous roar, it felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted. A new spiritual vein opened, and a fresh wave of power surged into him. Lu Chen inhaled deeply, feeling lighter than air. "Let me see," he thought, and his entire being lifted off the ground, as if liberated from the planet's gravitational grasp. This sensation was entirely different from flying with a sword or boarding an aircraft. It was an innate ability. The feeling was astonishing. Lu Chen perceived himself to be in a state of weightlessness, a faint smile gracing his lips as he soared through the air. He was now at level C. He opened his panel, examining his attributes. Name, Lu Chen. Strength, 750, 305, 050. Spirit, 750, 305, 050. Soul technique, maxed insight. His foundational strength had reached 6,002,000 tons, surpassing the ordinary level B, tier 3 warriors. The diameter of his spiritual veins had expanded to 24 decimeters, far exceeding any expert he had ever heard of. Coupled with the 10-layer sky-rending sword intent and the 5-layer all-destroying sword technique, his foundational strength had multiplied by 132 times. Theoretically, his peak combat power surpassed 6.9 billion tons. "I may have now surpassed the strongest individual on this planet." Song. Lu Chen's gaze flickered. However, the two had never met, leaving him uncertain. That night, he planned to attempt to break through to the 6th layer of the all-destroying sword. Should he succeed, his combat power would experience yet another surge. He then began to practice the all-destroying sword, each strike executed with fluid grace, as if he were a refined dancer. Each move was imbued with lethal intent, yet bore a captivating allure. Having comprehended the mighty fist, Lu Chen gained a deeper understanding of the all-destroying sword. 4 hours later, ding. The all-destroying sword has broken through to the 6th layer. The 6th layer of the all-destroying sword would amplify his foundational strength by 15 times, combining with his sky-rending sword intent to create a staggering 165-fold increase in foundational strength. He opened his panel once more, signing in again. His attributes doubled once more. Chapter 112. The most powerful being on the planet. Name, Lu Chen. Strength, 1, 500, 610, 100. Spirit, 1, 500, 610, 100. Soul technique, maxed insight. His foundational strength had reached 120,048, 808 tons. Now, his peak combat power exceeded 19.8 billion tons. He slowly exhaled. Now, I can finally confront that venerable chairman without fear. Although Lu Chen is aware that the other party is a good person, even a great one. Human greed is an inherent trait. There are no absolute saints. Therefore, when facing a formidable opponent, he must exercise utmost caution, especially given his current circumstances. Should his situation come to light, countless ancient beings would be driven to madness with jealousy. He must ensure that he can handle any unforeseen events. Lu Chen's expression remained calm and resolute. As for the ruler of the deep sea, the strongest life form on this planet, just wait. I will soon engage with you. Lu Chen then proceeded to his bedroom, lying down on the bed and drifting into a deep sleep, akin to a marathon runner who has finally completed the last leg of the race. For the first time, he felt an unprecedented sense of ease. After sleeping for 7 hours, he awoke to find it already afternoon. He refreshed himself, donned his attire, and exited the room. His 2 days of seclusion had concluded, and he had perfectly accomplished his objectives. However, a faint ticking sound echoed in his mind. It was the timer he had requested the system to set for him, ensuring he would not forget to check in. Subsequently, Lu Chen extended his mental energy to locate his parents. His mother was in the living room, engaged in conversation with his aunts and uncles. Lu Yuan was absent, having gone to the laboratory, eager to commence his research and familiarize himself with his colleagues there. After greeting his mother and relatives, his mother, Song Yu, exclaimed with surprise upon seeing him, "Son, have you finished your seclusion?" "Yes, Mom. This afternoon. I plan to go out with Luo Nianwei and may not return for dinner," Lu Chen replied. His aunts and uncles exchanged knowing glances, their smiles indicating a shared understanding. Song Yu also smiled gently, saying, I know. Good luck." Lu Chen furrowed his brow, perplexed. He was not going to battle a monster. So why wish him luck? Unable to grasp the reasoning, he dismissed it and continued on his way. He boarded a vehicle from the estate, heading directly to Luo Nianwei's villa, well aware of its location. After making a phone call, he learned that she was still preparing and would need at least 30 more minutes. Thus, Lu Chen patiently waited outside. With his mental prowess, he could easily cover the entire A1 Bay city and the surrounding wilderness. As his innate perception swept across the city, he immediately sensed numerous powerful auras. Within this city alone, there were 10 B-rank powerhouses. Among them, within the Alliance headquarters, he detected the surging vitality of Xiao Wanlong. Lu Chen estimated that Xiao Wanlong's foundational strength was at least 1.2 billion tons. Given his immense foundational strength, he likely utilized the trial tower. Lu Chen calculated briefly. If a person could conquer all 6 challenges of each level in the trial tower, then upon reaching the 10th level of B rank, their foundational strength would be approximately 1.8 billion tons. This was at least 6 times greater than an average B rank at the 10th level who had not used the trial tower. However, humanity had only recently gained access to the trial tower, so for the older generation of warriors, it would not have provided such a significant advantage. Moreover, successfully overcoming all 6 challenges at each level was easier said than done. Thus, aside from the trial tower, they must have other treasures to enhance their foundational strength. If Xiao Wanlong possessed 1.2 billion tons of foundational strength, then that chairman could only be even stronger, perhaps exceeding 2 billion tons. Combined with his soul technique, God of War Rebirth, which could multiply his power by 25 times, his combat prowess would reach over 50 billion tons. Moreover, when paired with the 8-fold enhancement of the Sky-Rending Sword, his peak output strength would soar to an astonishing 400 billion tons. This calculation did not even consider the possibility that both the chairman and Xiao Wanlong possessed other rare artifacts capable of amplifying their combat strength. It was needless to say, they certainly had more than one. In contrast, Lu Chen's maximum combat strength today was merely around 19 billion. Nevertheless, he was filled with confidence about his future. He worried that Xiao Wanlong might sense something amiss, so he refrained from probing too deeply into his actual strength. 30 minutes slipped by unnoticed as Lu Chen continued to ponder, concluding that he was still not the strongest individual in this world. Despite the chairman's immense power, he was still unable to defeat the ruler of the deep sea. That monster which truly represented the apex of life on this planet and posed the real threat to him. With this thought, Lu Chen felt a tightening in his chest. He should first master the 10 Directions Annihilation Sword, striving to reach the 9th or even 10th level of perfection before confronting them. Until then, he could not afford to reveal himself. Furthermore, Lu Chen noticed that throughout the A1 Bay city and the surrounding wilderness, there was no trace of the chairman's presence. Either he was not in A1 or was ensconced in some secret realm. At last, Luo Nianwei emerged from her villa, appearing as ethereal and beautiful as ever. Merely gazing upon her brought an involuntary tranquility to Lu Chen's heart. He alighted from the vehicle and opened the door for her. Luo Nianwei looked at him with gentle eyes, asking, "Where do you wish to go, Mr. Lu?" Lu Chen replied playfully, "Let's just see where the day takes us." Luo Nianwei said, "Having a fixed destination isn't necessarily a good thing." "Then so be it," Lu Chen responded, feeling delighted to see Luo Nianwei opening her heart to him. The sensation of trust was both comforting and sweet. They spent the afternoon exploring the city, savoring street food, and visiting the Starry Academy, where she would soon be attending school. Eventually, they stopped in front of the Alliance Research Headquarters. In this place, Lu Chen once again laid eyes on the towering mecha standing over 20 meters tall. Lu Guagua had previously mentioned that this was a mecha warrior developed by humanity, capable of combating C-rank, Tier 10 monsters. Even unawakened humans could operate it. Of course, warriors could also pilot it, but 3 unawakened ordinary personnel could only manage basic operations. To confront a C-rank monster, even one at Tier 1, at least 6 operators were required simultaneously. For warriors, it was significantly easier. Just 2 people could operate it in full combat mode. Lu Chen was immediately captivated. In his previous life, he had read numerous mecha novels and watched many mecha animations. Yet he had never encountered such technological marvels in reality. Thus, he was always drawn in, especially with the colossal mecha warrior brandishing a giant sword measuring 16 meters in height, reminiscent of a cinematic Optimus Prime. Any young man would find it irresistible. Subsequently, Lu Chen approached the entrance of the Alliance Research Headquarters. Many high-ranking officials had been invited to the Lu family banquet, so when he introduced himself, everyone recognized him. 3 minutes later, a senior military officer arrived. Upon seeing Lu Chen, his eyes lit up. "Young Master Lu," he said with a beaming smile. "If you wish to meet someone, just give them a call. There's no need for you to make the trip personally." Lu Chen scrutinized the man's face. Recalling that they had crossed paths at the banquet, casually waving his hand, he inquired, "No need for such formality. I would like to pilot one of your mecha warriors, if possible." Huang Mengsong was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. This unprecedented genius of the human realm harbors an interest in mechas? Most prodigies disdain such machines, considering them mere external tools, as they prioritize the cultivation of their own strength. However, witnessing the excitement glimmering in Lu Chen's eyes, Huang Mengsong felt a surge of genuine pride. Naturally, he quickly added, "Lu Chen, come with me. I shall first escort you to the simulation chamber. Once you master the operating techniques, you will be able to pilot it for real." A radiant smile blossomed on Lu Chen's face. "All right, let us proceed." Luo Nianwei quietly trailed behind them, her curious gaze absorbing the surroundings. Inside the simulation chamber, several scientists clad in white lab coats turned to greet them. "Welcome, young Master Lu Chen," they said with slight bows, their demeanor respectful. Lu Chen reciprocated with a smile and stepped into the simulator. The system's operation was remarkably straightforward. By donning a helmet that connected to his neural pathways, he could synchronize his mind with the machine. Subsequently, he could control the mecha as effortlessly as his own body. For most individuals, this would entail a considerable mental toll, leaving them utterly exhausted. Yet for Lu Chen, it was an effortless endeavor. Within 30 minutes, he had mastered all operational skills. Upon emerging from the chamber, he found himself surrounded by scientists, each trembling with anticipation. They had never compelled someone as formidable as Lu Chen to become their test subject, driver. Standing before the towering mecha, which loomed over 20 meters high, Luo Nianwei stood beside him, her eyes wide with astonishment. As the hatch opened, an elevator arrived to transport Lu Chen to the cockpit. However, he waved it aside, then stomped his foot, summoning the power of the earth to coalesce into a platform. He then extended an arm, smoothly encircling Luo Nianwei's waist, and together they ascended into the air. Luo Nianwei gasped, startled by the sudden gesture, her cheeks flushing crimson. Meanwhile, the surrounding scientists inhaled sharply, their breaths quickening for entirely different reasons. My heavens, the heir of the Lu family is also a soul master? No one had been privy to this revelation. He must have concealed his prowess at the banquet. Truly a marvel. Yet they dared not voice their thoughts. If the Lu family had not disclosed this secret to the world, revealing it prematurely would yield unimaginable consequences. Nevertheless, deep within their hearts, they were brimming with excitement. The operation of a mecha demands immense mental fortitude, and to have a soul master pilot it? Such a notion seemed utterly unrealistic. They had long lacked data in this domain. Lu Chen settled into the pilot's seat, with Luo Nianwei beside him, her cheeks still tinged with pink. As the neural connection helmet sealed, the hatch closed. Suddenly, the mecha's colossal eyes illuminated. Lu Chen flexed the immense mechanical arms and legs, feeling as though they were an extension of his own form, powerful and exhilarating. He began to move, testing its agility and balance, experiencing no strain whatsoever. Next, he executed running, jumping, and punching maneuvers. It must be noted that the scientist had performed admirably. While it lacked the fluidity of a human body, the basic version's responsiveness was astonishing. He gave the scientists a thumbs up, yet their expressions were not of happiness or excitement. Instead, bewilderment and fear surfaced in their gazes. Chapter 114. The stunned scientists. What is this? A voice rasped, barely above a whisper. How can the mecha exhibit such agility? Impossible. We have tested hundreds of adults, even seasoned warriors, and none could maneuver it so nimbly. Now it moves as if it were alive. Lu Chen paid no heed to their gasps of astonishment. He drew forth the colossal sword, measuring 16 meters, from the mecha's back and practiced several sword techniques. Each motion was executed with precision, devoid of hesitation, as if meticulously contemplated, yet also appearing as if inspired by a flash of insight. The sensation was ineffable. Meanwhile, Luo Nianwei, connected to the cockpit, experienced everything from a first-person perspective, becoming as enthralled as Lu Chen. She mused, how delightful it would be to embark on wilderness hunts with Lu Chen piloting the mecha. After a while, Lu Chen disengaged the power, and the hatch opened. They emerged, only to find the scientists' expressions still shrouded in confusion, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Huang Mengsong was the first to regain his voice. Young Master Lu Chen, you truly are a peerless genius. Your first practical application surpasses even that of seasoned professionals. Lu Chen relished the praise, tilting his head with an expression of eager anticipation, as if to say, continue. The scientists proceeded to extol him for 3 continuous minutes. When they finally ceased, their lips twitched, grappling with a newfound understanding of this genius's audacity. Subsequently, Lu Chen inquired, can this behemoth be deployed on the battlefield? If it's prepared, I wish to pilot it for a wilderness hunt. The scientists instantly beamed with delight. Splendid. No one has dared to test its performance in actual combat. Huang Mengsong stammered with excitement. Young Master Lu Chen, are you certain? Of course. It is ready for hunting. Everything has been prepared. We merely lacked a driver. Lu Chen nodded. Very well. We shall venture out tomorrow. Excellent. Marvelous. After bidding farewell to Huang Mengsong and the others, Lu Chen turned to Luo Nianwei. Madam, would you like to accompany me on the hunt? Luo Nianwei nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lu Chen smiled. It is settled then. Tomorrow, we shall enter the wilderness. Next, they dined together at a Michelin 3-star restaurant, culminating in a romantic evening. Afterward, Lu Chen escorted Luo Nianwei back to her villa before returning home. Upon entering, Song Yu regarded him with curiosity. Why are you back so soon? A wave of dread washed over her. Could it be that her perfect son harbored some flaw? No, that can't be. His father is remarkable. Surely he wouldn't disappoint. Right? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Mom, what kind of look is that? Song Yu cleared her throat awkwardly. Son, weren't you out on a date with Luo Nianwei? Why have you returned? Lu Chen was at a loss for words. If I don't come home, where else should I go? Did you not book a hotel? Why would I need a hotel? I merely went out for a stroll, to breathe some fresh air. Now, I have matters to discuss with great-grandfather. I must take my leave, Mom. Watching him depart, Song Yu exhaled in relief, her worries dissipating. Yet, she felt a flicker of irritation. This rascal. Does he not comprehend my desire for a grandchild? Perhaps she should have Lu Yuan have a talk with him. With a sigh, her frustration only grew. That research fanatic still had not returned home. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was about to knock on Lu Daohong's door when a low, aged voice called from within, "Come in." Lu Chen pushed the door open. Lu Daohong sat in a chair, engrossed in a book. Upon seeing Lu Chen enter, he looked up with a gentle smile. You've concluded your retreat so swiftly. It seems you have garnered some insights. Lu Chen nodded. Great-grandfather, I wish to ask you something. Lu Daohong closed his book. Curiosity gleamed in his eyes. What do you wish to inquire about? Are you aware of what lies beyond the B-grade realm? Lu Daohong raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had anticipated that Lu Chen's question would pertain to elemental techniques, the intricacies of breaking through to D-grade, or the particulars of the trial tower's tests. He had not expected this line of inquiry. Leaning back in contemplation, he mused, our knowledge regarding the realm beyond B-grade is rather limited. From the scant clues we have unearthed in ancient ruins and secret realms, as well as the configurations of the trial tower, it is indeed evident that a higher realm exists beyond B-grade, referred to as A-grade. However, we have not discovered much additional information about this level. Perhaps the chairman or vice-chairman possesses greater insight than I do. One thing is certain, much like the transition from E-grade to D-grade, the realm beyond B-grade represents an entirely different domain, likely connected to spiritual veins. Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully, having long harbored suspicions. After all, the human body has its limits. While the mysteries of spiritual veins are profound, only through them can one embark on the path to a higher echelon of existence. Thus, he concluded that his conjectures were indeed accurate. There was likely scant information regarding A-grade in the wasteland, and perhaps the secret realm held the answers he sought. Yet, before revealing his cultivation, he needed to ensure he possessed sufficient strength to face any circumstance. Chapter 115, Wilderness Hunt. Lu Chen then remarked, by the way, great-grandfather, I piloted a mech warrior today and discovered that this weapon harbors immense potential for development, particularly in enabling unawakened humans to partake in combat. Tomorrow, I intend to take it into the wilderness to test its combat capabilities. Lu Daohong was genuinely taken aback. You have an interest in that kind of machinery? You must understand that no matter how impressive they are ultimately external forces. No external force can compare to one's own fists. However, you are correct in stating that if we can overcome the mental strain of piloting mechs, allowing the general populace to use them widely would represent a qualitative breakthrough for us. Regrettably, operating them requires a tremendous amount of mental energy. While they are manageable in daily life, in battle, they can be quite burdensome for most. Lu Chen tilted his head slightly. I understand, but I still wish to test it and explore new ideas. Lu Daohong regarded his great-grandson with curiosity, scrutinizing him closely. His eyes narrowed. What ingenious thoughts does this child harbor? Do you possess the confidence to engage in effective combat while piloting it? Lu Chen remained silent, directing his gaze toward the coffee machine in the corner of the room. After a moment, his mental energy extended outward, akin to a hand reaching forth. The coffee machine activated, pouring a cup of coffee. The white porcelain cup floated steadily through the air, landing in his palm. With a calm demeanor, he took a sip. Lu Daohong abruptly stood up, his eyes wide with astonishment. Wow, what? Have you awakened your soul master talent? Why did you not inform us? Lu Chen let out a soft huff. I do not wish to worry about my life every single day. Lu Daohong's expression grew somewhat awkward. When Lu Chen had awakened, his family had not yet returned home. He had gone to find Lu Yuan and the others, having heard that his grandson had birthed such a super genius. He indeed had no grounds to reprimand him. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Lu Daohong said, regardless, you are free to pursue whatever you desire. All the resources of the Lu family are at your disposal. However, you must bring your grandfather along tomorrow. There are B-grade monsters in the wilderness, and we must never let our guard down in the face of the outside world. Lu Chen silently nodded and then turned to leave. As the door clicked shut behind him, Pride surged in Lu Daohong's eyes. This little prodigy, after all, belonged to the bloodline of the Lu family. If their ancestors were aware, they would surely be rejoicing in their graves. The smile on Lu Daohong's face widened. Lu Chen returned to his room and proceeded directly to the training chamber. He picked up a metal alloy longsword and began practicing the 10 Directions Annihilation Sword. 7 hours passed, yet he showed no signs of stopping, until a prompt finally sounded. Ding! 10 Directions Annihilation Sword has broken through to the 7th layer. At long last, he had cultivated the 10 Directions Annihilation Sword to the 7th layer, achieving a 21-fold increase in power. Coupled with the intent of his sky-splitting divine sword, his peak combat strength could now amplify to an astonishing 231 times. By this time, it was already the next day. Morning light streamed through the transparent glass window, casting a warm glow upon the floor. Lu Chen opened his panel to check in. Name, Lu Chen. Strength, 3001, 220, 200. Mental energy, 3001, 220, 200. Soul technique, maximum comprehension. Base strength, 2, for billion tons. Theoretical maximum combat power, 55. 5 billion tons. This was indeed an astronomical figure, yet it still paled in comparison to that of the chairman. If Xiao Wanlong's base strength was around 2 billion tons, then the chairman's base strength must exceed 2 billion tons, perhaps even more. Lu Chen did not underestimate anyone, especially not the foremost individual among humanity. Today, he would venture into the wilderness with Luo Nianwei, piloting the Optimus Prime robot. Following breakfast with his family, Lu Jianming took the initiative to accompany them as their protector. Although he promised not to interfere unless absolutely necessary, Lu Chen understood this was for his safety. Lu Jianming was a B-grade warrior at level 3, possessing a base strength of 3 billion tons, over twice that of an ordinary B-grade level 3 warrior. Yet even so, he could not compare to Lu Chen, especially not when considering the astronomical level of his true combat power after amplifying it hundreds of times. Despite this, Lu Chen felt deeply grateful for his efforts. After breakfast, Lu Chen made his way to Luo Nianwei's residence. Today, she donned a fitted combat suit that accentuated her perfect figure, exuding both elegance and a spirited demeanor. He found himself silently observing her for quite some time. Luo Nianwei's cheeks flushed slightly as she cast him a sidelong glance. What are you staring at? Of course, it's you, he replied, his candidness as disarming as ever. Luo Nianwei let out a light huff, turning her face away. They soon arrived at the Alliance Research Headquarters. Lu Chen had notified them in advance, and the scientists had gathered there, awaiting their arrival. Without hesitation, he lifted Luo Nianwei into his arms, just as he had the day before, and soared into the air. The mech hummed to life as the hatch opened. Lu Chen entered, secured himself, and prepared for takeoff. Its massive form unfurled. Yesterday's tests had merely taken place in the laboratory. Today, he intended to bring it into the real world. As the towering mech warriors stepped onto the street, children nearby erupted into cheers. Look, Mom, what a gigantic transformer. I want one. His mother smiled gently. Then you must grow up quickly so you can pilot this real transformer. The boy's eyes widened in astonishment, and he nodded vigorously. Okay, wherever the mech warrior passed. It attracted a throng of onlookers. A drone circled overhead, broadcasting the scene live across the city. This was the method the research headquarters had devised to spark public interest in their projects. It could potentially draw more formal warriors to join their research efforts. Chapter 116, Humanity's New Weapon. Lu Chen found no objection to the scientist's approach. He also wished for the world to witness the immense potential of the mechs. The thrusters beneath the mech warrior ignited, propelling the colossal machine into the sky. Citizens craned their necks, their mouths agape, as they beheld the magnificent machine soaring directly toward the wilderness beyond. Lu Jianming maintained a steady distance behind them. Lu Chen turned to Luo Nianwei and inquired, "How do you feel? Is it exhilarating to embark on your first hunt?" Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yes, it feels like an adventure, almost like a dream." Lu Chen smiled faintly, his mental prowess extending outward, probing for battle targets. 150 kilometers ahead, he sensed a formidable presence, a C-rank Tier 2 monster. Perfectly suitable for a first test. The mech tilted and accelerated, swiftly closing the distance. The onboard detector of the mech warrior had a range of 100 kilometers and soon locked onto the same target, a red marker illuminating the display. In the research laboratory, technicians anxiously analyzed the data. Was he truly planning to engage such an opponent for his first battle? Could he handle it? A young scientist murmured. An older researcher scoffed beside him. "Youngster, just wait. If you had witnessed his performance yesterday, you would know a C-rank fiend poses no challenge for him." In the boundless wilderness, the ground trembled slightly as a massive figure gradually came into view. It was a mutated pangolin, nearly 30 meters long and standing 12 meters tall. Its body cloaked in armor-like red scales, eyes gleaming with a blood-red light. Upon spotting the descending mech, it drooled, its gaze filled with murderous intent. Inside the cockpit, Lu Chen grasped the controls. "Nianwei, hold on tight." With a great roar, the red pangolin threw back its neck, shaking the earth beneath it. stirring up clouds of dust as it charged forth. On the city screen of a one-bay city, thousands of citizens held their breath. The pangolin charged forward like an enraged bull, each step carving deep furrows into the earth, its scales standing erect like blades. Liu Chan's gaze sharpened as he maneuvered the mech, engines roaring. Just as the pangolin reached its full speed, Liu Chen activated the booster engines. The towering mech sidestepping with astonishing speed, narrowly avoiding the impact. The crowd watching the live broadcast erupted in cheers. He dodged it. That beast is as agile as a true warrior. The pangolin, enraged, skidded to a halt, swinging its long tail in an attempt to track the elusive foe. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Chen extended the mech's arm, drawing a long sword that hummed with energy, emitting a bluish-white glow. The pangolin roared and charged again. Liu Chen met it head-on, sidestepping at the last moment to evade the attack, his sword crashing down upon the creature. Sparks flew as scales shattered, revealing the crimson flesh beneath. The pangolin let out a pained howl, staggering backward. In the city square, a boy clutched his mother's sleeve, exclaiming, "Mom, he won. The mech warrior won." Meanwhile, the formal warriors gazed at the screen with awe. Did you see that move? Such a clean dodge and counterattack. Impossible. How can he control such a massive machine so precisely? As the pangolin stood back up, drones zoomed in for a closer view. Liu Chen wasted no time. Charging forward with roaring boosters, delivering a thunderous punch to the pangolin's jaw, causing a resounding crack as the monster's bones shattered, toppling to the side and sending plumes of dirt cascading like an avalanche. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. It's over. Liu Chen raised his sword high, the mech's chest turbine roaring as it built up power. The sword then descended, cleanly slicing through the pangolin's scales, splitting it asunder. The mech stood triumphantly before the fallen beast, wisps of white steam rising from its joints. Inside the cockpit, Luo Nianwei's chest heaved, her face pale, yet alight with excitement. "This is incredible," she whispered. Liu Chen exhaled slowly, retracting his mental energy. In a one-bay city, the announcer's voice trembled with emotion. "Ladies and gentlemen, you have just witnessed history. The mech warrior piloted by Liu Chen has successfully slain a C-rank Tier 2 monster. This is proof that a new weapon for humanity has been born." Liu Chen then turned the mech toward the drone, the bloodied blade gleaming in the sunlight as a smile graced his lips. Chapter 117, The Fatal Flaw of the Mech. Liu Chen could already envision ordinary individuals piloting various mech warriors, weaving through the battlefield where monsters clashed with formal warriors. He, commanding this mech, would stand at the forefront, proclaiming, "All mech war gods assemble. I am Optimus Prime. Fight alongside me or face my wrath. Charge." The thought thrilled him. It seemed he should learn to manufacture mech warriors and train everyone in their operation. This way, he could organize a mighty mech army to surge into the cosmos. The mere image brought a smile to his face. Furthermore, understanding how to construct these creations would benefit his cultivation, allowing him to utilize the Earth's elemental power to conduct empirical tests. He sought to observe whether a mech crafted from pure elemental techniques would enhance his abilities. Additionally, he needed to study biology to design specific mechs for unawakened combatants. The prospect of a battalion of warriors piloting mechs operated by the unawakened on the battlefield stirred his blood. The towering mech warrior descended gracefully, landing firmly on the reinforced platform outside the research headquarters, its gleaming armor still stained with the red blood of the slain pangolin. As the cockpit opened with a creak, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. A throng gathered around, scientists in white coats, fully armed guards, and curious civilians, all eager to witness the legendary pilot of the mech warrior. Drones hovered overhead, capturing this historic moment and broadcasting it live to every corner of the city. Liu Chen emerged first, his demeanor as composed as ever, followed closely by Luo Nianwei, her cheeks flushed from adrenaline. Chief researcher Dr. Wei Qi hurried forward, beaming with excitement. "Young Master Liu," he exclaimed, his voice quivering with exhilaration, "this is truly astounding. We never imagined the mech warrior could demonstrate such agility and power. You have proven the future of this project." Another scientist interjected eagerly. "The data recorded from this event will accelerate our research by 7 or 8 years. And your actions today will inspire countless individuals to join this endeavor." Liu Jianming stood nearby, hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You, my dear fellow, have certainly stirred quite a commotion. Wherever you go, you remain the center of attention." Liu Chen nodded with a smile in response, casting a glance at the scientific team gathered around him. He then turned his gaze back to the colossal mech he was effortlessly piloting. After some contemplation, he succinctly stated, "I wish to acquire knowledge in this domain." Dr. Wei Qi blinked in surprise, his expression somewhat bewildered. "Knowledge acquisition?" Liu Chen pointed to the mech. "Everything pertaining to this, its internal systems, structural technologies, manufacturing processes, and neural connection techniques. Absolutely everything." As his words hung in the air, a peculiar silence enveloped the surroundings, infusing the atmosphere with an uncanny tension. Eventually, Dr. Wei Qi seemed to recollect something, nodding earnestly. "Of course, the Alliance has decreed that all resources are at your disposal. granting you priority in all matters. Sharing our data poses no issue, especially since the torch is still in its early developmental phase. If you wish to learn, it is certainly not insurmountable. The other scientists nodded in agreement. Some sighed in relief while others displayed curiosity. We will prepare all schematics, experimental manuals, and research data, Dr. Wei Qi continued. Should you have any specific inquiries, we shall answer them without reservation. Lu Chen's gaze flickered slightly. He refrained from providing further explanation. His demeanor was earnest, devoid of mere curiosity. Should he succeed in developing a mech that ordinary citizens could operate with ease, devoid of the risk of mental collapse, he might very well reshape the future of humanity. Later that afternoon, Lu Chen returned to the Lu family estate, where he found Lu Daohong in his study, surrounded by holographic projections reporting various matters. Upon raising his head, Lu Daohong exhaled. I watched the live broadcast today, he remarked, and you performed admirably. If ordinary people could utilize such mechs, it would indeed transform the dynamics of the wasteland. Lu Chen nodded, unhesitatingly addressing the matter directly. Great-grandfather, I wish for you to establish a personal scientific research laboratory for me. Lu Daohong nearly dropped the holographic device in his hand. A scientific research laboratory? Yes. Lu Chen responded gravely. It must be fully equipped with all the necessary apparatus for mech research as well as biological and genetic studies. I would also like you to assign some researchers to assist me. For a moment, Lu Daohong could only stare at him, taken aback by such an unexpected request from his great-grandson. Lu Chen had always exhibited extraordinary talent in his training, but now he sought to delve into a field that had yielded little progress for human scientists over decades. However, Lu Daohong's expression soon softened. Very well, he sighed. This is relatively simple. In 2 days, you shall have your personal research laboratory. I will order the materials and summon the personnel at once. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, saying nothing more as he turned to leave the study. Lu Daohong watched his departing figure, a flicker of puzzlement crossing his eyes. What scheme was this young man concocting? He pondered helplessly. Furthermore, his pace of advancement was astonishingly rapid. He was at a loss for how to admonish him to remain diligent, wondering if there was anything lacking. That evening, the Alliance's research headquarters delivered a substantial number of data storage devices, various schematics, and thick experimental manuals. Lu Chen methodically arranged them in his training room. Wasting not a single minute, he settled cross-legged amidst the piles of manuals and began to read. Chapter 118, an output of 350 billion tons. It was finally time to meet the chairman. For a full day and night, he remained motionless, immersing himself in a sea of knowledge like a sponge. He learned that mech warriors were constructed around an exoskeletal chassis module, designed to withstand immense pressure, capable even of resisting the bites of C-class 10-tier monsters. Their power source consisted of ultra-high-density hydrogen fuel cells combined with advanced anti-gravity stabilizers, allowing for uninterrupted operation for over 3 months under optimal energy conditions. He absorbed every detail of the manufacturing process, each layer of plating, every actuator joint, and each neural coordination network. However, upon completing the last document, Lu Chen arrived at a startling conclusion. Even a perfectly manufactured mech, one that ordinary humans could pilot and train with, would lead to catastrophic mental deterioration, leaving them paralyzed within 6 years. Without alternative solutions, drivers would still be compelled to retire early, facing severe mental exhaustion and permanent neurological damage. That was not a scientific advancement, Lu Chen thought coldly. It was genuine despair. He rubbed his eyes, striving to calm his tumultuous thoughts. The mech system, at least in its current state, was entirely unfeasible under humanity's technological limitations to leave the planet. And humanity had no time. He could vanquish all-powerful monsters within days. But that would only deepen reliance upon him, halting their progress. Perhaps technology would stagnate. If those extraterrestrial civilizations that left behind those ruins and secret realms were to arrive, such a humanity would undoubtedly appear as lambs awaiting slaughter in their eyes. Lu Chen would eventually depart from this place. He held no illusions about that. They needed the strength to stand alongside him in battle. When he established his own order, he would require capable subjects to maintain it. What, then, was he to do? Lu Chen closed his eyes, his mind swirling with thoughts. How could he simplify it? Much like clothing, akin to the Iron Man suit from his past life, capable of being operated by a single individual and evolving over time. A faint smile began to form on his face. Very well. It seemed he must indeed contemplate this perspective. If such a suit were to be realized, it would create a nation of super soldiers, allowing even the most ordinary humans to fight alongside true warriors, with the resources at his disposal, far surpassing those of most protagonists in science fiction epics from his previous life. He could create something even more perfect, requiring only continuous reading, learning, and refinement. Lu Chen envisioned forging an exoskeleton with his earth manipulation techniques, infusing it with cosmic energy and elemental power to drive its core. The union of science and cultivation would yield something entirely new. Moreover, with his brain functioning akin to a supercomputer, designing it would not take long. One day, an ordinary individual clad in this suit could stand shoulder to shoulder with D-class warriors, perhaps even beyond that, Lu Chen mused. Glancing at the clock before him, he noted that only 49 days remained. He sighed. Time was of the essence. He must enter the secret realm as soon as possible, though he could not predict how long that would take. Setting the manuals aside, Lu Chen drew forth his long sword. His 10 Directions Annihilation Sword had already reached the 7th layer, and he intended to attain the 10th layer before meeting with the vice chairman and chairman. For the next 15 hours, he practiced the 10 Directions Annihilation Sword, each posture and movement executed with utmost precision, as if returning to a state of primal simplicity. Ding! The 10 Directions Annihilation Sword has broken through to the 9th layer. Only 1 layer remained. Yet, when he attempted to unlock the full comprehension of the final layer, nothing occurred. The system's cold, mechanical voice rang out. Only by breaking through to A class can one comprehend the 10th layer of the 10 Directions Annihilation Sword. Lu Chen's expression darkened. Damn it! It seems he must hasten to enter that secret realm. Over the past 2 days, he has signed in twice, and the panel has undergone 2 transformations. Name, Lu Chen. Strength, 12,004. 880, 800. Spirit, 12,004. 880, 800. Soul technique, max level comprehension. His foundational strength has reached an astounding 9.6 billion tons. Coupled with the 33-fold amplification of the 9-layered 10-directional annihilation sword and the 11-fold enhancement of the 10-layered sky-rending divine sword. These multiplicative factors accumulate to a staggering total of 363 times. Theoretically, his peak combat power could ascend to 34,862 billion tons. Lu Chen, maintaining a facade of calm, meticulously calculated these figures. Good. He is now prepared to face any eventuality, even if the chairman harbors malice towards him, considering the flourishing state of the human alliance. Such a possibility seems remote. Nevertheless, he must avoid any unforeseen incidents. If that chairman truly harbors ulterior motives and possesses strength beyond his expectations, with his current prowess, he can always retreat, hide for a few days, and then retaliate. At this moment, he feels entirely secure. However, Lu Chen also surmises that his preparations may prove unnecessary. If that chairman were truly unscrupulous, humanity would not have thrived under his leadership for so long. He exhales deeply, sensing the last vestiges of doubt within him gradually dissipate. It is time to meet them. Chapter 119. Chairman of the Human Alliance, the foremost figure of humanity, Li Tsong. Lu Chen drove to the headquarters of the Human Alliance. This marks his first visit since arriving in the A1 base city. Upon entering the headquarters building, Xiao Wanlong received word of his arrival. An exceptionally respectful C-level Tier 10 officer approached Lu Chen, saluting. Young Master Lu Chen, how may I assist you? Lu Chen assessed the officer, noting his considerably stronger aura than that of Kai Jiguan. I wish to meet Vice Chairman Xiao, Lu Chen replied calmly. Is he available? The officer promptly nodded. He is free. I will escort you to him. Thank you. It's but a trifling matter, nothing to mention, the male officer replied, somewhat flustered. Even as a C-level Tier 10 powerhouse, he understood that the youth before him represented the hope of humanity. Any display of arrogance would be folly, and thus he showed only respect. They arrived at a grand metallic alloy door, which slid open automatically as they approached. Lu Chen entered. Xiao Wanlong stood before a broad floor-to-ceiling window, sunlight cascading over his shoulders. He turned, a slight smile gracing his lips. Oh, our mecha hero has graced us with a visit, truly illuminating this place, he teased. Lu Chen responded with a cheerful grin. It's merely a small matter, Vice Chairman. No need for such gratitude, it is my duty. Xiao Wanlong's lips twitched slightly, thinking to himself how brazen this young rascal was. However, Lu Chen's expression quickly shifted, becoming serious. Vice Chairman, I have matters to discuss with you. Xiao Wanlong waved a hand, signaling the nearby guards to discreetly exit the room. He turned to face Lu Chen, gazing into his eyes. Very well. What do you wish to convey? Lu Chen did not respond verbally. Instead, his feet began to rise slowly from the ground, levitating without any apparent support until his entire body hovered in midair. There was nothing beneath him. No hidden force sustaining him. He simply floated as if entirely unbound by gravity. The room fell into a profound silence. Xiao Wanlong stared at him, seemingly entranced. Without uttering another word, he retrieved a special communicator from his person, his voice gravelly as he spoke. He crossed the threshold. Lu Chen did not need to inquire who was on the other side. After a prolonged silence, a terrifying pressure erupted from deep within the building, akin to a sudden tempest, instantly locking onto Lu Chen like a top predator of nature. He felt the air around him condensing into a tangible substance, pressing in on him from all directions as if attempting to crush him into oblivion. Despite Lu Chen's peak combat power being amplified over 300 times to reach an astronomical figure, his foundational strength still fell short of Xiao Wanlong's, let alone the approaching terrifying pressure. Yet, Lu Chen remained motionless. His mental energy had already spread outwards, and he sensed a tremendous vitality surging from his consciousness, bearing over 4.5 billion tons of overwhelming power. It was evident. This was the foremost figure of the planet, the guardian and savior of the wasteland. chairman of the Human Alliance, Li Tsong. With a gentle ripple in the air, a figure manifested before him, clad in an ancient, dark robe. Standing at nearly 2 meters tall, his physique was proportionate and imposing, yet not cumbersome. His face was astonishingly handsome, perhaps not quite matching Lu Chen's level, but undeniably close, barely ranking second. Lu Chen thought to himself with a hint of vanity. The other's gaze was calm and warm, curiosity evident in his eyes as he regarded Lu Chen. However, his formidable innate spiritual awareness informed him that this first man of humanity could amplify his strength by at least 150 times. With a foundational strength of 4.5 billion tons, his peak combat power could soar to 675 billion tons, almost double Lu Chen's current maximum. Nonetheless, Lu Chen felt no trepidation. Beyond foundational strength, he possessed mental power, and with his current mental prowess, he doubted any life form on the planet could rival him. Even Li Tsong would not be able to fully suppress him. If he were to attack me now, Lu Chen mused. As long as he immediately unleashed all his mental energy for a full-force mental assault, the other would have no opportunity to activate his soul technique. However, the man before him merely smiled, and the surrounding pressure dissipated like a gentle breeze. His smile radiated warmth, filled with appreciation and joy. Lu Chen, greetings, he spoke softly, his voice calm and rich. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Li Tsong. This is our first meeting. I intended to bring a gift, but your arrival was so sudden that I had no time to prepare. My sincerest apologies. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. The foremost figure of humanity was unexpectedly amicable. His shoulders relaxed, and the tension in his heart evaporated. The man truly did not seem like one who would strike without provocation. Lu Chen returned a gentle smile. Hello, Mr. Chairman. I am Lu Chen. It is a pleasure to meet you as well. Chapter 120. The Conspiracy of Pei Gu, Humanity in Crisis. In the room, Li Tsong, Lu Chen, and Xiao Wanlong sat facing each other on a sofa, momentarily enveloped in silence, as if the very air had grown heavy. Yet, the atmosphere was surprisingly devoid of excessive tension. I will not inquire about your cultivation, Li Tsong began calmly, breaking the silence. I only hope you can share some of our burdens. This is what I seek from you. Lu Chen did not respond immediately. His eyes flickered, emotions obscured, seemingly deep in thought. At length, he lifted his head, leaning slightly forward, and spoke. Mr. Chairman, could you briefly outline the current situation in the wasteland? I need to understand the circumstances from you. Li Tsong exchanged a glance with Xiao Wanlong, both nodding in agreement. A 7-base city. Pei Renxuan paced restlessly like a caged beast. When his gaze fell upon his incomplete son, a frenzied light flickered in his eyes. Despite having exhausted all the resources of his household, the wasteland offered no means to restore the technology of atomic rebirth or the coveted treasures of heaven and earth. Perhaps this was a deliberate concealment of advanced technology by the Alliance, inaccessible to ordinary mortals. That wretched creature had severed his son's organs only to heal him, leaving him utterly powerless. This was not merely an injury. It was a profound humiliation. It was the unforgivable sin of filicide. Previously, their family had attempted to use that C-class monster to eliminate him, even willing to annihilate an entire base city for the cause. Unfortunately, their plans had been thwarted, and the city was spared while their scheme collapsed. To this day, they remained unable to unearth the identity of the violet armored figure that had ruined everything. Pei Renxuan turned to Pei Zhaoyuan, his eyes bloodshot. Father, we can no longer sit idly by. That wretched creature must die. I want to kill him with my own hands. It is fortunate he survived last time. Now I can exact my vengeance myself. Pei Zhaoyuan silently regarded his son, his eyes blood red, resembling a monstrous human. The deep-rooted hatred made him appear as a humanoid beast. He sighed involuntarily. Though we cannot confront the Lu family, others can. The Lu family has rivals, and some are even more formidable. Their elder patriarch is a peak B-class, level 10 powerhouse, and among their descendants is also a B-class, level 3 expert. Pei Renxuan's eyes brightened with malice. Which family? The Gu family, Pei Zhaoyuan slowly replied. To my knowledge, Lu Chen publicly defeated their young prodigy, trampling their heir to ascend. They have long harbored resentment against him. Pei Renxuan suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, splendid. Let us proceed to base city A1. If they can assist me in avenging my son, I am willing to liquidate all my assets. Pei Zhaoyuan shook his head. No need. The Pei family will fully support you, offering half of our family assets. The Pei family was a commercial titan, their wealth comparable to super families with B-class, level 10 and 9 guardians. That afternoon, the father and son set off for base city A1. At the Alliance building, the atmosphere was silent and oppressive. Lu Chen sat in quiet contemplation, absorbing the terrifying plight faced by humanity in the wasteland, digesting its grim details. His countenance was somber. He had previously estimated Li Tsong's combat power to be around 650 billion. However, he had overlooked a crucial factor, weaponry. The B-class energy weapon, the true dragon sword, in Li Tsong's possession could amplify his strength by an astonishing 90 times. Thus, Li Tsong's true combat prowess could soar to approximately 67 trillion tons. This magnitude of power left Lu Chen momentarily dazed. In his past life, The most potent nuclear explosion had merely yielded around 50 million tons of TNT equivalent, roughly translating to a destructive force of over 20 trillion tons. Yet, Litsang's full strength could unleash 60 trillion tons, more than 3 times that of the most powerful nuclear bomb. This was no longer human. He was akin to a walking supernuclear warhead. Yet, even with such formidable power, Litsang was no match for the deep-sea overlord. What sort of monster was that? Without any combat techniques or weapon elements, how could the opponent overpower Litsang? How is this possible? Chen inquired. Is that deep-sea overlord beyond B-class? Litsang shook his head. No, if it were A-class, humanity would have long since vanished from this planet. However, our time is limited. I estimate it will break through within 4 years at the latest. Chen furrowed his brow. Chairman, do you understand A-class? Litsang nodded. Chen's eyes brightened. Then do you know how to break through to A-class? Litsang slowly exhaled, shaking his head. I do not know. If we did, we would have attempted the breakthrough long ago. We only know the name A-class and some vague descriptions from the scant remnants we possess. We cannot even enter the 6th level of the trial tower. Chen felt a fleeting disappointment, but it was only momentary. Even if he could not break through to A-class, once he reached B-class, level 10, he would undoubtedly possess strength exceeding that of A-class. At that time, most secret realms would certainly be unable to impede him, and he could devise another plan. He then asked, how many B-class monsters are currently on the planet? Litsang's expression turned serious. On land alone, there are 109. Among them, 17 are B-class, level 10. As for the oceans, that remains unclear. Whenever we attempt to observe the sea, unknown energies interfere with our satellites. 109 B-class monsters on land. 17 at B-class, level 10? Chen's voice grew hoarse, disbelief coloring his tone. Humanity collectively possesses only 72 B-class individuals, and merely 10 at level 10. This is without accounting for the true numbers in the oceans. The number of lurking monsters there would undoubtedly exceed 100. It is indeed a miracle that humanity has endured thus far. Chapter 121, Exploration of the Ruins. Chen stood up, his gaze resolute. Then, Chairman, may I proceed to the secret realm you mentioned earlier? I wish to see what lies beyond that ceiling barrier. Litsang and Xiao Wanlong rose alongside him. Then follow us, they instructed. The trio made their way to the lowest level of the Alliance headquarters, where they opened a sealed metallic door leading underground. Descending 7 or 8 meters, they entered a vast, brightly lit chamber. At its center stood a mysterious, glowing portal. Xiao Wanlong explained. This is the entrance to the secret realm. All the entrances we have discovered globally share a similar design. Chen nodded, following them closer. As he stepped into the luminous doorway, an overwhelming sense of discomfort washed over him. Xiao Wanlong smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. Each secret realm presents a different environment. Our bodies may initially feel unwell, but it will pass with time. Chen surveyed his surroundings. This secret realm appeared remarkably normal, resembling a tranquil, ordinary town. Light streamed from the sky, casting gentle shadows upon the earth. This secret realm must be an independent space, correct? Chen inquired curiously. Indeed, Xiao Wanlong affirmed. Every secret realm possesses its unique environment. The light you see is not from the outside world. I understand. Chen observed the unusual, exotic trees around him. All strikingly beautiful. In the heart of the town loomed a grand palace, silent yet majestic. Litsang gestured ahead. Let us enter. As they stepped into the palace, Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Towering mech warriors stood in majestic formation along the opulent corridors, eternally guarding their honor like royal knights. Litsang spoke. We were inspired by these statues to conduct our research on mech warriors in the real world. The entire hall resembles a futuristic world, rich with various sci-fi elements. Dreamlike and grand. They then approached an energy gate, towering 10 feet high and 3 feet wide, entirely enveloped in a shimmering layer of plasma energy. Chen reached out to touch it, but Xiao Wanlong swiftly grasped his wrist. Do not. It will burn you. Is it that dangerous? Chen asked. Indeed. Although it may not radiate heat, its actual temperature reaches a staggering 7,000 degrees Celsius. Chen raised an eyebrow. That surpasses the temperature of a star's surface. So this is the unbreakable barrier, is it? Without hesitation, Chen produced the token, grasping it firmly in his hand before stepping forward. He gracefully traversed the searing energy wall. Litsang and Xiao Wanlong stood behind him, rendered speechless. This child, Litsang murmured, is far too confident. Yet, one could argue he possesses ample reason for such confidence. They then settled cross-legged by the entrance, awaiting patiently. At the Gu family's manor, 2 uninvited guests had arrived today. They were received by Gu Lifu, the son of the family's B-level 10-tier patriarch, Gu Fuyang. Gu Lifu himself was a formidable B-level 3-tier adept, and the grandfather of Gu Tianyang and Gu Tianjun. What could the elder of the Pei family and the head of the clan possibly want during their visit to our Gu family? Gu Lifu inquired with curiosity. Pei Zhaoyuan coolly uttered a name, Chen. Instantly, Gu Lifu's gaze turned frigid. You have come here to amuse yourselves at my family's expense? Pei Zhaoyuan quickly shook his head, then elaborated on the grievances between them and Chen. Gu Lifu let out a cold chuckle. Are you not afraid that I will inform the Lu family? Or do you believe you can survive under their auspices? Pei Xiaoyuan remained calm, stating, should your Gu family assist us in seeking vengeance, the Pei family will offer half of our family assets. Gu Lifu was taken aback. Half of the Pei family's assets? That is no trivial sum. Pei Rinxuan, his expression tense, stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Through gritted teeth, he declared, that wretched spawn not only humiliated my son, but also cruelly destroyed him. This is a blood feud. If you can grant me the opportunity for revenge, the Pei family is willing to pay any price, and I personally will owe you a favor for eternity. Gu Lifu's expression shifted slightly. This matter is grave. I cannot make a decision alone. My father is currently in seclusion. Once he emerges, I will discuss it with him. If he approves, our Gu family will certainly lend assistance. Pei Rinxuan regarded Gu Lifu, his voice icy. Lu Chun has awakened a healing-type soul skill. Gu Lifu's eyes widened in shock. How do you know? Pei Rinxuan's gaze brimmed with resentment. After torturing my son's body, he immediately healed him, blocking every means we had to treat him. How can you be certain that it is not a healing-type elemental skill? After all, he has awakened the light element. Gu Lifu asked with a serious demeanor. It took him merely a second, Pei Rinxuan whispered. After severing his limbs and tongue, he gouged out his eyes and instantly ceased the bleeding, completely healing him. Now tell me, what healing lightning elemental skill possesses such power? Gu Lifu's expression darkened, yet he said nothing. As the Pei family departed, Gu Lifu's gaze turned colder than the icy depths of the abyss. An unprecedented genius, Lu Chun, is it? A dead genius is no different from a dead dog. Just wait for the relic exploration in over a month. I know you will certainly attend. That will be your burial ground. Chapter 122, The Contempt of Kings. In the secret realm, Lu Chun opened his eyes. Before him stood a grander and more magnificent palace, situated on a mountainside, shrouded in mist, resembling the abode of deities. Akin to a castle nestled within the hillside, he strode confidently forward, unsheathing the D-level energy weapon, the cold light sword, gifted by the Zhong family. This weapon could amplify his strength 30-fold, more than sufficient for dealing with unforeseen events within the secret realm. As he approached the palace, the colossal, sealed doors swung open of their own accord. Lu Chun entered a broad corridor, walking for 2 minutes until he beheld a magnificent throne. Surrounding the throne stood 4 towering mech warriors, resembling 4 loyal knightly sentinels, each standing 50 meters tall, clad in red, yellow, blue, and green armor. A massive figure loomed upon the throne, causing Lu Chun's heart to race. Who was this imposing presence? The master of the secret realm? If a battle were to erupt, could he defeat them? Lu Chun slowly approached, the tension within him escalating. With each step, he moved cautiously toward the grand throne, his feet striking the floor with solid, forceful rhythm, echoing like a slow, heavy drumbeat throughout the vast palace. The shadows surrounding the throne obscured the figure's face and body, rendering it particularly enigmatic and grand. Gripping the cold light sword tightly, his eyes remained fixed ahead, unwilling to divert from the silhouette cloaked in darkness. Yet, as Lu Chun drew nearer, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. At first glance, the outline appeared somewhat peculiar, round and clumsy, seemingly rather portly. What matter? Lu Chun squinted. As he approached, the deep shadows surrounding the throne peeled away layer by layer, like the unfurling of a fine curtain. The figure did not grow more imposing. Rather, it took on a slightly comical aspect. Then, in the final few meters, the clear outline reflected in his eyes. Lu Chun halted, mouth agape. It was a husky, an exceedingly plump husky. That cursed fat beast sat upon the throne, its hind legs crossed, its ample belly spilling over the seat. Its gray ears twitched gently, and its slender eyes opened, gazing at him with a disdainful expression, akin to the contempt of a king. What on earth is this? Unable to contain himself, Lu Chun let out an expletive. The words detonated like fireworks upon the husky. Before he could finish, the husky leaped down from the throne with astonishing speed, landing gracefully before him. With a resounding thud, its hefty hind legs struck the metallic floor, producing a tremendous roar. Arrogant ant, the husky bellowed, its deep voice reverberating through the arched palace. Standing before you is the great number 7 of light. Lu Chun blinked, then blinked again. No. 7 of light. Are you not a dog? I am number 7 of light. The husky roared, its fluffy, hefty belly swaying like ocean waves. How dare you be so disrespectful before the great number 7 of light? But you still look like a dog, don't you? The plump husky narrowed its eyes in anger, leaving only a slit visible. Clearing its throat, it coughed awkwardly a couple of times. Ahem, regardless. I am still the great number 7 of light. It dramatically tossed its long robe. Lu Chun was certain it was merely a napkin stuffed beneath its chin. I have waited for you for 300,000 years. Lu Chun's brow furrowed. 300 years? The husky stamped its feet in frustration. 300,000 years. Do you not understand human speech? I understand, but it is difficult for me to comprehend how a husky could live for so long. Lu Chun cautiously replied, struggling to suppress the almost hysterical laughter bubbling within him. I am not a husky. Number 7 of light vehemently denied it once more, stating firmly, I am the Great Artificial Intelligence. Number 7 of Light. Great Artificial Intelligence. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Well then, greetings, Great Artificial Intelligence. I am Lu Chen. The husky sniffed, raising its chin in pride as it continued. 300,000 years ago, my master, the sovereign of the primordial star system, the ruler of countless beings, and the master of the boundless cosmos, the Aurora Emperor, sent me to this planet. Lu Chen repeated the tongue-twisting titles. Such lengthy designations. Indeed. Replied number 7 of Light with a solemn expression, my master is a living myth, one of the most exalted sovereigns in the vast expanse of the starry sky. He reigns over dozens of star systems. Lu Chen could not help but furrow his brow. So he is still alive? Certainly. As the sovereign of the primordial star system. His lifespan transcends a cosmic year, beyond your comprehension, number 7 of Light stated earnestly. It is surprising that after just 300,000 years, someone has passed my master's preliminary assessment. If you can succeed in the forthcoming trials, you will be granted an audience with my master. Lu Chen slowly exhaled. From the few words spoken, he could sense the infinite vastness of the universe and the insignificance of his own existence. However, why here? After a moment, he inquired. Why was this planet chosen? Chapter 123. What does it truly mean to be the sovereign of the primordial star system? Upon hearing this, number 7 of Light's gaze softened. Although my master possesses immense power, he has always harbored a regret, the absence of a suitable heir. Thus, he sought primitive planets harboring life forms across various star systems. To each primitive planet, he bestows 100 secret realms, one of which serves as a legacy realm akin to this palace. So this palace is? Lu Chen murmured. It is indeed my master's legacy realm, confirmed number 7 of Light. The other 99 secret realms discovered by humanity previously are merely its subordinate realms, containing all the teachings and treasures necessary for ordinary individuals to cultivate up to the A-grade threshold. Therefore, these realms are resources provided to nurture potential heirs. Lu Chen rubbed his face vigorously, struggling to believe it. You have been here for 300,000 years. You have waited all this time? Indeed. Number 7 of Light's voice lowered. This is my destined mission, to remain until a disciple capable of passing the trials emerges from this primitive planet. Lu Chen fell silent. The truth of it all unfolded before him like the lifting of a dark shroud. In the darkness, number 7 of Light's eyes glimmered with a faint light. Initially, this planet was not as you see it now. Long before your kind existed, another civilization thrived here, a civilization capable of venturing beyond their planet. With technology rivaling that of other stellar civilizations, they boasted many formidable masters, far surpassing any life forms inhabiting this planet today. However, they provoked an even mightier civilization, bringing upon themselves catastrophic ruin. Their entire civilization was annihilated in mere days, their existence erased as if they had never been. Lu Chen envisioned that scene, countless skyscrapers collapsing, the sky ablaze, and endless seas engulfing the entire continent. Did you merely watch them perish? I did all I could, number 7 of Light replied. I could not forcibly intervene in the outside world. It can only be said that none among them could pass the trials. Their demise was fated. After their extinction, I continued to wait. 100,000 years passed, then 200,000, and this planet remained desolate and barren, devoid of any intelligent species until modern humanity finally emerged. Why did you wait until now? Lu Chen asked. Why not release the secret realm sooner? Because the catastrophe 300,000 years ago severed this planet from the energy of the vast universe. Number 7 of Light explained, or rather, the entire solar system was sealed by some force. It was not until over 70 years ago that cosmic energy returned to this planet, weakening that sealing power, allowing me to release those secret realms upon your world. So those ruins? Exactly, number 7 of Light affirmed gravely. They are the remnants left behind by that previous civilization. That civilization did not even destroy them, but erased all life on the planet. Lu Chen fell into silence upon hearing this, his thoughts swirling. He recalled the extraterrestrial spacecraft discovered on that shattered continent, which had rewritten the history of this world due to that incredible relic. All human knowledge can be traced back to there. Was the spacecraft we found previously also left by your master? No, number 7 of Light clarified. That was merely a merchant vessel, here to trade with the former civilization. Unfortunately, it met its demise at an inopportune moment, hidden deep within the dimensional space. With the reconnection of the planet to the cosmic energy, the spatial displacement allowed it to re-emerge. It paused, gazing into Lu Chen's eyes. Do you now understand? The ruins and secret realms you speak of are remnants of an ancient civilization, as well as gifts from my master. It is simply that your generation of humanity lacks the discernment to differentiate between them. Lu Chen exhaled slowly. So your master sent these secret realms solely to seek a disciple. Indeed, number 7 of Light affirmed, a disciple born from a primitive planet. My master believes that only seeds weathering storms can grow into towering trees. Those life forms nurtured in the barren primitive world understand that nothing is granted without reason. Their characters, forged in adversity, are far more resilient and their minds significantly stronger than those of the pampered inheritors from prosperous interstellar civilizations. Lu Chun crossed his arms, lost in contemplation. A barren world forges an unbreakable will of steel. Can a greenhouse nurture a towering tree? So, is it this educational philosophy that underpins the lofty ambitions of the sovereign of the primordial star system? Thus, he finally asked, what precisely does the Aurora Emperor, the sovereign of the primordial star system, signify? What is his standing among extraterrestrial civilizations? Chapter 124, Above SSS Class. Upon hearing this, Number 7 of Light's voice turned somber, almost reverent. A sovereign of a grand star system transcends the ordinary hierarchy of power. Their cultivation starting point is the endpoint of training on your primitive planet. From the strongest realm on your planet, B class leads to A class, followed by S class, SS class, SSS class, and ultimately the realm of the sovereign beings of various star systems. My master, the Aurora Emperor, ranks among the strongest of the star system sovereigns. Even the most trivial of his thoughts could turn a star system, or even an entire galaxy, into vapor, erasing it completely from the cosmos. The civilization that annihilated the previous one on your planet is nothing more than a mere fly in his presence. Lu Chen swallowed hard. Even for someone accustomed to unimaginable growth and power, such an existence was profoundly terrifying. Has the Aurora Emperor evolved to the ultimate form of life? Lu Chen could not help but ask, his heartbeat quickening, as if a grand door had opened before him, a door leading to an even more powerful and fearsome echelon of existence. The husky could not help but snort. Humph. Little one, the vastness of the universe is beyond your imagination. There are indeed entities even more powerful and greater than my master. However, we must not speak of such beings lightly. Lu Chen nodded, indicating his understanding. He then asked, his voice unconsciously lowering, why doesn't he, the Aurora Emperor, send someone directly to train us? Because destiny cannot be imposed. Number 7 of Light replied, it must be earned by yourselves. My master believes that a true heir must be capable of extricating themselves from the web of fate, seizing command of their own destiny. They must embody both extraordinary genius and an independent spirit, rather than merely inheriting and acquiescing to the dictates of fate. Otherwise, no matter how exceptional their talent, they remain but a vassal. Lu Chen scrutinized the solemn expression of the husky. For the first time, he sensed something transcending mere entertainment on that comical face, a reverence for destiny. So, this is why you have come here, Lu Chen mused, realizing that he had merely been waiting in silence all along. This is my mission, Light Number 7 simply stated, and the very meaning of my existence. A hush fell over the palace. This tacit acceptance weighed heavily upon Lu Chen's spirit. What must I do now? Light Number 7 tilted its head, gazing at him. That depends on your performance. If you can pass the trial, the legacy and all treasures within the secret realm shall belong to you. Here lies knowledge and inheritance that surpasses the imagination of your planet, technology you have never encountered, and resources that will enable you to venture beyond your world and into the cosmos. And if I fail? Lu Chen inquired. Then you shall depart, Light No. 7 replied bluntly, and all memories of this place will be sealed away. I shall await another qualified individual. Lu Chen nodded, contemplating the gifts from the sovereign of the primordial star system. Just imagining such wealth was enough to illuminate the path of his future cultivation. Breaking through the B-level ceiling that loomed over humanity, he could even establish an interstellar army to arm all of mankind. He had now confirmed that the universe harbors countless powerful civilizations, and this planet is but a minuscule speck among them. Even the galaxy it resides in is merely a grain of dust within the cosmos. This planet had already endured a catastrophe, ravaged by a civilization far mightier than their own. The universe teems with peril. He could not afford to become overly proud or complacent until his strength surpassed all forms of life. He then turned his gaze towards Light Number 7. What trials await? Meanwhile, in the outside world, the sky darkened without warning. Thunder roared as ominous clouds gathered. The ocean surged with towering waves, and alarms blared across all A-level fortresses. A B-level tide of sea beasts was upon them. 40 years prior, an A-level beast tide had swept through every base, unleashing terrifying monsters. Hundreds of thousands of sea creatures surged toward the shores. Litsong and Xiao Wanlong opened their eyes simultaneously. What is happening? Litsong murmured, his voice taut. A tide of sea beasts? Why now? Both sprang to their feet and ventured outside to assess the situation. They found not only sea monsters, but also land creatures and birds in the sky, all driven to madness by some unseen force. Soldiers and civilian warriors were summoned to the front lines. Hundreds of thousands of F-level, E-level, and D-level monsters mobilized, and every defensive measure across the wasteland activated simultaneously. In an apartment, a small boy clutched his mother's hand tightly. Mom, what's happening? I don't know, she whispered, her voice trembling. But don't be afraid. Mommy is here. Your father has gone out to fight the monsters. Everything will be all right. Such scenes unfolded throughout the bases and cities across the planet. Chapter 125. It is impossible to pass even the first level. Within the secret realm of inheritance, Lu Chen received an alert from his doppelganger. He rubbed his forehead in confusion. What is going on? Is this the influence of my protagonist aura or something else? The moment I stepped into this place, those monsters went berserk. How unfortunate. He exhaled, calming his mind. The situation outside had yet to spiral out of control. Chairman Li Tsong and the others could manage it. He merely needed to complete the trial quickly. There was still time. Lu Chun had already inquired about the content of the assessment from the husky. Light No. 7 led him to a tower that resembled the trial tower he had seen in the city. However, this tower was 10 stories tall, each level exuding an immensely oppressive aura. The husky spoke. The first level contains 10 sea-level monsters. The second level has 20 sea-level monsters. The third level features 30 sea-level monsters. The 10th level houses 100 sea-level monsters. Your cultivation is at the first level of sea. If you can break through to the second level, you shall become my master's registered disciple. Although you won't have the privilege of meeting my master, you will receive his gifts. If you can advance to the fourth level, you will become my master's outer disciple. Once you reach S-level cultivation, you may meet my master and train under him. It paused, its black eyes fixed on Lu Chun. If you can breach the 7th level, my master will accept you as an inner disciple. After you surpass a level, you may go to meet my master for further training. Furthermore, Light Number 7 added, you are not permitted to use any energy weapons during this process. Casting a glance at the cold glimmering sword at Lu Chen's waist, Lu Chen nodded. This is quite simple. That sovereign of the primordial star system seeks a disciple with pure combat prowess. Who among you could defeat monsters inherently stronger than humans, and even those 6 levels above? Without external aid? Truly an impressive talent. It seems fair enough. He then inquired, what about the 8th, 9th, and 10th levels? The husky regarded him seriously. If you can conquer the 8th level, I shall immediately recognize you as my master. It hesitated, then continued gravely, as for the 9th level, there has yet to be a record of a sea-level individual defeating those monsters. The creatures within the tower are not the mutated beasts you see on your planet. They are void monsters, born at S level, with innate abilities several times superior to those of humans. Even the peak races commonly found in the universe are only 4 or 5 times stronger than you, so you can imagine the might of those monsters. For most, passing even the first level is an impossibility. You say they are born S level? Lu Chen queried with curiosity. Then why are there sea-level monsters in this tower? Light No. 7 responded. These monsters are not real. They are replicas crafted based on the physical structure of those void creatures. However, even these sea-level monsters are still far stronger than sea-level humans on this planet. Lu Chen nodded in understanding. In that case, your master's inner disciples must be quite rare. The husky shook its head. Not at all. The universe is vast and boundless, filled with countless unique intelligent races that are born as monsters. As the sovereign of the primordial star system, my master naturally seeks out such beings rather than randomly selecting ordinary humans. Indeed, it is impressive for someone under 20 to break through to D level or even C level, but that is merely crossing the threshold of assessment. Some beings are born having already surpassed that threshold. Lu Chen nodded once more. Yet, regardless of their innate superiority, those monsters are but ants before me. I need those resources and gifts. If passing the 8th level allows this husky to recognize me as its master, that would be even better. Having such a powerful artificial intelligence would greatly facilitate my future plans. Very well, let us begin, he declared, gently placing the cold glimmering sword on the ground and striding towards the 10-story trial tower. The husky's eyes sparkled with anticipation. If Lu Chun could conquer the 4th level, it could finally escape this monotonous and dreary world, returning to its master. Meanwhile, outside, the 8 A-grade base cities were constructed along the coast, allowing for better surveillance of the ocean's movements. Even before the cataclysm, the sea was shrouded in mystery for humanity. After the great disaster, the ocean had utterly transformed into a forbidden zone for mankind. They remained oblivious to the events occurring beneath the surface, often going years without updates on intelligence. Occasionally, a new monster would be discovered, but whenever they attempted to deploy submarines, drones, and deep-sea robots for investigation, they invariably returned empty-handed. Li Tsong and Xiao Wanlong stood atop the Yuhai fortress, gazing at the vast ocean before them, from which a plethora of sea monsters emerged from the waves, giant crabs, lobsters brandishing their formidable pincers, and serpentine sea creatures adorned with scales. Simultaneously, land monsters surged towards the city gates, while predatory birds filled the skies above. Such a scene unfolded across the major A-grade base cities. Chapter 126, The Battlefield Descends. The monsters were not particularly formidable. Most were D-grade or below. However, their sheer numbers were spine-chilling, with hundreds of thousands converging around each base city. Humanity lacked sufficient warriors to combat this onslaught. Although there were many F-grade fighters, they were utterly powerless against a tide of monsters of this magnitude. Only those of E-grade and above could mount an effective resistance. Li Tsong spoke slowly, his voice unusually grave. All C-grade fighters below level 6, take your positions and act immediately. His command was relayed to every base city. Every C-grade fighter, whether D-grade or E-grade, began to prepare for deployment. The fortress's defense mechanisms were activated, with lasers and nuclear cannons coming online. The rationale for not deploying higher-tier fighters was straightforward. They needed to conserve their strength. This was merely the first wave of the monster tide, and no one knew how many more would follow. Even B-grade fighters might eventually have to intervene. Li Tsong concurrently ordered C-grade fighters above level 6 to seek out the leaders of the monster tides. Only by defeating them could the assault of the monsters be halted. Soon, large-scale battles erupted as warriors clashed with monsters in brutal skirmishes. Fighter jets and drones circled overhead, intercepting ferocious avian predators, while civilians crowded into various shelters. In the bunker of a one-base city, all non-combatants sought refuge. Luo Nianwei and her family were among them, anxiously watching the unfolding situation on the projection screens. "Where's Brother Lu?" Luo Nianyin timidly inquired. Luo Nianwei's heart raced. Lu Chen had gone to the Alliance headquarters and had yet to return. Song Yu was on the verge of tears. Lu Yuan gently embraced her shoulder, reassuring her, "Don't worry, our son is clever. He knows what to do." Meanwhile, Lu Daohong and other B-grade fighters had taken up key positions. The situation was chaotic, with warriors exhausting every means at their disposal to fight back. Kai Jiguang was also present, having been preoccupied with other matters until his arrival at a one-base city, only to be met with the monster tide. Perhaps his luck had truly run out. C-grade fighters were highly efficient at dispatching D-grade and lower monsters, slaughtering dozens with each attack. Yet, the number of monsters remained unchanged, and their stamina and energy were continuously waning. On the fortress, Li Tsong sighed heavily. If this situation persisted, they would have no choice but to intervene. The monstrous army surged forth like an unending tide. What was most concerning was their inability to locate the leaders of these monsters. Li Tsong's heart turned cold as he pondered. Is this its doing? What does it intend? To instigate another war? Does it now possess sufficient confidence to attempt that leap? 3 hours passed. Inside the secret realm, Guangming 7 watched with wide eyes as scenes unfolded within the trial tower. What was transpiring there? Had someone tampered with the parameters of the tower? Why did those monsters appear as mere playthings before this individual? At that moment, Lu Chun had reached the 7th level. He seemed to relish the battle, not immediately unleashing his magical prowess to crush the monsters, but choosing instead to engage them at his own tempo, seeking to discern their combat intricacies and uncover the distinctions between them and the monsters on the planet. Yet, his relaxed demeanor left Guangming 7 utterly baffled. These monsters bore no resemblance to the half-baked creatures of this planet. They were apex predators of the cosmos, endowed with unparalleled exoskeletons, ceaseless elemental glands, and claws sharp as energy weapons. Every movement exuded a lethal threat, as if they were born to be superweapons. Guangming 7 felt his synthetic saliva dry up. Damn it. This guy is truly a monster. How did such a human emerge from this primitive, low-tier planet? Meanwhile, Lu Chun dispersed a portion of his mental energy to his avatars. Sighing inwardly, it seemed he must intervene. The situation outside was dire. Each of his avatars possessed over 9,000 metric tons of foundational strength, equivalent to that of an ordinary B-grade Tier 3 fighter. He condensed 9 avatars, one beside his parents, one in a one-base city, and one in each of the other A-grade base cities. 2 more hours passed, but the monster tide showed no signs of abating. C-grade fighters above level 6 had all joined the fray. The high-ranking defenders began to sweat profusely, and Xiao Wanlong's expression grew increasingly grave. Was humanity's defense truly so fragile? These were merely low-tier monsters. Just as Li Tsong prepared to issue the command for B-grade fighters to engage immediately, a blinding light streaked across the sky, followed by a figure descending into the battlefield. Clad in radiant elemental battle armor from head to toe, he resembled a god of war descending from the heavens. Chapter 127. Who is he? All eyes turned toward him. Kai Jiguang felt as though his heart was gripped tightly, a sudden tightening in his chest. The familiar battle armor belonged to them. The figure radiated brilliance, drawing attention effortlessly, as cameras converged to focus and magnify him, projecting his image onto every screen. He hovered effortlessly in the air, hands clasped behind his back, with 300 flying swords swirling around him, each gleaming with a deadly silver light, forming a perfect ring. The battlefield fell into an instant hush. Then, the armored figure raised a hand, akin to a commanding general issuing orders, and with a gentle wave, the flying swords sprang into motion, slicing through the ranks of monsters with astonishing speed, too swift for the naked eye to follow. Those D-grade and below monsters burst apart like tattered paper. A similar spectacle unfolded simultaneously in the 8 A-grade base cities, with a figure clad in elemental armor hovering above each battlefield, commanding the flying swords like shooting stars. The monstrous beings were effortlessly cleaved apart in perfect unison, as if they were mere weeds in a field, instantly shredded into fragments. In a mere 3 minutes, the situation was brought under control. Shortly thereafter, the celestial figure spoke, their calm and gentle voice resonating throughout the battlefield. "Leave this to me. Take a moment to rest. You have all performed admirably." That voice seemed to possess an enchanting quality, striking a chord deep within the hearts of every warrior present. They felt as though they had received a directive from the chairman of the alliance, Li Tsong himself, and instinctively began to retreat. Within the bunker, people embraced one another, weeping. The situation had been subdued in mere minutes, as if nothing had ever transpired. Who is this person? Li Tsong gazed at the distant scene, astonished. Who is he? Xiao Wanlong exhaled slowly. He must hail from some enigmatic organization. They first emerged near D6 base city just days ago, with one individual even rescuing the fortress from an assault by a C-class monster. We have been tirelessly searching for them, yet to no avail. All of this has unfolded in just a few short days? Li Tsong inquired, his expression one of utter astonishment. In the secret realm, artificial beads of sweat trickled down the plush cheeks of number 7 of the radiant light. At this moment, Lu Chun had ascended to the 8th level. His gaze remaining calm and unperturbed, his steps steady. Am I truly to acknowledge him as my master? Number 7 pondered silently. But how could this be possible? The cosmic energy only re-emerged on this planet 70 years ago. In such a brief span, how could this primitive world give birth to such a being? Outside, Lu Chun had just managed to regain control of the situation, yet countless monsters continued to surge forth from the ocean. He mused, once this is over, I shall host a grand seafood festival, and that wretched deep-sea overlord, I will flay it alive and turn it into fish balls. Utilizing his flying sword consumed only mental energy, sparing his physical strength and stamina, of which he had an abundance. Thus, the relentless tide of monsters was swiftly reduced to mere minced meat, gradually forming a colossal mound of flesh on the battlefield. Just as Lu Chun began to grow impatient, the tide of sea monsters suddenly receded, leaving everyone astounded. Ultimately, those accursed creatures returned to their watery abode. Well, back to the sea it is, Lu Chun remarked, preparing to depart when he suddenly heard a voice call from behind. Wait. Lu Chun, well aware of the owner of that rich voice, did not turn around. With a calm demeanor, he replied, Chairman, I hold you in the highest regard. Please refrain from inquiring about anything further. Wishing you a pleasant day. With that, he vanished into the vast wilderness. Li Tsong chose not to pursue him. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded in every A-class base city, as all of Lu Chen's avatars began to withdraw in succession. However, an individual from a 7-base city harbored ulterior motives and stealthily followed, convinced of his own caution, believing Lu Chen would not notice him. Little did he know that each of Lu Chen's avatars possessed innate spiritual awareness, their formidable mental strength enveloping the entire base city, thus easily detecting the presence of the man. Who is this fellow? Lu Chen quickened his pace, and the pursuer struggled to keep up. Lu Chen scoffed inwardly. A mere B-class second tier, and I explicitly instructed everyone not to do this when I departed. How dare you follow me, if I do not teach you a lesson? I am not Lu Chen. Consequently, all of Lu Chen's avatars received the news. A B-class warrior from a 7-base city was tailing him. They all sped toward that location, intending to ascertain his motives. Should he fail to provide a reasonable explanation, they would undoubtedly take action against him, 10-1, and each would be stronger than he. Chapter 128. Acknowledgement of Mastery by number 7 of Radiant Light, Pei Xiaoyuan, was taken aback by the speed of that purple figure. How could a C-class being possess such velocity? Even if the opponent were utilizing some treasure to double their strength, such speed was utterly inconsistent with that of a C-class. Was this person a B-class? No, he had witnessed the struggle against the C-class monster firsthand. Had he perhaps acquired some secret technique from a relic or secret realm? With this thought, Pei Xiaoyuan regained a modicum of confidence. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Lu Chun vanquished the last monster on the 8th level. No. 7 of Radiant Light gazed blankly at his retreating figure. There was no escaping it. This anomaly had truly succeeded. From this moment forth, I must acknowledge him as my master. This was a rule personally set by the Emperor of Aurora. Those who could clear the 8th level would be granted their own artificial intelligence free of charge. The artificial intelligence under the Emperor of Aurora had undergone many iterations, with number 7 being the 19th generation, capable of independently managing the data of an entire star system and continuously evolving over time. It now stood on the precipice of transitioning from the 20th to the 21st generation. This artificial intelligence was the finest gift he could bestow upon his disciples. Yet, Lu Chen did not pause. He aimed to break records and conquer the 9th level. Upon witnessing this, number 7's eyes widened in disbelief. What was he doing? He had already cleared the 8th level and could fully control me. What was his intent? Did he seek to flaunt his might to subdue me? With a huff, no. 7 resolved to show him the consequences. It accessed the backend data of the trial tower and elevated the strength of those monsters to their maximum potential. On the other hand, Lu Chen was no longer inclined to waste time. Utilizing the 10 directions annihilation sword of the 9th level, he unleashed a single strike, obliterating all 90 C-class monsters on the 9th level into dust. Then, before the astonished gaze of the husky, he ascended to the 10th level with nonchalance. Number 7 knelt. Master, your devoted artificial intelligence, number 7 of Radiant Light, is here to serve you. He was utterly convinced. To acknowledge such an anomaly, such a legendary figure as his master was not merely acceptable, it was an honor, the finest destiny. When he encountered other artificial intelligences, he would proudly flaunt his good fortune before them. Upon reaching the 1st level, Lu Chun continued to unleash his formidable powers. However, after clearing the 10th level, he was not immediately teleported out. In the empty space, a projection suddenly materialized, a humanoid silhouette radiating a hazy glow. The projection was immense, rendering Lu Chen incapable of discerning the figure's exact appearance. The being lowered its head, gazing down upon Lu Chen. I am Aurora, the master of this inheritance secret realm. Congratulations, child. You have cleared the 10 levels of the trial tower, becoming only the second life form in history to achieve this feat. Second? Lu Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Hadn't number 7 mentioned that no life form had even ascended to the 9th level? The figure continued, he is your senior brother. If you wish to become my disciple, you shall have the opportunity to meet him. Lu Chen felt the figure, bathed in endless radiance, suddenly smile, a warm and benevolent smile. Yet, for some reason, an unsettling chill crept up his spine, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen bowed reverently. Your most powerful, exceptional, and talented disciple, Lu Chen, pays respects to master. The figure in the projection twitched slightly at the corners of its mouth. What a brazen little rascal he is. Yet he remains as serene as a still pond. Once you step into the A class, your artificial intelligence will guide you to my dojo. I shall cast a wormhole tunnel nearby. As for the reward for clearing the 10th level, it is a secret technique. With that, the projection faded away, and a tome materialized in Lu Chen's hands. Space instantaneously shifted, and he successfully cultivated the technique, allowing him to teleport within a radius of 200 meters. Lu Chen excitedly stowed it away, eager to discover how this secret technique would evolve upon upgrading. However, curiosity tugged at him. Why would the Aurora Emperor, the sovereign of the primordial star system, bestow such a tome upon him? And the ability to summon wormhole tunnels at will? Surely, he must be a formidable being of spatial prowess. Moreover, the constant recruitment of talent from various star systems suggested ulterior motives. Nevertheless, Lu Chen smiled. These thoughts were too distant for him. For now, he needed to solidify his foundation. Thereafter, he said nothing more and exited the trial tower. The bright number 7 was kneeling on the ground, resembling a comically plump husky. Lu Chen felt an overwhelming urge to pinch its fluffy cheeks. Upon seeing Lu Chen emerge, the bright number 7 immediately lifted its head and exclaimed with delight, Master, congratulations. It then rolled towards him like a ball. Lu Chen's lips twitched in exasperation. Had it not been so arrogant before? How could artificial intelligence be so sycophantic nowadays? Observing its endearing demeanor, he shook his head and said, Bright 7, rise. You need not call me master. Simply refer to me as boss. Chapter 130. The miserable Pei Zhaoyuan, all right boss. Bright 7 immediately sprang to its feet and performed a comical bow, resembling a round ball. Now, let me see what rewards I have acquired. In the outside world, deep in the wilderness, Lu Chen's avatar suddenly halted. You've been trailing me for quite some time. Will you not reveal yourself? The masked Pei Zhaoyuan emerged. Your instincts are sharp. However, at this moment, intuition matters not. Tell me who you are and what organization you represent, and I may allow you to live. Lu Chen regarded him with amusement. One must introduce oneself before inquiring of others. This is the most fundamental social etiquette. Do you not understand that, old man? Lu Chen had already deduced the identity of this B-class individual. There were only 3 B-class figures in A7 base city, one from the Alliance at B-class level 6, another from the Zhong family at B-class level 4, and the last from the Pei family at B-class level 2. A few days prior, Lu Chen had dealt with a debauched young master from the Pei family. Thus, he had been extra vigilant regarding the Pei family today. But why was a B-class from the Pei family pursuing him? He had yet to reveal his identity. You brat, you are but a mere D-class. Do not act so arrogantly before me. Now, answer my question. Was it you who killed that creature in D6 base city? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's mind sparked with clarity. So, the attack by the creature that day was orchestrated by the Pei family? What a fool. He had yet to say anything. And the culprit had already confessed. Should he kill him immediately? However, that might lead Li Tsong to believe they were an evil organization, prompting him to pursue Lu Chen. He had no desire to engage in combat with someone who would eventually become a key figure under his command. Yet, Lu Chen would not let this person off easily. As his other 9 avatars emerged from the shadows, Pei Zhaoyuan was taken aback, retreating a step in alarm. He had sensed none of their presence beforehand. The 10 figures rushed towards him simultaneously, exuding overwhelming pressure. In that moment, Pei Zhaoyuan realized he had bitten off more than he could chew. He attempted to flee, but bang! A foot struck him squarely in the back, sending him crashing face first to the ground, whereupon a swarm of figures descended upon him. Slaps and punches commenced. A relentless barrage akin to a torrential downpour. Pei Zhaoyuan attempted to shield himself using his elemental powers, but it was futile. Each assailant was stronger than he. With every strike, his elemental armor shattered, and the onslaught continued. Pei Zhaoyuan began to wail, I was wrong. I was wrong. Let me go? For the sake of my age, spare this old man. I have wealth. I can offer you a portion of my fortune. At this, the punches paused momentarily, and Pei Zhaoyuan thought his proposal had succeeded in halting the brutal assault. Yet soon after, an even more savage flurry of blows resumed. Pei Zhaoyuan was on the brink of collapse. Each strike penetrated his skin, coursing through his body, bringing unbearable agony. Half an hour later, he could endure no longer. Crying out in anguish, drool spilling from his mouth, snot streaming from his nose, pleading for mercy. In A1 base city, Li Tsong commanded everyone to gather the corpses of the sea monsters, for they intended to indulge in a lavish seafood feast. Like Lu Chun, Li Tsong harbored deep-seated resentment towards the deep-sea sovereign. Humph, old mudfish, you had better pray that Lu Chun finds nothing in the secret realm, otherwise I shall eventually dismantle your lair, flay your skin, and chop your flesh to make fish balls. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, Pei Zhaoyuan lay unconscious, his face bruised and swollen, his body mottled with dark and purple patches, appearing utterly wretched. Lu Chun felt a surge of exhilaration. He had refrained from killing him, for no one had truly died that day. Now, Pei Zhaoyuan, in Lu Chen's eyes, was merely an ant that he could easily crush at will. From this moment forth, he would dispatch avatars to keep a close watch on this family, should they dare to harm him or those around him. He would not hesitate to annihilate the entire Pei family. Within the secret realm, Lu Chun waited eagerly for his reward. Bright Seven presented him with a bracelet. Lu Chun took the bracelet, his eyes still brimming with anticipation as he regarded the plump husky before him. Bright Seven remarked, "Boss, that is all I have. The rest consists of the mech warriors within the palace and those you saw outside." Chapter 131. The spatial treasure. Lu Chen's smile abruptly faltered, his expression darkening. His face shifted from black to green, then to purple, as he roared, "Bright Seven, have you been pilfering my rewards? Swallowed them whole, have you? Now, produce them at once, or else." As Lu Chun prepared to confront him, Bright Seven frantically waved his hands. "Boss, that is a spatial bracelet. Everything is contained within." Lu Chen's advancing form suddenly halted. A spatial bracelet? In his previous life, he had often fantasized about possessing a spatial bracelet, an object that would allow him to carry everything without burden. Today, that dream has finally been realized. A sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to erupt into a hearty laugh. The seventh member of the Bright team observed the peculiar smile on his leader's face, a chill running down his spine, sending goosebumps across his skin. Lu Chen attempted to channel his mental energy into the bracelet. The moment his consciousness brushed against it, a vast expanse unfurled before him, an immense space measuring 30 kilometers in length, width, and 20 kilometers in height. He was momentarily awestruck. Within this boundless domain lay an orderly collection of countless treasures, some of which were entirely unfamiliar to him, rendering him incapable of fathoming their purposes. One thing was certain. If he were to utilize these resources, he could swiftly assemble a formidable army capable of dominating the world. Abundant resources were essential for warriors to grow stronger, as not everyone could progress at the astonishing rate he did daily. Without external assistance, even the most gifted warriors would advance only slowly, akin to a tortoise's crawl. Rows of weapons pulsating with powerful energy emanated a deadly pressure, quickening his heartbeat. There were also rare materials, each sealed within individual crystalline spaces, resembling exquisitely wrapped gifts, patiently awaiting their unveiling. An overwhelming sense of ecstasy filled Lu Chen's heart. He turned to the seventh member of the Bright team and inquired, "Can those mech warriors I saw outside be operated manually, or are they automated?" A smug smile spread across the seventh member's face as he proudly replied, "They are manual, operated by warriors. But with my presence, automation is a mere trifle." Then, as if recalling something important, the seventh member suggested, "Use this communicator." With a snap of his fingers, a sleek black button-like device appeared in Lu Chen's hand. "It is far more advanced than the holographic device on your wrist. I can project data into it and follow you at all times." Lu Chen nodded, his gaze sweeping over the colossal armored warriors standing in the distance. Their towering forms, adorned with colorful coatings, exuded an intimidating aura, appearing exceedingly futuristic, like something out of a dream. Comparisons to the Bumblebee from sci-fi movies of his past life seemed utterly inadequate. He raised his hand, and with a thought, the four massive entities silently levitated off the ground and shot toward him, vanishing into the palace. He then turned to the seventh member and asked, "Now, let us address the real issue. How does one break through to level A?" The seventh member's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Every warrior must cultivate a spiritual vein within them, creating a space for it. Upon reaching the pinnacle of level B, they must begin to comprehend the elemental laws associated with their spiritual vein. When you grasp 1% of these laws, your spiritual vein will undergo a transformation, allowing you to step into the threshold of level A. At this, Lu Chun narrowed his eyes. "Comprehending laws? Are you suggesting that one observes fire to understand its law or feels the wind to master its law?" "Precisely," the seventh member continued, "though it may sound far-fetched. It is indeed effective. However, there is no need to waste time. Within this spatial bracelet, there are 9 stones of varying elemental laws, gifts from the owner. By simply grasping the corresponding stone, you can directly perceive the laws contained within. However, how much you can comprehend afterward depends on your own understanding." Lu Chen instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him. If it was merely a matter of comprehension, that was manageable. All his concerns seemed to dissipate. However, Before he could fully express his thoughts, another question sprang to mind. If someone awakens multiple elemental talents, must they comprehend all elemental laws, or just one? The seventh member replied calmly, they must master all elemental laws associated with their spiritual vein. Chen frowned, realizing the arduousness of such a process. That must be incredibly difficult, right? Indeed, it is challenging, the seventh member agreed, but the rewards are substantial. Chen tilted his head, recalling that while awakening multiple elemental attributes could provide a practitioner with more means of combat, it did not necessarily benefit their personal power growth. Is that the kind of benefit you mean? The seventh member shook his head. This theory only applies below level A. It does not hold true beyond that. Chen's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Please elaborate. If a practitioner is solely a water element warrior and reaches the pinnacle of level B with a spiritual vein diameter of 100 millimeters, upon comprehending 1% of the water law, their spiritual vein's diameter will expand 100-fold to approximately 10 meters. The size of the spiritual vein's diameter determines the practitioner's strength at level A. However, if they awaken 2 attributes and comprehend both laws, their spiritual vein's diameter will reach 20 meters. Chen's breath caught in his throat, as if something had lodged itself within him. So, your implication is that the more laws one comprehends, the larger the spiritual vein's diameter, and consequently, the stronger one becomes. Precisely, the seventh member affirmed with a serious expression. Chen's eyes brightened with fervor, a fiery determination igniting within him. Then, aside from the innate attributes of the spiritual vein, is there a possibility for practitioners to independently comprehend others? The seventh member hesitated for a moment, seemingly weighing whether to answer. Finally, he nodded. Indeed. The elemental attributes inherent to the spiritual vein merely facilitate the understanding of elemental properties. However, some rare geniuses possess extraordinary comprehension, allowing them to grasp laws beyond their inherent attributes. Yet, such individuals are exceedingly rare. Perhaps one may not even emerge within an entire star system. A wave of excitement surged through Chen, rippling through his heart. With his peak-level comprehension of soul techniques, combined with his panel, mastering all 3 elemental laws he possessed would be more than sufficient. He was determined to grasp all elemental laws. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Aside from the 9 elemental laws, are there other laws such as those of space, time, chaos, and causality? The seventh member's pupils narrowed, his eyes widening in surprise. How do you know this? Chen smiled faintly, just a guess. Yes, the seventh member replied gravely, space, time, causality, and chaos are indeed the supreme laws of the universe. Other equivalent laws include fate and reincarnation. They far surpass the foundational elemental laws that constitute the universe. Chen's heartbeat quickened, and he leaned slightly forward, eagerly asking, are there law stones available to aid in understanding these attributes? The seventh member shook his head, his eyes filled with regret. No, such supreme laws must be perceived by the practitioner themselves. However, the universe is vast. Perhaps there are cosmic treasures that can assist in comprehension, though I have never encountered any. That's all right. Chen rose slightly, his voice cold and resolute. Having this information is sufficient. Let us proceed. The seventh member's figure vanished, retreating into the button communicator. As Chen stepped out of the secret realm, Li Tsong and Xiao Wanlong had returned to their original position, their expressions fraught with tension due to the earlier incident. Upon seeing him emerge, they finally exhaled a sigh of relief, yet remained vigilant. Chen nodded slightly. Chairman, Vice Chairman, there is much I need to discuss. As he spoke, he unexpectedly raised his hand. The magnificent mech warriors, arrayed along both sides of the corridor, trembled slightly, ascending into the sky like towering mountains, drifting towards the young man like clouds floating in the atmosphere, vanishing within the grand hall. The 2 chairmen were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Li Tsong's lips quivered violently. He can actually mobilize them? Xiao Wanlong could not suppress a gulp. A soul master? This little prodigy is actually a soul master? Good heavens. Is he your own son? Li Tsong murmured to himself. It seems he has much more to convey than we anticipated. Chen retracted the mech warriors into his spatial bracelet before turning to them. Chairman, let us take a moment to rest. I am somewhat fatigued after the trial. Li Tsong could only nod in agreement. The Alliance had prepared a room for Chen. Before drifting into slumber, he made a call to his family, exchanging a few words with his parents and Wenwei, informing them that he would return home the following day before disconnecting the call. Lu Daohong had left home the moment the invasion began, inquiring about Chen's whereabouts from the vice chairman, but received vague responses. He refrained from informing Chen's parents about the situation, feeling an intense anxiety within. What if they were to harbor jealousy and act unfavorably towards their precious great-grandson? He dared not contemplate further, resigning himself to a quiet wait at home. Now that Chen had called back, his anxiety was reignited. He rushed to the Alliance, seeking Chen in person. Great-grandfather, I am unharmed, Chen spoke softly. I have important matters to discuss tomorrow. You may stay here tonight to deliberate. Lu Daohong nodded, requesting the Alliance to arrange another room for him. The fact that Chen had entered the secret realm was highly confidential, known only to Li Tsong, and Xiao Wanlong. Chapter 133. The Deep Sea Assembly, Humanity in Peril. As dawn broke, Lu Chen awoke from a restful slumber. The first thing he did was open the panel to check in. Name, Lu Chen. Strength, 24,009, 761, 600. Spirit, 24,009, 761, 600. Soul skill, maximum comprehension. His foundational strength had reached an astonishing 19.2 billion tons. He immediately sensed a monumental transformation in his mental prowess, his perception surpassing all known life forms. His spirit expanded, ceaselessly reaching outward, enveloping the entire base city of the Alliance, spanning mountains and oceans, and then coalescing at a singular point. His mental force encompassed the surface of the planet, shrouding the entire globe beneath his watchful gaze. In the minutiae, he could perceive the vibrations of molecules, each transition, each flicker of energy. His attention then shifted beneath the ocean, revealing a sight that sent chills down his spine. Beneath the surging waves, an indescribably vast army was poised for action, an unfathomable multitude of monsters, countless as the sands of the Ganges. A cursory glance revealed tens of thousands of C-class monsters and at least 10,000 B-class creatures. At the heart of this monstrous naval force lay an opaque expanse the size of a human-based city, impenetrable to his mental perception. A shiver coursed through Lu Chen. A formidable life force resided within, obstructing his awareness. His expression grew grave. Time was of the essence. He silently exited his chamber, striding into the conference hall where Li Tsong and Xiao Wanlong were already conversing with Lu Daoang. Lu Chen bypassed pleasantries, his voice somber and direct. Chairman, humanity stands on the brink of annihilation. As he began to recount the harrowing tale, their eyes widened in disbelief, absorbing the terrifying reality of the Deep Sea Army, a gift of resources from the ancient relics of the primordial star system. Upon concluding, the room fell into a profound silence, akin to a graveyard. Lu Daoang stared blankly at him, two truths detonating in his mind like nuclear bombs. His great-grandson Lu Chen was now a C-class, and this world faced impending doom. Even Li Tsong, usually unflappable, now breathed heavily, his complexion pale, an unprecedented fear blossoming in his mind. The previous day's assault on the A-class base city had not been a mere coincidence. It was a probing action prior to an impending invasion. If Lu Chen's predictions held true, they would face the first wave of the Deep Sea Army's attack within 3 days. Humanity had but 3 days to avert extinction. Damn it! Li Tsong's fist slammed onto the table, shattering the metal alloy surface into fragments. Lu Chen disregarded their astonishment, mentally contacting Bright Number 7. What is the strength of the mechs in the corridors of the hall and the 4 mech warriors within the palace? The voice of Bright Number 7 responded. 80 mech warriors, each capable of exerting the power of a B-class level 7. The 4 mech knights can unleash peak B-class strength, comparable to that Xiao Wanlong fellow, but not to Li Tsong. Lu Chen nodded, his mind racing. Send me the structural data of those knights. He then turned to Li Tsong. Chairman, I have a plan. Assemble 3,000 D-class or lower warriors, preferably all soul masters if possible, and train them to pilot the mechs. I will handle the mech issue. Do we have any beast cores of C-class or higher? Li Tsong nodded. Lu Chen then turned to Lu Daoang. Great-grandfather. Call my father and bring him to the Alliance's research headquarters. Have him collaborate with the scientists there to train those soul masters. Time was of the essence. Lu Chen resolved to personally replicate 1,000 mech warriors, training 3,000 soul masters as pilots in short order to unleash a substantial B-class combat force. Chairman. Lu Chen continued, his voice as sharp as a steel blade. I require a secure area the size of a football field, along with all available C-class beast cores. I hope for your utmost support. Li Tsong met his gaze, and in that moment, they both understood. Humanity was racing against death, and each individual must exert their utmost effort. Xiao Wanlong immediately notified all warriors in the wasteland to prepare, while Li Tsong sought C-class beast cores from the Alliance's storage. Lu Chen needed 3,000 cores. If the Alliance's reserves fell short, Li Tsong would have to resort to hunting in the wilderness. Lu Daoang called Lu Yuan, instructing him to proceed to the Alliance's research headquarters. Lu Chen went to the mech manufacturing site, mentally reviewing the manufacturing data. To expedite his understanding, Bright No. 7 demonstrated the entire 3-dimensional process of creating mechs from scratch. What Lu Chen needed to do was harness the earth manipulation technique to condense the components necessary for their construction, whether metal or silicon. The earth manipulation technique. All that the earth bears can be utilized, endlessly versatile and immensely powerful. The greater the strength, the more profound the power. With his current prowess, he is fully capable of materializing B-grade components. Chapter 134. The Eve of Battle, Manufacturing Mechas. Lu Chen possesses a clear blueprint in his mind regarding the tasks that lie ahead. He has no intention of creating those colossal mecha knights. Their size is cumbersome, and the manufacturing process is excessively intricate. In contrast to crafting 20 or 30 peak B-grade units, the impact of 1,000 B-grade 6th-tier units on the battlefield would be far more significant. Logically speaking, He cannot afford the luxury of perfection, nor does he need to reach the standard of an average B-grade 6-tier warrior. As long as they can assist humanity in enduring this war, their eventual destruction would be of no consequence. However, he still strives for excellence. After all, every misstep on the battlefield equates to the lives of 3 soul masters. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen commenced his work. Firstly, he began to gather the necessary components for each mecha, meticulously refining the microscopic chips with his formidable mental strength. Throughout the process, he was aided by the Light Seven, who resolved most of the issues he faced. Meanwhile, Li Tsong arrived at the Alliance's warehouse, discovering only 50 B-grade beast cores and 1,500 C-grade 10th-tier beast cores, insufficient quantities. Thus, he resolved to venture into the wilderness himself. It had been far too long since he had engaged in a thrilling battle. His eyes blazed with intensity. Xiao Wanlong first journeyed to the Qingyun camp in A1 base city, where the majority of humanity's elite soul masters were registered, alongside numerous prodigies who had awakened special psychic soul skills, fulfilling the required criteria. However, after a thorough search, he could only locate 1,600 eligible geniuses, while Lu Chen required 3,000. Consequently, Xiao Wanlong promptly dispatched orders to summon all D-grade warriors and soul masters who had awakened psychic soul skills. His commands swiftly reverberated across the desolate lands. The influential families were already aware of the dire situation. They had been forewarned to prepare for the impending, most brutal battle humanity would face. 40 years prior, during the A-grade monster tide, there had been scarce B-grade creatures, and even among the human race, few had transcended that threshold. Yet now, after 4 decades, the number of B-grade monsters exceeded 10,000. The odds of victory were slim, yet they would fight with everything at their disposal. Luo Nianwei arrived at the Alliance headquarters, escorted by a soldier to Lu Chen's relentless workstation. He noticed her arrival, lifted his gaze, offered a faint smile, and then returned to his tasks. Luo Nianwei responded with a subtle smile. This was her man, Lu Chen, now shouldering the hope of saving humanity. He had awakened merely 14 days ago, yet he had already ascended to the rank of a D-grade warrior, a feat that transcended the definitions of genius or prodigy. The miracle of Lu Chen was one only he could surpass. However, there was no time for celebration. Humanity needed him. Although she could not partake in the battle, her presence by his side could at least alleviate some of the mental burdens. Lu Chen had already manufactured 300 mecha warrior components. He had not materialized his avatar, as the unique nature of his earth technique dictated that the durability and strength of the component materials hinged upon his mental prowess. His avatar could only borrow up to 10% of his strength, resulting in components of merely 10% strength. Finally pausing, Lu Chen realized he had neglected Nianwei throughout the day, or more accurately, he had been unable to spare any time for her. As he observed Nianwei approaching with food, he moved beside her and embraced her tightly. Luo Nianwei reciprocated the embrace, and together they shared a silent meal. Lu Chen inquired with the Light Seven about external developments. The Light Seven had completely commandeered the internet and various terminals on this planet, rendering all data, be it public or private, accessible. It informed him that Li Tsong had ventured into the wilderness to hunt monsters, while Xiao Wanlong had gathered 3,000 D-grade warriors, who were currently undergoing physical examinations at the Alliance's research headquarters. In a few hours, they would officially commence their training. Lu Chen nodded. Everything was progressing well. He then apologized to Luo Nianwei before returning to his work, wanting her to rest at home. Yet, she remained steadfast, seemingly oblivious to his words. Her curious gaze fixated on the process of his creation. Seeing his beloved so deeply engaged in his work, admiration glimmering in her eyes, inexplicably accelerated Lu Chen's pace. Oh, men will always be men. Soon, an entire night had elapsed. Lu Chen seized a moment to check in on the panel. Name, Lu Chen. Strength, 48, 019, 523, 200. Spirit, 48, 019, 523, 200. Soul skill, maxed insight. Base strength had reached 384 tons, and his mental strength had doubled. He was now set to manufacture the second batch of mecha warrior components, which would possess double the strength of the previous batch. Tomorrow, he would create another set of mecha warriors, these to be the leaders of the previous units. Initially, Lu Chen felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that the mecha warriors he crafted would pale in comparison to the genuine mecha warriors within the Mystic Palace, potentially endangering their pilots. Yet, he forgot that his mental prowess was doubling daily. By the second day, the mecha components he replicated had already surpassed those of the original mecha warriors in the Mystic Realm. By the third day, the mecha warriors he created would even eclipse the strength of the 4 prominent knights in the Mystic Palace. Chapter 135, The Art of Interdimensional Travel. The Light Seven would personally control these elite mecha warriors he manufactured on the third day for more effective execution of their tasks. As for the first 2 batches of mecha warriors, they would be piloted by the warriors currently undergoing rigorous training. Their performance in combat against B-grade monsters would significantly influence the advancement of the war on various fronts. To this end, Xiao Wanlong meticulously selected only the most exceptional talents for the most grueling training. Meanwhile, Lu Chun, utilizing his mental strength, gently lulled Luo Nianwei to sleep and forcibly sent her home. The burdens carried by that foolish girl were far too great. Having a partner like Lu Chun exceeded any pressure a girl ought to bear. His progress was astonishingly rapid, while Nianwei had only just begun her journey as a quasi-warrior. Having only recently completed her awakening assessment 16 days prior, Lu Chun had 2 days remaining. He was convinced that the oceanic monsters would launch their full-scale assault in 2 days, as he had observed many creatures continuously converging from the distance. Everything required time. Li Tsong had not yet returned. Time slipped by, and another day passed. Within 2 days, Lu Chun had crafted 900 sets of mecha warrior components. Today, he would manufacture the components for the mecha knights and assemble them. He opened the panel and checked in. Name, Lu Chun. Strength, 96, 039, 046, 400. Spirit, 96, 039, 046, 400. Soul skill, maxed insight. Base strength had reached 768 billion tons. The mecha knight components, formed from such mental strength, boasted a base power surpassing even that of Li Tsong. At this moment, Li Tsong had returned with 40 B-grade beast cores, while the remainder consisted of C-grade 10th tier beast cores. He refrained from overextending, lest the war escalate prematurely. Lu Chun had completed the fabrication of all the components. Then, with a singular thought, each part began to float gracefully in the air, merging seamlessly into one another. Li Tsong Xiao, Wanlong Xiao, Nianwei Luo, Daohong Lu, Yuan Lu, Jinlian Lu, Jinming Lu, and Jiguang Kai, all gathered to witness this historic moment. They beheld the magnificent silhouette taking shape in the air, each mech towering impressively, exuding an aura of formidable power. Among these, 100 mechs radiated an overwhelming presence. Wanlong Xiao felt they were mightier than himself, a sentiment echoed by Li Tsong. They remained unaware of how Lu Chun could conjure such grandeur from thin air. He harbored too many secrets. However, there were no complaints, for the entirety of their planet relied on the mysteries contained within this young man. With all 1,000 mech warriors assembled and ready, the eyes of the 7th model, Jiolin Guangming, sparkled with anticipation. Boss, these 100 mechs look incredibly powerful, he remarked eagerly. Don't worry, I won't let them tarnish the dignity of the mech knights. I will maneuver them flawlessly in battle. Lu Chun nodded in agreement, then summoned the 300 D-class warriors who had trained tirelessly. Although time was brief, they were all exceptional prodigies. Within mere hours, they mastered the control systems of the mechs, utilizing the remaining time to learn cooperation and countermeasures. Excitement flickered in the eyes of these gifted warriors. Upon seeing the mechs, they were instantly enamored, yearning to take command. Lu Chun retrieved the beast cores, beginning to install them into each mech's core for power. Everything proceeded smoothly. The hatch opened, and Lu Chun observed as the talented warriors eagerly entered the mechs in groups of 3. The remaining 300 would serve as reserves, assigned to the weakest units for rotation, ensuring that no mech would suffer from fatigue, thus avoiding any delay in combat readiness. Lu Chun then addressed the 100 mech knights. Familiarize yourselves with these new mechs. I hope you will excel tomorrow and vanquish those monsters. Good luck. Without lingering to witness their proficiency in controlling the mechs, he had other matters to attend to, such as mastering the secret technique of spatial teleportation. He sat cross-legged, extracting the manual for this technique. Beep. Detected secret technique, spatial teleportation. Would you like to upgrade? Yes, Lu Chun commanded decisively. Beep. Triggered full-level comprehension of the soul technique. Spatial teleportation has been upgraded to multiverse traversal technique. Multiverse traversal technique. You can instantly traverse to any location within the range of your mental influence. Upon grasping the laws of space, simply mastering the spatial coordinates allows for teleportation to any corner of the universe or beyond. Fantastic. Tomorrow, I can appear beside any monster at will. Lu Chun chuckled to himself. Night had fallen. Lu Chun called Nianwei, who was still at the Alliance. He asked her to meet him at the entrance, then lifted her effortlessly into the air. They gazed down at the cityscape illuminated by neon lights. A breathtaking scene reminiscent of paradise. Beside him was his girl, appearing ethereal and stunning against the night backdrop. As he looked at her, Nianwei felt his intense gaze and dared not meet his eyes, fearing her heart might burst from excitement. Unable to resist the allure of her flawless neck and rosy lips, he leaned in and kissed her deeply. Chapter 136. The battle commences. Nianwei responded perfectly, marking their first kiss, akin to a thunderous eruption, leaving them momentarily spellbound in the air atop the Alliance headquarters. Below, Li Tsong and Wanlong Xiao watched this scene unfold, exchanging knowing smiles. Youth is truly wonderful, Wanlong remarked. What do you think tomorrow's battle will hold for us? Do we stand a chance? Li Tsong gazed upward, his eyes fixed on the moon, not turning to face Wanlong. I do not know, but I am certain of one thing. Tomorrow, I will give my all in battle. If this is to be our final stand against those monsters, let the stars in the sky and this world bear witness to my most brilliant and glorious moment. Wanlong said nothing further. At that moment, Lu Chun descended from the sky, Without pleasantries, he produced weapons from his spatial bracelet, revealing 10 B-class energy weapons. He called out to Li Tsong, approaching the rooftop. Chairman, do not worry. We will certainly win this battle. I cannot articulate why, but I am confident of our victory. Li Tsong smiled, saying nothing more. He had previously mentioned that he would recommend anyone who met the criteria for entering the secret realm as the next chairman of the alliance. However, time was too fleeting. Perhaps it was fate that he would perish as the human chairman. Lu Chen distributed 9 B-class energy weapons to them, keeping one for himself, anticipating he might need it tomorrow. Thus far, Li Tsong's true dragon sword was the only B-class weapon in the alliance, but now they had acquired 9 more. Consequently, every B-class warrior among humanity would possess one. Very well, let us engage in a decisive battle outside the fortress. I will gather everyone. We will await their arrival. All ordinary citizens had retreated into bunkers, shelters, and various safe havens. Before entering the bunker with her family, Nianwei turned to Lu Chen, saying, "Return to me safely." Lu Chen nodded, his mother's eyes glistening with tears, yet she could not selfishly restrain her son upon learning of his abilities. That would be a disservice to all of humanity. Everything was prepared. 1,000 mech warriors stood in formation, with 100 imposing mech knights at the forefront, followed by talented soul masters from various base cities, arranged orderly. Li Tsong, clad in battle armor, stood tall, appearing magnificent under the moonlight. He delivered a brief yet impassioned rallying speech. Listen, outside are those who wish to end us. Here, there are no cowards who bow down to monsters. We shall not yield, for we believe humanity will survive. We may not be the last one standing, but we are the hope for those who will endure. Stand firm. Gaze into the eyes of those monsters, and show them that this planet ultimately belongs to us. Now let us march. Lu Chen immediately issued the command through Guangming 7. The mech knights raised their colossal swords toward the sky, their roars echoing like thunder. All mech warriors, assemble and advance. Observing the soul warriors orderly entering their respective mech cabins and executing various operations, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Let the battle begin. The entire army commenced its advance. Lu Chen had pinpointed the locations and trajectories of the monsters. Although their primary target was the sea monsters, numerous land and aerial creatures were also converging, akin to an endless tide darkening the horizon. Lu Chen noted that all the monsters on this planet were gathering near the landing point of the sea monsters, evidently planning a united assault, with the site pinpointed at base city A1. It was as if an exalted power had gathered them together. Perhaps the opposing strategy was to obliterate this bastion of humanity in one fell swoop. Or perhaps they intended to concentrate all their might on the location of Li Tsong. If Li Tsong, the mightiest among humans, were to fall, humanity would inevitably follow suit. This was likely the scheme of the deep-sea overlord. 300 kilometers from base city A1 lay a stretch of desolate land, equivalent in size to 4 base cities A1. It was a vast desert, where the winds whipped the arid soil into swirling vortices, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the sky. Though the tide of monsters had not yet arrived, they were already congregating on the far side of the desert, gathering like a nightmarish army. Should Lu Chen advance his forces into the desert, an encounter would surely ensue. Crafting an ideal battlefield, sufficiently distanced from any fortified base to spare ordinary lives, yet expansive enough to allow the human elite to unleash their full potential. The situation was being broadcast live to the world. Within every shelter, ordinary people huddled together, clutching blankets or each other's hands, their eyes fixed intently on the quivering screens. Warriors of F level and above had all gone to battle, leaving only those below F level 7 to safeguard the defenseless. Chapter 137. The Public Manifestation of Clones, the Revelation of the Mysterious Warriors' Duplicates. In this decisive confrontation, humanity had nearly emptied its ranks, consolidating all its combat power at a front that seemed utterly hopeless. 72 B-level warriors, capable of moving mountains with sheer strength. 8, 753 C-level warriors, seasoned by countless life and death battles. 98, 597 D-level warriors, each with their own legendary tales. 789, 045 E-level warriors, each capable of annihilating a legion of ordinary humans with a mere gesture, and over 3 million resolute F-level warriors gazing towards the battlefield. Moreover, there were 100 mech warriors, each possessing B-level combat capability, 900 operated by 3,000 soul warriors, and 100 controlled by advanced artificial intelligence from the Chuyuan star system. And, of course, there was Lu Chen, whose power eclipsed all others, casting a shadow over the monsters themselves. At this moment, he surveyed the battlefield, observing the steadfast glimmer in the eyes of his comrades. Such a formidable assembly was indeed unprecedented in the realm of humanity. Yet, compared to the ever-gathering horde of monsters from the ocean, their numbers were scarcely a fraction. Not enough, still not enough. Lu Chen shook his head. If he were to fully harness the Tai Chu Hung Yuan Ju and the Yin Yan Wan Shin technique, he could condense 50 clones, each with a power of 10. Even so, it would still fall short. Each clone would possess a foundational strength of 7 billion tons. Yet their numbers were too few. If he were to create clones with a power of 1, he could manifest 2,000, each endowed with 683 million tons of foundational strength. The combined might of 2,000 such warriors on the battlefield would far surpass that of 50 with 7 billion tons of strength. He resolved to summon 2,000 clones, each with a power of 1. It was now deep into the night, an unsettling darkness enveloping the vigilant army. The battle could erupt at dawn, and before that moment, his strength would double once more. Each clone would embody all of his combat skills and experiences, serving as a reflection of himself. Mobilizing such a colossal force was no simple task, yet not a single warrior caused trouble. They were unaware of Lu Chun's true capabilities, but they recognized that this might be their final stand. In the face of death, past grievances and enmities dissipated like morning mist. At this moment, Li Tsong, Xiao Wanlong, and the B-level warriors led the charge at the forefront. Akin to the stabilizing needle of the sea, steadfast in reassuring their comrades. Lu Chun instructed Guangming No. 7 to transfer control of the mech knights to himself, intending to operate them through one of his clones, transforming them into extensions of his will. 3 hours later, the entirety of the 3 million-strong army arrived at the edge of the desert. In any previous era, such a sight of countless warriors would have been an unimaginable spectacle. Yet now, no one had the heart to admire it. Suddenly, Li Tsong raised his arm, and the army fell silent, coming to an immediate halt. A profound stillness enveloped them, not even stirring a speck of dust. Lu Chun had enveloped them with his mental power, cloaking their presence like a protective shield. The overwhelming pressure, vitality, and aura released by so many strong warriors was simply unfathomable. Even the land monsters, separated by a desert, would sense it, potentially prompting the deep-sea overlord to alter his plans. In the silent darkness, they awaited quietly, no words spoken. Even as many among them understood they might not witness the dawn of tomorrow. Suddenly, Lu Chun soared into the air, the moonlight cascading upon him, radiating a silvery brilliance. Immediately, a resplendent light erupted from him, bursting forth in a blinding display, spreading like waves. Then, one after another, figures began to manifest around him, each adorned in full battle armor, identical to the mysterious warriors who had saved the A-level base cities the day before. This scene was broadcast across the globe, leaving everyone wide-eyed in disbelief, staring at the screens in stunned silence. A profound stillness spread throughout the army, while the ordinary people in the shelters huddled together, entranced. For a moment, it seemed as though the entire world held its breath. Kai Jiguang suddenly broke into a relieved smile, as if at last accepting the truth he had long avoided. I once believed that I was protecting Base City D6, humanity's last hope. But it turns out that it has always been this monster protecting us. Xiao Wanlong wore a bittersweet smile, both weary and liberated. Realizing that they had never needed to shield him, Li Tsong said nothing. He had suspected this yesterday but lacked evidence, which was now rendered unnecessary. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Lu family bunker at Base City A1, Lu Yuan's eyes glistened with tears, a proud smile gracing his face. Even amidst 3 million soldiers, his sun shone brighter than all of them combined. As he fought back tears, his eyes reddening, Song Yu could not help but weep profusely. This might be the most proud moment for any parent, witnessing their child stand out before the world. Chapter 138, An Aura Like a Rainbow. Luo Nianwei clenched her fists tightly, her heart racing so rapidly that she could hardly breathe, her rationality slipping away. This individual's achievements might have surpassed all others on this planet. Yet, he had never looked down upon her. He had always stood silently, akin to the warmest blanket on the coldest night. Do I truly deserve him? This question lingered in her mind, her heart wavering. At Base City D6, Corgi laughed uproariously, like a madman filled with joy. His voice was hoarse with excitement. Ha! This is my chairman, my boss. One day, I shall become his most formidable follower, slaughtering any who dare to defy him. Across the globe, reactions vary: pride, awe, and fear. On the battlefield, Lu Daohong could barely contain the smile that danced upon his lips. Yet, the surrounding atmosphere was far too grim. A laugh could provoke Li Tsong and Xiao Wanlong into a furious assault. Regardless of his restraint, Xiao Wanlong discerned the mirth in Lu Daohong's eyes. You old rascal, what on earth is so amusing? All I know is that you abandoned that family of 3. Damn it, I should never have informed you about him. I should have raised him myself. I truly am a fool. Lu Daohong's smile broadened, almost mocking. Xiao Wanlong was about to charge at him when Li Tsong swiftly restrained him with a glance. At that moment, Lu Chen's 3,000 avatars had gradually coalesced, their forms cloaked in shimmering elemental armor. Within his mental domain, they unleashed their respective auras, each radiating an imposing B-level, Tier 3 presence. Akin to a beam of redemptive light rolling over the entire army. Lu Chun intentionally orchestrated this display to inspire the troops. The monstrous army loomed ominously, demanding that every individual exert their utmost effort. The endeavors of Li Tsong and his high-ranking comrades alone would not suffice. Indeed, Lu Chen's actions galvanized the soldiers, leaving them wide-eyed in astonishment. Even Li Tsang's composure faltered, his eyes widening in disbelief. Are these all his avatars? If they are this powerful, how formidable must his true self be? How can he conjure 2,000 avatars? What elemental technique is this? Where does it originate? A torrent of questions flooded his mind. Yet none bore answers. Simultaneously, in a distant, impenetrable abyss, a colossal sea serpent, measuring at least 150 kilometers in length, loomed over the incessantly advancing monsters. Its enormous crimson eyes glinted with a chilling light. 70 years had elapsed. It was time to exterminate those wretched insects from this planet. Yet, as if struck by a sudden thought, a flicker of fear pierced its otherwise icy gaze. Its immense will surged forth, emitting an invisible sound wave that commanded, advance. Millions of monsters began to mobilize, massive octopuses drifting in the depths like living islands, piranhas larger than blue whales swimming beneath the waves, and crocodiles more colossal than the largest vessels charging forward. As the sea serpent's concealed domain dissipated, Chen finally beheld the full scope of the scene, and his expression turned grave, a shadow of seriousness crossing his face. The deep-sea giant serpent must surely be at the pinnacle of B-level. Its vitality was immense, its life force staggering, with a foundational strength nearing 90 trillion tons. No wonder Li Tsang had never triumphed over it. But if its power was so great, why had it waited until now to strike? Moreover, certain aspects were glaringly illogical. No matter how formidable these monsters were, even those blessed by nature, a typical B-level monster would only exceed an ordinary human warrior by 4 or 5 times at most. Even exceptionally gifted mid-tier B-level monsters could only reach a foundational strength of a mere 10 to 20 trillion tons. What was the secret behind this sea serpent's might? However, dwelling on such matters was futile at this juncture. Soon, his foundational strength would ascend to 153.7 billion tons. Through the amplification of the 9 layers of 10 Directions Annihilation Sword and the 10 layers of Sky-Rending Divine Sword Intent, his power would reach 580 trillion tons. Coupled with the 90-fold enhancement of the B-level elemental weapon in his possession, his theoretical output strength would soar to 202 trillion tons. Indeed, he was certain that the sea serpent had other hidden cards. He could not afford to be complacent. As dawn broke, golden sunlight bathed the desolate desert, and Lu Chen's voice rang out, cold yet resolute. All warriors, prepare yourselves. Annihilate those repugnant beasts. I look forward to celebrating a seafood festival with you all, a 3-day, unending revelry. Cheers erupted as everyone raised their fists in unison, transforming their fears into boundless motivation. Now, they bore witness to Lu Chen's true strength. Filled with a profound and almost reverent admiration for him, only a handful appeared somewhat disconcerted. In the silence of despair, their faces twisted with resentment. They were the very type of individuals Lu Chen had encountered in his previous life, self-destructive, preferring their own demise to the prosperity of others. Lu Chen noted their hateful gazes and coldly mused, I hope you perform well. Otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to send you on your way. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the desert stood a 100-meter-tall giant bear, its fingers as thick as rocket launchers, a B-level, tier 10 monster. Beside it loomed a giant elephant the size of a hill and a flame giant tiger as tall as a 2-story building, each exuding immense pressure, their murderous intent soaring skyward. Among the gathered land monsters, there were a total of 643 B-level monsters, while sea-level and lower-tier monsters numbered in the countless. Yet, even with this multitude, they constituted only about 3 of the enemy's total forces. Above, the sky was filled with colossal griffins and various mutated avian creatures, with approximately 400 B-level birds among them. Lu Chen extended his mental energy, which surged outward like an invisible tide, crashing against the monsters, formally declaring war. The monsters immediately reacted, forming disciplined battle formations, poised and waiting in a terrifying silence, seemingly awaiting a command from the sea. Then, thousands of sea creatures surged forth from the ocean. Among them, a colossal serpent's head rose from the profound, dark waters. Hiss! It opened its mouth, emitting a single resonant syllable akin to a command. The terrestrial monsters instantly obeyed, commencing their advance towards the unfathomable source of pressure. The battle had truly begun. An endless tide of monsters descended like a cataclysmic flood, emerging from every horizon, engulfing the earth in a surging wave. There were billions of them, massive bodies, sharp claws, and thick scales, moving in unison with remarkable speed, fully obedient to the commands of the B-level monsters. The ecosystem's apex predators, the deep-sea leviathans, the terrestrial tyrants, and the avian apex hunters, converged in an organized manner with strict hierarchies. First, the F-level monsters led the charge, followed by E-level, D-level, and finally, the C-level and B-level monsters. This was not a chaotic monster tide. It was a war between 2 intelligent species. The enormous sea serpent observed all of this with a calm gaze, its massive form drifting amidst the waves like a mountain, its neck arched high, crimson eyes looking down upon the scene as though watching ants confront each other by a campfire. For it, this was not war, it was extermination. Its size was overwhelmingly vast. Even the most seasoned veterans stationed at the outpost felt their legs turn to jelly. Mere hours ago, these warriors, filled with fervor and unyielding resolve, now found themselves paralyzed by fear. Their trembling hands clutched their weapons, while tears, unbidden, coursed down their stone-like faces. This was not mere terror, it was primal instinct. When confronted by such colossal life forms, their bodies betrayed them. All their training, beliefs, and hopes were crushed beneath the weight of a harsh reality. Their strength was insufficient. In every refuge, tens of millions of ordinary people widened their eyes in disbelief, staring vacantly at the images displayed on the screens. Children clung tightly to their mothers, while adults trembled, covering their mouths with shaking hands. In a corner, a woman could no longer contain herself, releasing a muffled, near-shattered sob that echoed within the silent shelter. Humanity was doomed. Who could possibly contend with such monsters? Who could withstand an army that dominated the horizon? Even legendary figures among humanity, like Li Zhangxiao and Xiao Wanlong, were rendered speechless. In this moment, they fully comprehended the despair of the lower-ranked soldiers. Faced with such overwhelming power, everything they had accomplished seemed utterly inconsequential. At the forefront stood Lu Chen, illuminated by the rising sun. He gazed at the monstrous entities. If these creatures reached the ranks of humanity's army, it would surely be too late. Millions of warriors might not even have the chance to begin before they were paralyzed by terror and trampled by the merciless tide, torn to shreds. He could not allow this to transpire. Closing his eyes amidst the fleeting tranquility before the impending doom, he took a deep breath and silently issued a command. 2,000 avatars surged forth in all directions, each enveloped in elemental armor, moving swiftly in the morning light. At this moment, the day had fully dawned. He activated his interface and signed in once more, doubling his attributes. Name, Lu Chen. Strength, 19, 207, 800, 000. Spirit, 19, 207, 800, 000. Soul skill, maximum comprehension. His foundational strength reached an astounding 537 tons. The attributes of his avatars also doubled, now matching the prowess of B-rank warriors at the 5th level. This was more than sufficient for the forthcoming actions. Chapter 140, Retreat. The avatars, positioned in various locations, collectively raised their hands. The earth technique activated, coalescing into colossal swords that shimmered with a cold brilliance. Under the sunlight, the blades radiated a soft, golden hue. Then, gripping the sword hilts tightly, they launched a coordinated assault, swinging downwards together. The sword of 10 directions, obliteration. The intent of the shattering blade. The sky seemed to erupt with 2,000 scorching beams of light, akin to divine retribution descending upon the world, striking those monstrous beings. This terrifying sword light not only cleaved through the monsters themselves, but also sliced through the monstrous army. Each beam of light opened a breach, and in an instant, hundreds of thousands of monsters evaporated, disappearing without a trace, their forms reduced to drifting ashes that soared skyward. The ground bore witness to 2,000 gaping wounds. Warriors stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Before their astonishment could settle, Lu Chen's avatar struck again. This time, 600 flying swords encircled each avatar, forming a perfect circle of 110,000 swords that shot out in all directions with a piercing whistle, as if fragmenting the world into countless pieces. Like a rain of light tearing through the monsters, the flying swords sliced through the monsters' tough scales and thick hides with the ease of a scythe cutting through grass, cleanly separating flesh from bone. In the blink of an eye, they disintegrated into clouds of blood mist. However, the avatars did not act alone. Simultaneously, the mech warriors surged forward, with each mech piloted by at least 3 D-rank soul masters, working in perfect unison. Flames erupted beneath their feet, propelling them skyward like cannon fire, creating a tremendous roar that shattered the heavens as they collided with the monstrous entities. The mech knights, controlled by Lu Chen's avatars, wielded colossal swords, continuously unleashing the intent of the shattering blade and the sword of 10 directions, obliteration. The monsters fell under their assault as if they were mere vegetables, each strike carving deep crimson gashes. Yet, despite this onslaught, the relentless tide of monsters showed no sign of abating. Vicious creatures continued to surge forth. And in retaliation against Lu Chen's avatars and the mech warriors, 3,000 B-rank monsters emerged from the horde, engaging them one-on-one. The mech warriors immediately found themselves confronted by formidable opponents. Each of these colossal beasts roared, striking with claws, snapping jaws, and sweeping tails capable of demolishing skyscrapers. The avatars engaged in close combat, each wielding their long swords while simultaneously commanding flying swords. Even so, each avatar could hold its own against 2 B-rank monsters of the 7th level or higher. After all, each avatar could utilize the sword of 10 directions obliteration and the intent of the shattering blade, amplifying their foundational strength over 300 times. Those monsters were no match for the avatars. Flashes of cold light flickered as massive forms fell, their cores shattering, life extinguished. In the blink of an eye, millions of monsters perished. Within mere minutes, the battlefield transformed into a graveyard for these creatures. Yet, the enemy continued to charge forward fearlessly. In the sky, sea, and land, all B-rank and C-rank monsters mobilized. Suddenly, tens of thousands of B-rank monsters joined the fray, resulting in a deafening roar. The combined pressure of countless monsters generated a visible shockwave, sweeping across the desert like a tidal wave. In an instant, the ground trembled and the heavens rumbled. A tremendous weight descended, causing even the most seasoned D-rank warriors to falter, stumbling to their knees. Li Tsong's expression turned grave, and Xiao Wanlong could not help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. They were also engaged in battle, but just as they felt a glimmer of hope, the emergence of B-rank monsters shattered their illusions. Lu Daohong closed his eyes, forcing himself to suppress his wildly beating heart, solidifying his resolve. Lu Chen observed silently, his mental prowess unfurling, sensing the entire battlefield in his mind. Every life form, every movement, appeared as a vivid 3D image within his consciousness. He could clearly see that if the situation continued, the human army would soon be annihilated. His gaze swept over the ranks of lower-level soldiers below, who remained rigid in place, unable to move under the pressure of tens of thousands of B-rank warriors. They were unlikely to survive the impending clash of powers. He had to take action. All avatars, retreat. Lu Chen immediately issued a command to each avatar. One by one, they retracted their long swords and withdrew from the battlefield. In an instant, their forms vanished from the fray. Only a bewildered roar emanated from a single B-grade monster. Its enormous eyes scanned the sky in confusion, searching for the whereabouts of its prey. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's doppelgangers had arrived beside the human army, each accompanied by two astonished warriors. The doppelgangers extended their arms, placing a hand on each warrior's shoulder, and then, without warning, their bodies vanished. Chapter 141. The Annihilation of All Directions. Radiant beams flickered across the desert, as if those figures had never existed. They had all been transported away using the technique of interdimensional traversal. Li Tsong turned to Lu Chen, puzzled. What are you planning to do? Lu Chen offered no reply. He simply stepped forward, ascending into the air until he reached the pinnacle of height. At that moment, both humans and monsters alike raised their gazes toward him. Then, a terrifying lightning erupted from his being, and endless dark clouds instantaneously enveloped the entire battlefield, shrouding nearly all monsters. The sky seemed to collapse, as relentless thunder pounded down. The monsters shrieked and recoiled instinctively, their bodies yearning to escape this insurmountable force. However, Lu Chen had already ensnared them all within his mental domain, save for a few monsters congregated around that sea serpent. All other monsters were subjected to the baptism of heavenly thunder. The land monsters writhed in agony, their claws raking deep furrows into the wasteland. The fierce birds in the heavens flapped their wings in vain, desperately seeking sanctuary, yet found no refuge. With 2,000 streams of power converging upon him, Lu Chen slowly raised his longsword. It was merely an ordinary longsword forged from earth magic, yet upon witnessing his action, countless monsters inexplicably felt the encroachment of death. They collectively rebelled, emitting furious roars. Countless C-grade and B-grade monsters lunged at him like bolts of lightning. Yet Lu Chen's movements were swifter still. His power had reached its zenith, infused with his sword intent, as he concentrated, connecting the entire longsword to the domain of heavenly thunder. The two forces intertwined, and in the very second before the suffocating pressure was unleashed, his voice resonated. Annihilation of all directions. The sky seemed to ignite, radiating an endless, blinding light. The screens in every bunker and shelter simultaneously emitted a white glow, each frame drowned in that pure brilliance. In an instant, it was as if a new sun had arisen, its light cascading outward, accompanied by boundless lightning, akin to the dawn breaking through darkness, evenly descending upon every monster. They screamed, their countless voices overlapping, high-pitched and piercing, filled with primal terror. At that moment, all their strength, numbers, and instincts became utterly meaningless. Upon contact with the light, they evaporated like bubbles, ceasing to exist. Countless E-grade, C-grade, D-grade, and B-grade monsters were consumed, their terrifying forms obliterated like shadows. The radiance expanded, birthing a realm of light. That blinding brilliance even compelled the sea serpent at the horizon to avert its colossal gaze. Then, it vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving behind an eerie silence. The vast expanse of land fell into an absolute stillness. The desolate desert remained as barren as the day before, devoid of any monsters, without bones or blood. Only scorched sand gradually brightening under the morning breeze. Lu Chen lowered his longsword, breathing slowly and evenly. This assault bore nearly 58 trillion tons of power, augmented by the domain of heavenly thunder. Under such overwhelming force, those monsters stood no chance. Across distant corners of the world, in various shelters and bunkers, gazes returned to the screens. Countless ordinary people silently beheld the unfolding spectacle, their eyes brimming with awe. On the battlefield, warriors gazed skyward in bewilderment, each appearing as if caught in a dream. Li Tsong stared at the scene, Gripping his energy weapon, he could unleash an even mightier attack. Yet it would only affect thousands of monsters at most. But this? What on earth was this? What martial skill had he cultivated? However, the thoughts of others were far simpler. At this moment, they harbored but one emotion: reverence, nothing more. Chen exhaled, finally finding tranquility. Perhaps next time I should learn a technique akin to the spirit bomb? He chuckled, a smile stretching across his face. The results of this battle were undoubtedly exhilarating. Yet he also noted the sea serpent's reaction. Its eyes held no fear, only disdain and mockery. Seeing the derision in its gaze, Chen felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. This monster might just be the only being on this planet capable of providing him with a truly exhilarating battle. Chen grinned. Very well then. Let me see what you're truly made of. The sea serpent's crimson eyes gleamed like two blood moons, as the malevolent light intensified, causing the entire ocean to tremble. Chen sensed the suffocating pressure bearing down upon him. His mind raced with analysis. Damn it. He instantly recognized this aura, a power amplification skill, and not an ordinary one at that. He could feel the surging energy emanating from it. The space surrounding its nearly ablaze pupils warped and distorted. At least a six-fold amplification in attack power. Chapter 142, The Strange Monster. Two beams of light erupted from the sea serpent's eyes. The red beams shone so brightly that the sky turned pure white in their wake. Even before the beams fully formed, Chen's body instinctively began to sound alarms. His brain operated faster than any contemporary computer. He could perceive the vibrations of every atom within that attack, predicting its trajectory and the resulting impact. If those beams struck him, even atomic regeneration would struggle to restore him. However, if he dodged, the base several dozen miles behind him would be obliterated in an instant. In a moment of crisis, his mind raced. Energy needed to be expended. A target for that expenditure was necessary. Waves of power radiated from him as all 2,000 doppelgangers vanished from the battlefield, reappearing in the path of the incoming beams. They formed a line, shoulder to shoulder, their bodies enveloped in elemental armor. Each identity received a fragment of his mental fortitude. And in near instantaneous fashion, they formed a barrier, akin to an unbreakable wall. Then, the beams struck at light speed. The collision ensued without an explosion or a thunderous roar. The two beams were simply too swift, too powerful, like a glitch in the world's self-repair. A single beam flashed, consuming their forms. Each body, as formidable as a peak B-grade monster, shattered into particles of light under that scarlet radiance, vanishing completely from existence. A colossal shockwave tore through the entire battlefield. The sand dunes were flattened, and the corpses of monstrous beings evaporated into nothingness. The earth bore countless scars, and the desolate landscape transformed into a realm of obsidian glass. Yet, those manifestations, returning to their essence, had secured a crucial moment of respite. The formidable energy beams were decomposed, dispersed, and their might diminished. Chen exhaled deeply, recalibrating his breathing rhythm, and then gradually raised the energy weapon in his grasp. In that instant, every cell in his body roared, unleashing boundless energy that surged into the weapon, erupting in an indescribable brilliance. The amplified force, magnified 33 times 11 times 90, collided with the weakened beams, resulting in a tremendous explosion. At the point where the sword met the speed of light, a white sphere of energy blossomed, radiating outward. An invisible barrier of light unfurled from around him, instantaneously enveloping the entire battlefield. No matter what, the surging energy could not escape. The power of those beams was colossal, exceeding 540 trillion tons of destructive force. His counterattack, while dispersing their might and slowing their velocity, had not truly obliterated them. Crimson beams surged toward him, still yielding billions of tons of force, erupting in a searing radiance that tore apart his armor and elemental gear. Chen's skin was instantly scorched, cracked, and shattered. Yet, before he could register the pain, the atomic rebirth technique commenced, reviving his charred body. His shattered heart began to regenerate. The overwhelming force of destruction harmonized perfectly with the incredible power of rebirth. Even so, the sheer impact sent his body tumbling backward, half buried in molten gravel. For a moment, the entire world became a blur. Then, the blazing light finally dissipated, plunging the realm into silence. Chen's chest rose and fell slightly. Damn it, he thought. To be in such a dire state after a single strike. Had he not sacrificed his manifestations, or reacted a moment slower, he would have been obliterated from existence. He attempted to coalesce another manifestation, only to find an emptiness within him. The energy in his meridians had been completely consumed by the atomic rebirth. He had to invoke the primordial eternal essence technique to replenish his energy before he could manifest again. Slowly, he rose from the glassy earth. As the atomic rebirth completed the final healing of his wounds, a flicker of crimson light danced across his skin, shattering and vanishing. How could the creature employ techniques to amplify its power? Chen narrowed his eyes. What secrets lay hidden within it? The sea serpent's chilling gaze seemed to brim with infinite wisdom, immediately locking onto his figure. Its pupils glimmered with a crimson hue. Despite unleashing such formidable power, it appeared unchanged, as if Lu Chen's two attacks were mere trifles. Nevertheless, he believed the reality was far more complex. He could not allow it to charge that beam again. If he remained on the defensive, the next strike would either vaporize him or obliterate the city behind him. He moved, instantaneously traversing several kilometers away. This was a location he had deliberately chosen, ensuring that any of its unleashed attacks would harmlessly strike the open desert. Yet, the danger was far from over. From the waters behind the sea serpent, three colossal deep-sea beasts emerged. A piranha the size of a castle, a crocodile larger than a stadium, and a giant octopus as vast as an island. They rose from the depths, the ocean roiling for miles around. Chapter 143, A Bitter Struggle. Lu Chen immediately sensed that each of these titanic creatures possessed a foundational strength of at least 900 billion. Worse yet, each exuded the same unsettling aura, a pressure of combat techniques, and an intelligence that transcended ordinary monsters. While monsters awakened to intelligence and the ability to speak at C rank. That was the extent of it. Unlike humans, who could cultivate skills, these four creatures were evidently distinct. Lu Chen clenched his jaw and promptly communicated with Li Tsong using his mental energy. Those three are yours. I'll handle the sea serpent. Without uttering a word, Li Tsong surged forth like a bolt of golden lightning, slicing through the sky toward the ocean, leaving a long white streak in his wake. In the suffocating silence, the spectators before their screens watched the live broadcast in stillness, powerless to act. No warriors could be dispatched, no reserves could be summoned. The fate of humanity rested in the hands of these two. As Li Tsong halted upon the ocean's surface, he exhaled deeply, his eyes widening as golden light sparkled within his pupils. He raised his hand, and an invisible pressure descended, causing the waves to retreat in fear. The soul technique, God of War reborn, emanated a divine aura reminiscent of ancient deities. A towering phantom coalesced above him, reflecting golden brilliance in the sunlight. For a moment, he appeared not as a mere mortal, but as a god emerging from myth. The scene evoked memories of 40 years prior when he had thwarted an A-rank beast tide. Somewhere in the refuge, a little girl grasped her mother's hand, her curiosity shining through as she asked, "Mommy, are we saved?" The god of war has descended. However, within the battlefield, Li Tsong sensed a disquieting change. The aura emanating from the old eel subordinates was far stronger than any monster he had faced before. The crocodile alone felt as if an entire army had been stuffed within its body, radiating an endless bloodlust. Was the sea dominator truly this formidable? Had it been concealing its true strength all along? The answer remained elusive. Li Tsong refused to remain passive. He raised his hand, and the ocean erupted. He struck first. The true dragon sword slicing through the water, crashing down upon the crocodile's mountain-like skull. Simultaneously, the piranha opened its jaws wide, leaping upward, intent on swallowing him whole. On the other side, Lu Chen shifted his entire focus to the sea serpent. Its eyes glowed once more, but this time not with energy beams. Rather, they sparkled with cunning. Suddenly, a blood-red tail shot up from the ground with blinding speed, angling sharply to attempt to strangle him. Lu Chen did not hesitate. He sidestepped, his form akin to lightning, narrowly evading the tail's strike. With a swift motion, he swung his sword down, channeling all 502 trillion tons of power into the blow. The sword light descended, but it abruptly halted, just stopped, unable to advance further. Lu Chen's pupils constricted sharply. The immense force was wholly absorbed by the blood-red tail. This swift and devastating strike, capable of annihilating the heavens, seemed as if nothing had occurred. The blood-red tail did not so much break as it indented, the crimson glow resembling layers of intangible barriers that separated it from reality. Another technique, and a defensive one at that. However, the moment Lu Chen made contact with the creature's flesh, he immediately sensed something, a tremor. The tremors dispersed the force that penetrated the barrier and entered the flesh, as if it were not absolute. He immediately retreated, executing a flip in midair to evade the retaliatory strike of the serpent's tail. If he could strike the same point continuously, overloading the absorbed power, he could shatter the opponent's temporal fabric. However, that required time, and time was a luxury he did not possess. On the other side, Li Tsong was embroiled in a fierce battle with the three-headed sea behemoth. He unleashed the full extent of his lifelong training, golden beams of light cascading from the heavens. The deep-sea octopus retaliated with its colossal, pillar-like tentacles. Their clash created a vacuum in the ocean, while the piranha opened its massive jaws, seemingly attempting to swallow the sky. Its fins generated sonic booms, cleaving through the air and launching forth. The crocodile charged relentlessly, its tail flicking to summon a tsunami that surged toward the coastline. Each impact resonated with powerful shockwaves that rippled across the battlefield. The spectral figure of the war god emanating from Li Tsong collided with the deep-sea giant's tentacles, erupting in a thunderous roar. The sky appeared to be cleaved into gold and blue. In that moment, he resembled a true deity of war, sacred, proud, indomitable, and invincible. Each engagement saw a tentacle strike him, hurling him into the waves. The piranha's enormous fin tore through his battle armor, blood splattering into the ocean. He soared once more, his gaze provocative, his aura burning with fervor. Yet, even from a distance, Lu Chen could sense that Li Tsang was gravely wounded and losing blood at an alarming rate. His breathing was erratic. Chapter 144, One Crisis After Another. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's Tai Chu Hung Yuan Ju was operating at full capacity, his spiritual veins brimming with energy, as if every breath summoned a multitude of energies. However, at this moment, he was unable to assist Li Tsang, as he too was nearing his limits. All he could do was swiftly eliminate his opponent. The sea serpent's attack came crashing down once more, its immense pressure descending with the ferocity of a landslide. Lu Chen maneuvered rapidly, striking the same spot repeatedly. The crimson barrier absorbed each of his attacks flawlessly. Yet he could perceive that with each absorption, the atomic vibrations intensified. Each successive strike augmented the vibrations, and he sensed the atoms within the crimson barrier drifting apart. The atomic force waning. Lu Chen's spirit soared. He felt no fatigue. The Tai Chu Hung Yuan Ju continued to circulate within him, granting him boundless energy. The atomic rebirth technique incessantly mended every bruise, burn, and fracture in his body. 2 hours gradually passed, yet on the other side, Li Tsang remained engaged in battle. The sea serpent lay slain, all its tentacles severed, its head splitting in a final act of despair. The piranha's belly rolled, lifelessly floating upon the bloodied surface of the sea. However, the crocodile still thrived, charging at Li Tsang time and again. Li Tsang's golden glow dimmed. His breaths labored and heavy. Yet, he raised the true dragon sword once more, channeling all the remaining strength in his battered body into his hands. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, a golden beam cleaved through the crocodile, piercing its heart and unleashing a shockwave that extended to the horizon. The crocodile's massive form convulsed before splitting in half, collapsing slowly. Li Tsang knelt upon the colossal corpse, gasping for air, every cell in his body aflame with pain. He was alive, but had expended all his strength. Lu Chen turned his gaze towards the sea serpent, its immense body heaving violently. The once insurmountable barrier flickered with a light that resembled a flame amidst a tempest, ready to extinguish at any moment. Its eyes brightened once more. Yet no beams of energy began to coalesce. At this point, its strength was utterly depleted, yet it continued to struggle with all its might. It comprehended that the sword would inevitably breach its defenses and pierce its body. Lu Chen locked eyes with it, and for the first time, he discerned an emotion beyond arrogance in those vast crimson orbs, fear and retreat. The sea serpent had unleashed the crimson beams countless times, depleting even the energy within its beast core. Now, it could barely sustain the blood-red barrier. It realized it could not triumph over the man before it. In that moment, a memory surfaced in its mind, one from 70 years ago. It had been an ordinary deep-sea creature, merely a slightly larger sea serpent. In the darkness, a voice emerged in its mind, commanding it to grow rapidly, conquer the oceans, and annihilate humanity within 70 years to dominate the world. At that moment, it felt as though divinity had bestowed enlightenment upon it. An inexhaustible power surged within its being, transforming its entire form, expanding until it became unstoppable. A peak B-class life form with unimaginable strength. The voice had promised it everything, power to conquer the oceans and subsequently rule the world. However, there was a prerequisite. If humanity survived, it would perish. For decades, it had bided its time, conquering the oceans, subduing every opponent. Whenever humanity's development faltered, it unleashed waves of monsters, controlling their numbers to ensure victory before the deadline. 40 years ago, it battled Li Tsang for the first time, sparing him because its skills were not yet fully developed, its inner power not entirely digested. Today, 40 years later, it initiated the final confrontation, having fully assimilated its power. Confident it could crush these feeble ants within a day. Everything in this world would belong to it. Yet today, decades of planning had unraveled, all due to one individual. The sword light in Lu Chen's hand surged, still shimmering with an abundance of energy, nearly untouched. As it descended from the heavens, the sea serpent raised its head. For a fleeting moment, a glimmer of pleading appeared in its ancient, massive eyes, a desire to survive. However, Lu Chen remained unmoved, and the sword light descended. In that instant, the cosmos was illuminated by a singular brilliance, cleaving from the heavens. With a resounding crash, the crimson barrier shattered, the once impregnable flesh disintegrating. This peak B-class deep-sea dominator was severed cleanly from head to tail, consciousness, spirit, and soul all vanishing into nothingness. Silence reclaimed the world. Li Tsang lifted his head, nearly unable to stand, witnessing the colossal carcass plummeting from the sky. He finally closed his eyes, an unprecedented fatigue washing over him. The battle was over, and humanity had survived against all odds. However, they were suddenly met with a voice. This voice did not originate from anywhere on the planet, but resonated clearly in the minds of every inhabitant. Chapter 145, The Cosmic Sovereign, XXX level. This voice seemed to emanate from the distant reaches of the cosmos, from the depths of the boundless starry sky, carrying an air of inexorable majesty. A divine proclamation. reminiscent of a celestial visitation, reverberated in the ears of all sentient beings. Greetings, children of the primordial planet. I am Etana, the celestial envoy of the origin race. Your kind has successfully passed the trials set by the origin race, thereby affirming your worthiness. From this moment forth, you shall be under the protection and nurturing of the Origin Alliance. Prepare yourselves, for the emissaries of the Origin Alliance shall soon descend upon your world. This message resonated within the minds of every individual, like a thunderclap on a clear day. Their gazes were filled with bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Some speculated that their minds were merely conjuring illusions born of exhaustion from the monumental battle they had previously endured. A few veterans even feared they might be succumbing to dementia or hysteria. Yet, despite these doubts, the extraordinary event spread like wildfire. An unstoppable tempest that swiftly engulfed the globe. They began to converse, exchanging tales of their experiences, and soon confirmed that the voice echoing in their consciousness was neither a figment of their imagination nor a symptom of hysteria, but a tangible reality. On the battlefield, Li Tsong and Lu Chen exchanged glances, both equally perplexed, their faces adorned with question marks. Lu Chen found himself silently inquiring, Light 7. Have you ever heard of the origin race? The voice of Light 7 immediately responded, infused with palpable excitement. Boss, where did you hear that name? Based on my knowledge of your planet, it is inconceivable that such a primitive and backward world would possess any record of it. Lu Chen could not help but roll his eyes dramatically. It appears you are the one who is out of touch. Your data hasn't connected with the vast cosmos in ages, it's outdated. He then relayed the voice that had resonated within everyone's minds, along with its content, to Light 7. Light 7 fell into a sudden silence. Lu Chen furrowed his brow. Light 7, silence. Fatty, husky, silence, silence, still silence. Just as Lu Chen began to suspect a system failure, Light 7's voice burst forth with uncontrollable excitement in his mind. Oh my goodness, boss. You aren't deceiving me, are you? Lu Chen felt compelled to roll his eyes once more. Why on earth would I deceive you? Light 7 was nearly on the verge of a jubilant scream. Ah, the origin race has contacted you? Boss, your planet is about to ascend. My choice was indeed correct. You are an unparalleled treasure. Lu Chen sighed, please. No need for such theatrics. Tell me what is truly happening. Light 7 took a deep breath, calming his emotions. All right, boss. The origin race is one of the supreme ruling races in the universe. Ruling races? Lu Chen inquired. Indeed, boss. As you are aware, the universe is vast and teeming with countless forms of life and myriad races. Yet, only 5 races are recognized as ruling races. And the origin race is one among them. Ruling races? Are they truly that remarkable? Light 7 exclaimed. Boss, do you not comprehend? The 5 supreme ruling races stand above billions of galaxies and innumerable races, governing the lives and deaths of countless beings in the universe. Even my master must show deference to the strong among the ruling races. Within any ruling race, there are countless beings of power, akin to my master. You wish to know my master's level? X-class. My master is an X-class being. However, in this boundless universe, above X-class, there exists XX class. And yet, even that is not the pinnacle. Beyond XX class lies a realm known as triple X class. This is the ultimate level of existence. The culmination of the evolution of countless life forms in the universe. They are the true masters of the cosmos. Only those races with ruling class beings can be deemed ruling races, thus attaining the highest supremacy over all life. As Light 7 elucidated, a grand and magnificent cosmic world unfolded before Lu Chen's mind's eye. In that moment, he yearned to venture beyond his planet, to traverse the universe, to encounter those wondrous races, savor their cuisines, experience their customs, and behold the infinite splendor of the cosmos. So, are the 5 ruling races of the universe those? Does this imply that there are 5 sovereigns within the universe? Light 7 clarified. No, the origin race comprises 8 sovereigns. 8. Are you aware of the other 4 races? The celestial race, the demon race, the void behemoth race, and the war azura race. Then, how many sovereigns are there? The celestial race boasts 11 sovereigns. The demon race has 7, while both the void behemoth race and the war azura race each possess 6. Hence, the celestial race is the foremost? Indeed. They are the paramount race of the universe, yet the origin race ranks second. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen suddenly exclaimed, Esteemed Etana, may I pose a question? Lu Chen shouted, though he held little hope for a response. Nevertheless, the voice unexpectedly emerged in his mind. Chapter 146, The Origin Alliance. There is no need to address me as esteemed. You may simply call me Etana, the artificial intelligence of the Origin Alliance. Please articulate your inquiry. As the foremost power of this planet, you are entitled to 5 inquiries free of charge. After that, you will need to pay merit points for further answers. So it is, Lu Chen thought. Very well. Can you enlighten me about this trial? Are you certain you wish to squander such a precious opportunity for inquiry? Yes, I am certain. Your planet previously offended a powerful entity from a neighboring galaxy. This being obliterated your former civilization and sealed your galaxy. However, Your prehistoric civilization showed substantial potential for development. The origin race has been seeking promising human civilizations to cultivate. When our probe scanned your planet and discovered it was sealed, we unsealed it to observe your progress, only to find that you had been annihilated. However, we discovered a new race in your midst. Thus, we devised a trial for you, simultaneously offering you an opportunity. If you can advance to a certain level within 70 years and survive the calamities we orchestrate, you will have passed the trial. The difficulty we designed is quite formidable. Generally, only A-class powers can contend with it. Yet, as a C-class, you can resolve it perfectly. This has drawn our alliance's attention. Therefore, shortly, an envoy will personally arrive to assess your potential. If your potential surpasses 120,000 points, your race will be inducted into the origin race. This response was lengthy, yet it finally addressed all his lingering uncertainties. He then inquired, what exactly is potential value? The potential of a life form, as well as that of its race, is encapsulated in a collective assessment. We can quantify the potential of each life form numerically. If an individual's potential reaches 10 points, they are regarded as a minor genius. Exceeding 10 points signifies a true genius, and surpassing 20 points indicates a prodigy. Beyond 30 points, one is considered a monster, over 40 points, a legend, and over 50 points, a myth. We will evaluate the potential of every individual in your race. If the cumulative total exceeds 120,000 points, your race will be recognized as worthy of cultivation and eligible to join us. Thank you for your elucidation, Atana. You have utilized 2 of your inquiry privileges. A sigh echoed in his ears, and then all voices faded into silence. This planet is on the verge of stepping onto a grander stage. Lu Chen's heart brimmed with anticipation, and a radiant smile involuntarily graced his face. He then turned to Li Tsong, who was drenched in blood. Without hesitation, Lu Chen employed the 10,000 lives technique to heal him. Within 20 seconds, Li Tsong's injuries were miraculously restored, as if he had been reborn. Lu Chen gazed at the drone circling above and spoke, "Greetings, everyone. I am Lu Chen. The voice you heard in your minds was indeed real. An extraterrestrial envoy will soon arrive on our planet." In that moment, the entire blue star erupted in a frenzy of excitement, discussions echoing from every corner about this remarkable news. Today, they had witnessed 2 world-shattering events: the battle that reshaped the history of their world, followed by the alarming prospect of an alien visitation. What if they came to enslave them? Would that not be more dire? Despite confronting countless monstrous beings, they lived in fear. Yet, at least they still possessed their freedom. Then, the crowd heard Lu Chen's voice once more. There is no need for concern. They do not come with malicious intent. I have conversed with their artificial intelligence, which confirmed that if we can demonstrate sufficient potential, we may join them and become part of their alliance. Li Tsong had grown numb to the astonishing feats displayed by Lu Chen. The dazzling combat techniques were already enough to astonish anyone. And now, he claimed to have communicated with that voice? Li Tsong had also attempted to reach out to it, but received no response. He couldn't help but ask, "Lu Chen, did you truly speak with it?" "I tried to contact it as well, but it did not respond." Lu Chen promptly relayed the details of his dialogue with the artificial intelligence. Li Tsong nodded, realization dawning upon him. "I see now. It makes sense that it did not respond to me, for I am not the one who vanquished that sea serpent." Lu Chen declared, "Chairman, take this sea serpent to the city. We shall host a grand seafood festival to celebrate together for 3 days and nights." Li Tsong grinned at this suggestion. Great minds think alike. That was precisely my thought. At that moment, Xiao Wanlong and Lu Daohong approached them, accompanied by the ancient patriarch of the Gu family and his son. Chapter 147. The Arrival of Extraterrestrials? They approached Lu Chen and bowed deeply. "Mr. Lu, we apologize for our earlier ignorance. Please forgive us." After witnessing Lu Chen's prowess, even if they had 100 lives, they would not dare oppose the Lu family again, as that would be tantamount to seeking their own demise. Lu Chen held no ill will towards them and merely smiled slightly. Upon seeing his smile, the father and son breathed a heavy sigh of relief, their faces lighting up with joy. Then, a group of soul masters maneuvered mechanized warriors to the sea, retrieving the corpse of the sea serpent. It measured an astonishing 150 kilometers in length, with the slenderest tip still 5 kilometers wide, sufficient to host a grand banquet for the entire populace. 3 million warriors remained standing there, as Li Tsong and Lu Chen approached. They collectively knelt halfway to the ground. In that moment, no words were necessary. Their actions conveyed the profound sentiments swelling within them. It was a breathtaking sight, 3 million warriors kneeling before 2 individuals. Soon after, everyone began returning to a one-base city in succession. Lu Chen headed directly to the Lu family estate, where his family must have been anxiously awaiting his return. Upon his arrival, thousands stood at the gates of the estate, warmly welcoming the pillar of their family. Song Yu rushed forward and embraced Lu Chen tightly, saying nothing, her body trembling slightly. Lu Yuan stepped forward to embrace him as well. "Son, I am proud of you. Even if I were to die this very moment, I would have no regrets." Lu Chen sighed. "Father, what nonsense are you speaking? I still need a lovely younger sister. Talk of dying is unnecessary. Moreover, You must help take care of my children and play with them. You know how busy I am. Lu Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Of course. But when will you give me a grandson? Lu Chen glanced at Luo Nianwei, whose face flushed crimson in an instant, yet she did not step forward. Noticing the subtle change in her expression, Lu Chen approached her immediately. Wait, Nianwei, do you have something on your mind? Luo Nianwei forced a smile. No, nothing at all. I might just be a bit nervous about the impending arrival of the extraterrestrials. She chuckled awkwardly. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Has someone said something to you? His gaze turned icy. Who in the family dared to speak ill of her? Tell me, Nianwei, did someone say something? Luo Nianwei's eyes reddened. And she shook her head vehemently. No, Lu Chen, you are far too good and exceptional for me. I do not deserve you. You should not be with me. You deserve someone far better. Lu Chen immediately grasped her thoughts. When the disparity in power and social status between two partners is vast, the weaker party will naturally feel insecure. He had been so busy in recent days that he had not considered her feelings. Lu Chen stepped forward and embraced her tightly. Silly girl, no one but you deserves me. I, Lu Chen, will only allow you to stand by my side. In my eyes, no one can compare to you. Luo Nianwei asked why. Her eyes were still red, but she felt a sweet warmth blooming within her heart. Lu Chen smiled. Because I am the strongest genius. Who else in this world could possibly be worthy of me, aside from the girl I cherish? Luo Nianwei instantly broke into a smile. Lu Chen pulled her from his embrace and wiped her tears. Do not think like that anymore, all right? Although Lu Chen's words sounded like a jest, he spoke the truth. Given his rate of growth and power, he was destined to surpass everyone in the future. Aside from his one true love, no one else could be deemed worthy of him. Luo Nianwei nodded. Lu Chen continued. Come, prepare yourself. We are about to host a grand celebration lasting 3 days and nights. Afterward, we will tour the entire city and explore this world together. Dividing the body of the Sea Overlord was not a daunting task. During the final battle, its enormous corpse had already been cleaved into countless fragments. Nevertheless, cooking it was no easy feat. Ordinary flames could not even penetrate its flesh, let alone boil it. Thus, a peak B-rank fire element warrior stepped forward, raising his hands as blinding flames erupted forth, their temperature exceeding that of a volcanic core. Several hours later, the towering flames finally roasted the sizable chunks of sea serpent meat, sending a rich aroma wafting for hundreds of kilometers. As the meat gradually softened, plumes of white steam ascended skyward, enveloping the entire A1 base city in a fragrant mist, dreamlike and ethereal. It dawned upon the people that this would be a feast unlike any other in history. The news spread rapidly across the globe, and simultaneously, another message reached every corner of the planet. A1 base city is open to all. Today, let us come together to celebrate humanity's victory. Waves of people surged forth. They arrived at the distant A1 base city, either by plane or bus. Now, there were no monsters left on this planet. Some individuals gazed at the gradually opening gates of the A1 base city, their eyes brimming with tears. Chapter 148, A New Era. A1 base city. For 70 long years, no one was permitted to tread upon this ground without authorization. Today, even children clutching toys could effortlessly pass through the gates, entering humanity's greatest stronghold. In the main square of the city, a colossal screen displayed videos of humanity's past battles. Various scenes of destruction and terror flashed by, monsters tearing through fortifications, invading the city, and valiant warriors charging forth, falling one after another. Then came the relentless tide of monstrous legions. Lu Chen stood alone against the deep sea overlord, the image freezing in time. He floated above the black waves, sword in hand, his gaze fixed intently on his adversary. The crowd silently lifted their heads, despite having seen it countless times. Witnessing it again now made their breaths quicken. Even the mightiest of warriors felt a tightening in their chests. Without Lu Chen, humanity itself might have been wiped from this planet by that dreadful monster. Li Tsong ascended the platform, standing before the throng. He shed his battle armor, donning a simple robe. He required no embellishment. Even standing at the back of the crowd, the world would focus its attention upon him. He was indeed a legend. At this moment, cameras honed in on his handsome visage. He raised a hand to silence the crowd before speaking slowly, his voice as steady and powerful as ever. Some time ago, I made a promise. I stated that whoever could break through to D-grade before the age of 20 would succeed me as the next president of the Alliance. He paused as a gentle breeze swept through the silent square. Yet that young man not only achieved D-grade, he accomplished what we dared not even dream of. He annihilated monsters and conquered this world for humanity. A thunderous applause erupted. Cheers resounded, some clapping so fervently their hands turned crimson. Li Tsong waited for the crowd's fervor to subside before turning around, gesturing for Lu Chen to step into view. Today, he wore a pure black coat, exuding an air of restraint, reminiscent of the boy next door. Li Tsong placed a hand on his shoulder. This is Lu Chen, the most powerful individual on this planet. Li Tsong continued. Thus, today I shall transfer the presidency of the Alliance to him. Lu Chen immediately raised his hands. Wait, he exclaimed hastily, a playful smile creeping upon his lips. Mr. President, I am deeply honored, yet, as you can see, I am still quite young and have a very lovely companion to accompany me. He glanced around, directly meeting the gaze of Luo Nianwei, whose face instantaneously flushed crimson. Thus, I truly lack the time to manage all this. How about this? I shall serve as honorary president, while the actual presidency remains in your capable hands. Given your vast experience in handling such matters. Li Tsong raised an eyebrow. Capable of what nonsense? He replied candidly, I have no desire to manage such trivial affairs. I wish to travel the world, explore different lands, and even one day wander among the stars to behold the vast universe. I have no time to squander my life here. Lu Chen fell silent, gazing at Li Tsong without a word. The cameras clicked incessantly, capturing the entire exchange live. You know, I cannot assume the presidency, Lu Chen stated. Li Tsong surveyed the crowd, seemingly searching for a suitable successor. Soon, his gaze landed on Xiao Wanlong, who was attempting to hide behind a row of medical personnel. Both Li Tsong and Lu Chen turned their eyes toward him. Xiao Wanlong felt a shiver crawl up his spine, his body trembling as he instinctively stepped back. Lu Chen flashed a grin and declared, then it is settled. Xiao Wanlong shall represent me as the vice president of the alliance. Xiao Wanlong opened his mouth, but uttered no sound. When did I agree to this? He raged inwardly. Yet the surrounding crowd had already erupted in cheers, leaving him unable to voice his dissent. Before the eyes of the world, the presidency of the human alliance, the pinnacle of human endeavor, was transferred in an almost farcical manner. Some laughed heartily, rolling on the ground, while others shook their heads in disbelief. Even the journalists on site were rendered speechless. A photographer whispered to his companion, they know they are live streaming, right? Lu Chun and Li Tsong merely shrugged in unison. As if to say so what? Lu Chun then raised his hand, his expression turning solemn. Listen to me, everyone, he proclaimed, his voice echoing across the square. This planet now belongs to us. It is a home for all. Next, we must rebuild our homeland, allowing it to enter the broader stage of the universe in a better form. Soon, extraterrestrial emissaries will arrive, and we must showcase the beauty and vitality of this planet. This time, the response was not merely applause but a chorus of excited roars. Chapter 149, The Arrival of the Emissaries. For decades, people had been confined behind high walls and fortifications, dreaming of stepping beyond them to witness the wonders of the outside world. Now, those dreams were within reach. Lu Chen descended from the platform and approached Luo Nianwei. He silently extended his hand, grasping hers. Then, slowly, they both ascended into the air, rising higher and higher in the awestruck gazes of the crowd until they became mere specks, vanishing into the vast night sky. In the following 3 days, Lu Chen took Luo Nianwei to every corner of the planet. They soared over dense forests, traversed endless deserts, and plunged into the ocean for an underwater adventure. Lu Chen summoned a vast bubble with his mental energy, and they drifted within, gliding through the tranquil underwater world and weaving through vibrant coral canyons. Occasionally, Luo Nianwei would reach out to touch the curious little fish that swam by. Not every creature became a monster during the cataclysm. Akin to the awakened warriors among ordinary people, those monsters were also the chosen fortunate ones. If every creature could transform into a monster, then Lu Chen would face not just tens of millions or hundreds of millions of monsters, but trillions upon trillions. At times, Lu Chen would point to a spot on the ocean floor, quietly revealing what lay hidden beneath. Once, he used his mental power to lift an entire layer of sand, exposing ancient ruins below, remnants of a civilization that even no one knew existed. Luo Nianwei gasped, covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide in astonishment. On land, Xiao Wanlong was engrossed in his work, diligently managing affairs. He had no time for leisure or exploration of this new world. He had spent 3 days in the office, surrounded by holographic screens and three-dimensional maps, engaged in administrative planning, dividing the land into various regions. Every region is to establish a new city. Humanity shall no longer find itself ensnared within the confines of fortified bastions, nor shall it perpetually grapple for survival. All individuals will be free to dwell between heaven and earth, governed uniformly by the Alliance. Such a governance, reminiscent of an imperial unification, may face resistance. However, at present, no one opposes it. Everyone is acutely aware of one undeniable truth. The continued existence of humanity is owed to Lu Chen. After enduring 70 years of apocalyptic existence, they also understand that human greed is insatiable. Without an absolute power to regulate their actions, such greed could once again plunge the world into catastrophe. As dawn broke on the 3rd day, the labor finally reached a conclusion. Xiao Wanlong let out a long sigh and vigorously rubbed his face. He had never envisioned himself wielding such power, yet now he stood as the acting chairman of humanity, overseeing affairs across the entire planet. Concurrently, Li Tsong was in seclusion. A warrior of the golden element, he had received a golden elemental law stone from Lu Chen, aiding him in comprehending the principles of the gold attribute. Li Tsong locked himself away to meditate, yearning for the day he could transcend to A-grade and traverse the stars. Returning to the A1 base city, now officially named Ember City and serving as the capital of the Human Alliance, Lu Chen accompanied Luo Nianwei and Kogi into an opulent hall, resplendent with various treasures and weapons. Lu Chen presented them with a small pile of gleaming elemental crystals, which could expedite their ascension to official warriors. He spoke softly, with sufficient diligence. Even breaking through to D-grade should pose no challenge. Kogi's hands trembled as he beheld the trove of gifts. He opened his mouth to speak, but Lu Chen raised a hand, halting his words. He cautioned, however, once you attain D-grade, do not rush into further advancement. You must diligently cultivate your combat techniques and elemental skills, ensuring they harmonize with your cultivation level. Do not be hasty. Take your time. Kogi, with a serious demeanor, nodded earnestly. Subsequently, he departed from the A1 base city to execute Lu Chen's directive, tasked with seeking out prodigies worldwide. The Alliance's Qingyun plan had recorded numerous talents. Though most were merely collaborators, Lu Chen aspired to forge a distinct system, one that would steadfastly support his faction, regardless of the world's rapid transformation and its fervent reconstruction efforts. In the span of merely 3 days, Lu Chen's own power surged. His attributes had multiplied eightfold. Upon inspecting his panel, he noted, Name, Lu Chen Strength, 15, 366, 240. 000 Spirit, 15, 366, 240, 000 Soul Technique. Maximum Comprehension Base Strength, 12, 292, 998, 000 tons. With his current physical prowess, a single punch could level a city. Devoid of combat techniques or elemental skills, relying solely on primal strength, he recognized that he could not linger in his current state. It was time to advance towards B-grade. Furthermore, he needed to begin comprehending the laws, for if he wished to enter the cosmos, he must swiftly ascend to A-grade. Just as he prepared for seclusion, a sudden jolt coursed through him. At that moment, his mental energy enveloped the entire planet like a protective shield, extending into the vastness of space. In that instant, he sensed an unprecedented pressure descending from beyond the stars, akin to a meteorite crashing down, radiating an aura of annihilation. Chapter 150. Sir, the instrument is malfunctioning. Lu Chen instinctively retracted his mental energy, as if shocked. A wave of pain surged from the depths of his soul, causing his vision to darken. For several seconds, he feared he might lose consciousness entirely. The atomic rebirth technique activated, swiftly mending his damaged consciousness and mental energy. Yet, his heart continued to race uncontrollably. What was that power? Lu Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Just a slight brush with the residual might of that force had nearly cost him his life. It seemed as if a mere thought from the other could obliterate an entire star system. He swallowed hard, his throat dry. An envoy from the Origin Alliance had arrived. Then, without warning, a man appeared before him. Clad in a magnificent robe adorned with ever-shifting, mysterious patterns, he bore an aura that was both serene and terrifying, akin to a dormant volcano or a densely concentrated black hole. Merely standing before him left Lu Chen breathless. The man surveyed him with calm curiosity, a faint smile gracing his lips. In Lu Chen's ear, the voice of Light Number 7 cried out in alarm, Boss. This man's presence is more formidable than my master. If he were to act, the entire star system might vanish. The stranger tilted his head, his smile widening. Oh, he mused, as if speaking to himself. An artificial intelligence capable of automatic upgrades? And it only lacks 1% of the data for iteration? How intriguing. Lu Chen felt a cold sweat enveloping his back. He forced himself to lift his gaze, locking eyes with the man, who regarded him with a hint of interest. I am Rog, he declared in fluent native language. An envoy of the Origin Alliance. Little one, there is no need to be so tense. Just now, I sensed an incredible mental force, which is why I came directly to find you. You are quite fascinating. Lu Chen's heart raced fiercely, threatening to leap from his chest. He struggled to muster a smile, albeit a stiff one. Honorable Rog, it is a privilege to meet you, he rasped. I am Lu Chen, please follow me. He turned and led them out of the room. At that moment, he was in the training chamber of the Alliance headquarters. Stepping into the elevator, Lu Chen guided the 4 envoys into the Alliance building, ascending the broad, immaculate marble steps along a lengthy corridor. At the end of the hall hung a massive banner of the Human Alliance. Ultimately, they entered Lu Chen's office, the most opulent room in the entire building. The ceiling was adorned with crystals that sparkled like luminous stars, while exquisite carvings adorned the walls. In the center stood a grand round table, surrounded by plush chairs. Your Excellency, please take a seat, Lu Chen offered politely. Rog remained unmoved, surveying the room before fixing his gaze upon Lu Chen. We can sit down later, he replied, his voice calm, yet imbued with a weighty pressure that seemed to thicken the air. If your planet's potential exceeds the standard, it will be worth my time. If not, others will come to process your affairs, and you will receive the same treatment as all other ordinary civilizations. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen felt a tightening in his chest. He understood that this envoy was no ordinary emissary. There must be some extraordinary reason for his presence. Possibly due to his battle with the deep-sea overlord receiving high commendation from Atana, warranting such a high-ranking individual to descend personally. He nodded slightly. As you wish. Rog then turned to the tall man standing behind him and spoke calmly. Harry, scan the entire planet. Harry nodded and stepped forward, producing a transparent crystal device that shimmered with clarity. It appeared akin to a finely polished shard of glass. However, when a finger pressed against its surface, hundreds of enigmatic runes materialized within the crystal. Chen observed in silence as this device commenced a comprehensive scan of the potential possessed by every warrior on this planet. The transparent crystal emitted a gentle luminescence, and an imperceptible wave swept through, effortlessly bypassing billions of ordinary individuals whose potential fell short. Even the cumulative potential of all ordinary people combined would barely exceed 100 points. The truly valuable data resided within the select few awakened warriors. Then, a flicker of light ensued, followed by a series of beeps. The transparent crystal suddenly emitted an alarm, its surface displaying a glaring red exclamation mark. In bold black font, the message read, "Unable to detect." Helly's brows furrowed as he tapped the device, checking for malfunctions. This scanner had never disappointed him throughout the years of usage, never once failing him. He attempted again, only to be met with the same red alert, "Unable to detect." The room fell into a heavy silence, while Chen felt his heart racing, nearly leaping into his throat, and a sheen of sweat forming on his palm. Even Rog tilted his head in curiosity. Chapter 151, The Astonished Alien. Helly's expression turned somewhat awkward as he made a third attempt. The scanner flickered with light, sounding its beeping alarm once more, only to display "Unable to detect." Helly took a cautious step back, speaking softly, "Sir, it seems this device is malfunctioning." Rog's deep-set eyes sparkled with astonishment as he raised his hand, a smaller but more subdued crystal levitating in his palm. This equipment appeared to be an enhanced version of Helly's device, with thousands of mysterious patterns flowing within it. "Try this," Rog instructed. Helly accepted it with both hands, realizing it was no ordinary scanner. This was the 11th generation scanning device, specifically designed to detect advanced civilizations, never before employed on such a primitive planet. Even holding it made his palms sweat, and he swallowed nervously before initiating the scan. As the device swept across the corners of the world, extracting data, the room was so quiet one could hear a pin drop, save for the humming of the instrument. Everyone awaited the results, which took longer than anticipated, almost a full minute. Helly felt a wave of relief wash over him, filled with anticipation. Truly, this advanced equipment proved its worth. Finally, the light faded, revealing the information, "Unable to detect." A sudden dryness overtook Helly's throat as he attempted once more, but the answer remained unchanged. He glanced up at Rog, who was now fixated on Chen, his expression shifting from mere curiosity to gravity. Lost in thought, he was a sovereign of a grand galaxy, a being who had existed for over 100 million years. Throughout his extensive life, he had never encountered a planet with potential exceeding the scanning limits of the 11th generation device. "Perhaps we should scan once more," Rog commanded, raising his finger to point at Chen. Chen blinked, but remained silent. Helly promptly adjusted the device and resumed the detection. The instrument buzzed to life again, and everyone held their breath in anticipation. This time, the results arrived swiftly, a number appearing on the display. Helly's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. 6,000,000. It felt as if someone had delivered a powerful blow to his chest. 6 million? This was a potential value characteristic of those formidable civilizations, achievable only by planets boasting populations and technologies hundreds of times that of this world. He activated the device once more, suspecting an anomaly, but the data quickly reaffirmed the same number. Rog's expression, however, remained inscrutable, serious, and contemplative as he gazed at Chen, his eyes brimming with inquiry. Helly swallowed hard, murmuring, "Sir, how can this be?" Rog offered no reply, instead gently waving his hand. A flat metallic disc resembling a painter's palette materialized in his grasp, adorned with 7 colors: purple, blue, cyan, green, yellow, orange, and red. "Hold this device," Rog instructed. "It is crafted for the profound detection of individual potential, infused with the laws of destiny, capable of revealing the ultimate realm one may attain in their lifetime." Chen scrutinized the disc, feeling the pressure in the room intensify with each of Rog's words. At last, Rog's voice became deeply resonant. "Typically, I would refrain from utilizing this, but your circumstances are exceptional." He raised his gaze to meet Chen's. "Child, hold this device and channel your energy into it." Chen stepped forward, his palm gliding over the smooth metallic surface, instantly feeling a chill. He closed his eyes, guiding his power into the disc. Initially, nothing transpired. Then, the red square illuminated, signifying his capacity to transcend grade A. Whispers rippled among the surrounding emissaries, a faint murmur filling the air. Subsequently, the orange square glowed, representing grade S, followed by yellow for grade SS, and green for grade SSS. Helly's mouth hung agape as the cyan square began to shine. Grade 10, the realm of galactic sovereigns. Even Rog leaned forward slightly. Soon, the blue square lit up. Grade 20, a level only the mightiest of advanced cosmic civilizations could attain. Rog's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated witnessing such a prodigious talent on this primitive planet. Yet, the spectacle was not over. Finally, the purple square illuminated, erupting in a dazzling brilliance so intense that they were compelled to shield their eyes. Then, upon detecting the supreme Dominion talent, the disc began to tremble violently in Lu Chen's hand, bursting forth with a fierce white light. With a resounding crack, it shattered, scattering glowing metallic fragments throughout the room. For a moment, silence reigned, and no one moved or spoke. Rog swallowed hard, and Lu Chen discerned a glimmer of awe in his gaze. In his long, 100-million-year existence, he had never witnessed the destruction of a fate device. Chapter 152, Overwhelmed by Happiness. Lu Chen's heart quivered, and he inhaled sharply, silently pondering, "System, what just transpired? The laws of fate within this artifact are too rudimentary to ascertain your destiny." Ah, so that is it, Lu Chen realized, his heart racing with excitement. Was my talent truly so formidable? Rog remained silent, engrossed in contacting some entity. "Lord Etana," he spoke softly, "I have an urgent matter to report." A calm, gentle voice resonated in his mind. "Rog, I am here. Please continue with your report." Rog took a deep breath, slowly elaborating. "I have completed the preliminary assessment. The situation is far more complex than any I have encountered." He then proceeded to explain. "Regarding the failure of consecutive scans of the 2 generations of instruments, which resulted in the loss of 6 million potential values linked to the fateful devices of the laws of destiny, Etana remained silent for an extended period. Finally, she spoke softly, "Amend the contract to the XXX level." Upon hearing this, Rog felt a wave of relief wash over him, almost exhaling a long-held breath. He understood that only a contract of XXX level was worthy of this anomaly. Even in the absence of Lu Chen, a planet with 6 million potential values could effortlessly secure an S-level contract. Contracts within the Origin Alliance vary in rank, categorized by importance from lowest to highest: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS levels, akin to the ranks of warriors. Among these, XXX level stands supreme. He then turned to Lu Chen, his expression gravely serious. "Given the potential of your planet, it merits a XXX level contract." Lu Chen looked at him with confusion, carefully inquiring, "What does a XXX level contract entail?" Rog fixed his gaze upon him, his demeanor earnest. "This represents the highest contract level within our origin human race. Over the course of billions of years, only 4 or 5 civilizations have qualified." Lu Chen's heart raced. He had not anticipated such an outcome. Rog continued, "Upon signing, your civilization will receive the following benefits." He raised a finger, his voice steady. "First, every individual on your planet will receive an SSS-level bloodline purification agent." Lu Chen's eyes widened. In his mind, Bright 7 excitedly whispered, "Boss, with the bloodline purification agents, those warriors will ascend in an instant." Rog then raised a second finger. "Secondly, your civilization will gain access to our virtual universe, with an entire virtual star system open to you at no cost." He lifted a third finger. "Thirdly, within the virtual universe, you can purchase anything at a 50% discount, which will be directly transported to your planet." Bright 7 was nearly moved to tears at this revelation. A 50% discount? Even my master wouldn't dare to dream of such a thing. Rog did not pause. "Fourth, any personnel within your civilization who meet the requirements may apply to join the leadership of the Origin Alliance." He raised a hand again. "Fifth, your planet will receive a teleportation device, allowing travel to any location within our domain equipped with such devices." Lu Chen's breath slowed, overwhelmed by the enormity of it all. It felt as though he were enveloped in a deluge of happiness, nearly dizzying. Rog continued, "Sixth, talented individuals from your planet with the requisite potential may apply to reside on Origin Star, the headquarters of our Origin Alliance." Finally, he raised a finger once more. "Seventh, your planet may request assistance from a dominant figure in the Grand Star system up to 5 times at no charge." Lu Chen felt as if he were in a daze, the reality of it all surreal, akin to stepping into a dream. Yet, Rog was not finished. He regarded Lu Chen and slowly stated, "These are benefits for your planet, but you have additional privileges." He began to enumerate again. "Firstly, you can purchase any resources from the Alliance at just 1% of the market price, for your use or that of your family." Rog's expression grew grave. "Secondly, you may request assistance from a XXX level powerhouse 3 times at no cost." At this, even Bright 7 fell silent, no longer speaking, merely remaining quietly within Lu Chen's consciousness, eyes filled with reverence. "Thirdly," Rog continued, fixing his gaze on Lu Chen, "you may select any 2 offerings available in the virtual universe, which will be yours indefinitely." Lu Chen swallowed hard. "Fourthly, upon reaching a level, you will become the lord of your galaxy." Silence enveloped the room for an extended period, with no one daring to speak. Eventually, Lu Chen heard Bright 7's tentative voice in his mind, soft, timid, and tinged with an indescribable sadness. "Boss, please do not abandon me. I know you will have greater choices in the future, but allow me to remain by your side. With just a bit of resources, I can evolve on my own." Chapter 153, The Battlefield of All Races. Lu Chen felt something stirring in his chest. He took a deep breath, calming himself, and addressed Rog. Thank you immensely. These terms exceed my expectations. Your sincerity is evident. Rog nodded. Lu Chen, your potential is exceedingly rare. We will assist you in your growth. However, there may come a day when we will require your reciprocation. Lu Chen smiled. Though the words were starkly honest, he felt an exhilarating thrill within. I understand. At that moment, he realized that their planet was no longer isolated from the cosmic civilizations. They had entered the grand universe, even directly becoming part of the ruling class. This time, no one could impede their rise. Lu Chen immediately extended his mental prowess to locate Li Zongxiao, Wan Long, and Lu Daohong to seek their opinions. This was not merely his affair. This decision was intertwined with the fate of everyone on the planet. Soon, he received their enthusiastic responses, prompting Lu Chen to sign the contract. Yet, this was no ordinary paper contract, but rather a covenant bound by the laws of the universe. Rog took considerable time to meticulously explain the details and signing procedures involved. When both parties completed the signing, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Every individual on the planet felt an inexplicable force surge into their bodies. This was the bloodline power of the origin human race. Through this supreme-level contract, each person on the planet now possessed 1% of the bloodline of the origin humans. As for the efficacy of this bloodline, it could elevate and optimize their genes in ways that current technology could not achieve. A pure-blooded origin human possesses at least 50% of this bloodline. Yet even with just 50%, they are 6 times stronger than the warriors of this planet across all realms. Even ordinary individuals without awakening could live for hundreds of years. Among the origin humans, a person's talent is assessed based on their comprehension, the caliber of their spiritual veins, and the quantity of their origin bloodline. 50% is the standard line for pure-blooded origin humans. If the purity of the bloodline increases, their power will significantly amplify, allowing them to grasp the laws of the universe more swiftly, as their bloodlines inherently contain fragments of these laws, alongside many unexpected gifts. Now, the humans of this planet had been endowed with such bloodlines, even if it were merely 1%, with the SSS-level bloodline purification agents. The purity could be elevated to 50%, comparable to pure-blooded origin humans. Rog then shared even more astonishing secrets. He mentioned that if your bloodline purity could reach 80%, upon breaking through to a level, you might awaken a special talent, the Eye of Destruction. With it, you would be able to comprehend the laws of destruction. Creation and destruction are among the highest laws of the universe, with one benefit after another. It is no wonder the origin humans are regarded as the ruling race in the cosmos. Subsequently, Atana's calm, gentle voice resonated in everyone's minds. Congratulations to this planet for signing the highest-level contract with the Origin Alliance. You are now part of the origin human race. Your rewards will arrive within 4 hours. Now, all warriors merely need to flicker a thought to enter the virtual universe and log into the designated location. This announcement instantly sparked immense excitement globally. Individuals could sense their bodies invigorated. A clear list of rewards vividly materialized in their minds, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, eager to immerse themselves in the virtual cosmos. Yet, none dared to be the first to rush in. Everyone awaited the actions of their leader. Suddenly, Lu Chen recalled a crucial matter. Your Excellency, he ventured to inquire. Is there a way to help those without awakened talents? Rog gazed at him with a calm demeanor. It is not impossible, he responded slowly, but the cost is exorbitant. Even if you pay merely 1% of the standard price, you would still require 2 billion merit points to purchase the Seed of Law. Lu Chen's heart raced. He was indifferent to the price's magnitude. As long as there was a solution, he would procure it for his family. He restrained himself and politely asked, "May I inquire what merit points are and how one might earn them?" Rog explained, merit points are the circulating currency used by our race. You can earn them by providing valuable services. For instance, inventing significant devices will earn you points, or discovering resources vital for cultivation will also grant you merit. However, the fastest and simplest method is to engage in battle against other races on the battlefield. The more enemies you defeat, the more merit points you accumulate. Lu Chen comprehended the situation. Conflict was omnipresent, even in an infinite universe. Resources were not boundless. Every race sought to claim them for themselves, leading to incessant strife. Is there truly a battlefield dedicated to combating other races? He pondered, curiosity piqued. However, apart from that Sea Overlord, I have yet to engage in a truly exhilarating battle. Perhaps there, I will encounter worthy adversaries deserving of my full strength. A flicker of eagerness crossed his face. Rog continued, very well, everything here concludes. Soon, individuals will arrive to install the teleportation devices. Once activated, you will be able to traverse all star domains within our territory. Your Excellency, Lu Chen inquired. Just how vast is our territory? Rog appeared pleased, noting that Lu Chen had begun referring to the origin race as we're rather than you. With pride, he replied, we control 2 million life star systems. Lu Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. 2 million life star systems. The sheer enormity rendered him momentarily speechless, struggling to fathom such a scale. What of the other 4 sovereign races? Rog was not taken aback by Lu Chen's question. He had long dispatched the artificial intelligence by his side, knowing that Lu Chun possessed a certain understanding of the universe. Rog's expression grew solemn as he explained. The divine race possesses 6 million life star systems, while the demon race controls 500,000. The void beasts and war azuras each govern approximately 200,000 life star systems. The divine race truly was the premier race of the universe, existing on an entirely different echelon. Their combat prowess must be unparalleled, Lu Chun mused. Perhaps one day, I will have the opportunity to face them, he thought, before asking. Your Excellency, is there a way to comprehend the supreme laws of the universe? Rog looked at him in astonishment. You wish to grasp the supreme laws before reaching S rank? Lu Chun smiled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. I merely wish to ascertain whether such a possibility exists. Rog then sighed in relief. That is well. You possess great potential, but do not be overly ambitious, lest it destabilize your foundation. Regarding your question, indeed, there are many methods to aid in the comprehension of supreme laws, which you can search for in the virtual universe. However, do bear in mind that these methods require substantial merit points. Lu Chun nodded seriously, understanding that as long as a method existed, that was sufficient. As for earning merit points, he would devise a way. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but ask again, Your Excellency, do we have battlefields below S rank? Rog, observing Lu Chun's eager expression, chuckled softly. Already considering how to earn merit points? Lu Chun nodded honestly. Rog smiled slightly. Of course. And that battlefield has the largest number of warriors. Once the teleportation devices for your group are installed, you can be directly transported there. However, before that, focus on breaking through to A rank. Only then will it be safer for you there. Lu Chun agreed with a nod, believing the same. Once he consumed the bloodline purification agent, his combat strength would undoubtedly ascend to another level. At that point, sweeping the battlefield would not be too late. Subsequently, the 4 envoys departed from the planet. The bright number 7 let out a long sigh of relief, finally able to speak. Boss, I was nearly scared to death. What do you plan to do next? Lu Chun replied with a calm gaze. Let us first explore the virtual universe. I wish to see what makes it so extraordinary. With a flicker of thought, he entered the virtual universe. When he awakened, he found himself situated within an unimaginably grand city. This place was astonishing beyond belief. Even more magnificent and advanced than the most sci-fi movie he had ever seen. Upon his arrival, he immediately drew the attention of the crowd. Their curious gazes fixated on him. Who is he? How did he appear here? Lu Chun was equally perplexed. Where's this place? How did I end up here? A young man approached him, sternly asking, Who are you? How did you come to be here? Lu Chun tilted his head slightly, inquiring, Where is this? The young man blinked in surprise. The individual before him was unaware of where he was. The virtual universe was under the strict surveillance of Lord Etana. There should not have been any errors. Nevertheless, he patiently responded, This is Asgard, the capital of the Origin race on the Origin star. Now, may I ask who you are? Lu Chun felt slightly dizzy. How did I end up in the capital of the Origin race upon logging in? He took a deep breath and explained, I am Lu Chun from Blue Star. Blue Star? The young man frowned. What place is that? How did you find yourself in the capital? I am uncertain, Lu Chun admitted. Recently, an envoy visited our planet. He signed a XXX level contract with us, stating that we are now part of the Origin race. Perhaps that is the reason? The young man's legs began to tremble. Brother, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Hee. Please forgive my impoliteness. I haven't slept for 5 days, so my mind is a bit foggy and my words a bit harsh. Allow me to be your guide as compensation. Lu Chun was speechless at the abrupt change in the young man's demeanor. Is the influence of the XXX level contract truly that great? He pondered, but refrained from voicing the question. He then said, Thank you. I would be most grateful. May I ask how to address you? The young man awkwardly patted his forehead. Look at my mind. I apologize, I am Saint Rini. His tone was earnest, and his attitude exceptionally friendly. It is well known that any civilization that has signed the XXX level contract, it is entirely due to the unfathomable monsters that have emerged from their civilization. Typically, the first to arrive here is their leader, the youngest sovereign of the Origin human race. Hailing from such a civilization, in certain respects, this civilization holds even greater significance than the pure-blooded Origin humans. For their status is earned through sheer strength rather than hereditary lineage. As they converse, a number of young men and women in the distance cannot help but glance over. What could Saint Linny and that stranger be discussing? Let us go and find out. A beautiful girl proposes, her presence radiating an aura of cold detachment that causes those around her to tread carefully. Lu Chun can discern that her status is undoubtedly elevated. The girl pays no heed to Lu Chun, her tranquil gaze fixed on Saint Linny as she inquires, Who is he? How did he come to be here? Saint Linny offers a courteous smile, replying, Miss Freya, he is a brother from the XXX level contract civilization. This is his first visit, so I took the initiative to show him around. Upon hearing this, the onlookers are left in stunned silence. XXX level contract civilization? Curses someone softly. Why wasn't he the first to greet him? Even the haughty Freya's icy demeanor flickers with curiosity as she scrutinizes Lu Chun, finding him to be an exceedingly handsome young man. undoubtedly from an advanced civilization discovered by the Alliance. Chen steps forward, nodding slightly. His demeanor friendly as he introduces himself. Hello everyone, I am Chen. It is a pleasure to meet you. As a newcomer, he wishes to forge friendships with peers. For upon returning to Blue Star, no one dared to treat him so casually. Now, even his cousins, Lu Lina and Lu Guagua, no longer dare to approach him. Only his parents, great-grandfather Luo Nianwei, and Corgi can interact with him without reservation. Yet here, among the origin humans, he hopes to find equally powerful contemporaries, companions who can stand beside him and alleviate his solitude. The group immediately begins to introduce themselves with warmth, their curiosity swiftly transforming into friendliness. Brother, shall we proceed? Saint Linny exclaims with excitement. There is much to see here, and I assure you, your eyes will be open wide. Chen smiles, feeling a long-lost sense of ease as he lightly steps forward. All right. He waves goodbye to the others and follows Saint Linny into the heart of Asgard City. Walking alongside Saint Linny, their footsteps gently echo on the silvery space walkway, surrounded by a surreal landscape that feels dreamlike. The path beneath them glimmers like flowing liquid metal, shifting with the movements of the crowd. Towering space elevators pierce the clouds, impossibly connecting floating skyscrapers and dividing the sky. Gentle neon lights cascade down like auspicious clouds, crafting a fantastical glow. Here, there are no cars. Instead, sleek circular pods glide silently above, following designated routes between the buildings. Chen had watched numerous science fiction films in his past life, yet none could compare to the spectacle of Asgard before him. Everything felt so tangible, so immersive, as if this were a living world rather than a mere virtual universe. Even the air was refreshingly crisp, sharpening his senses. Out of curiosity, he attempted to activate a panel, but nothing happened. He tried again, focusing intently, yet still, there was no response. He could sense a connection to the panel, yet it felt as though it were non-existent, completely absent from the virtual universe. Taking a deep breath, he realized that while the virtual universe could perfectly replicate his body and even mimic certain aspects of his soul, it could not access the panel. This suggested that the panel's existence likely transcended the defensive measures of the origin human technology. Curiously, he observed everything around him, searching for any evidence that might indicate this was a virtual world rather than a real one, but he found none. Beside him, Saint Linny chuckled as if he had anticipated this moment. What you see now is merely the first layer, he stated, his voice laced with amusement. Chapter 156. The time training room. Chen turned in surprise. What do you mean by the first layer? Saint Linny replied with a faint smile. Asgard consists of 9 layers, each corresponding to a cultivation realm. We are currently in the first layer, which only allows those below A rank to enter. When someone breaks through, they may ascend to the next layer. Chen blinked, curiosity piqued as he asked, so, is each layer the same as this one, or will the environment change? The environment is generally the same, Saint Linny nodded, explaining, but each layer has its own corresponding simulation system. While the external appearance may be alike, the levels of items, their functions, and trading rules differ slightly. After all, the disparities between each major realm above A rank are vast, necessitating that the surrounding environment remains balanced with the warrior's strength. Indeed, the entire Grand City is a replica of Asgard City, the true capital of Origin Star. There are 9 such replicas. Chen scanned the crowd, noticing clusters of young people engaging in friendly chatter and laughter, realizing that he felt no sense of threat here, no terrifying oppression nor suffocating presence, only ordinary fluctuations of energy, albeit still quite potent, yet well within the B rank range. No wonder, he murmured, I was worried that if people from Blue Star entered here, they would be bullied by stronger individuals, shattering their confidence and even derailing their cultivation paths. This is precisely the reason for the existence of the virtual universe, Saint Linny remarked. Without the permission of Lord Etana, no one can ascend to a layer lower than their own strength, unless there is a legitimate reason for doing so. Otherwise, she will not grant approval. Chen nodded slowly, genuinely impressed. Establishing such an expansive virtual world, while also considering the welfare of the weaker individuals, speaks volumes about the overall ethos of the origin humans. However, Saint Linny continued, if it is a private asset you purchase, such as a house or estate, you may invite anyone in regardless of their cultivation realm. Thus, even if you are bullied outside, you will not face the embarrassment of being unable to meet the stronger members of your clan when necessary. Even if you lack your own private space, you can rent one. Saint Linny's expression turned serious. This is why our race can stand at the pinnacle of the universe, he said softly. A powerful civilization possesses not only immense strength, but also far-reaching vision, a commitment to maintaining order in their living environment, and respect for all levels of life. They continued onward, ultimately arriving at a colossal structure that spanned an entire block at the city center. It appeared to be a vast shopping complex, yet more modern and sci-fi in design, exuding an almost sacred aura. This is the marketplace, Saint Linny explained. You can purchase nearly anything here, treasures, combat techniques, and various rare materials. Any merchandise recorded in the Origin Alliance database is available for purchase. They proceeded inside, and Lu Chen surveyed his surroundings. Countless shelves extended in all directions, seemingly without end. On the illuminated shelves, various items were encased in a transparent energy shield, each marked with floating labels. However, Saint Linny explained that everything here required merit points. Lu Chen paused before a row of crystal spheres, their surfaces shimmering with an enigmatic glow, emanating an aura of profound mystery. What are these? He inquired. They are law spheres, Saint Linny introduced. Each sphere contains a sealed fragment of a law, inscribed by a formidable being. If one can obtain and comprehend one, their understanding of that law will rapidly elevate. They are exceedingly precious, though the price is equally steep. They continued onward, traversing an expanse filled with shelves adorned with potions of various hues. Some beast cores still radiated residual energy, suggesting they had been recently hunted or that the protective technology here was exceptionally advanced. Above certain items floated red labels, indicating restricted merchandise, accessible only to individuals of specific cultivation levels or those possessing special permits. The vastness of the place resembled a new city, yet it was impeccably organized, devoid of any sense of chaos. Despite its virtual nature, it seemed to possess a life of its own. Come, let me show you something even more remarkable. Saint Linny smiled, leading him out of the shop and towards a colossal elliptical structure. The entire edifice shimmered with blue and white light, exuding a unique rhythm. Upon entering, they were immediately enveloped by an intense cosmic energy. The density of energy was immense, yet there was no discernible pressure. Breathing felt as natural as ever, devoid of any hindrance. It was truly a sanctum for cultivation. This is the cultivation hall, Saint Linny said with reverence, lowering her voice. You can rent an independent cultivation room here, equipped with a device that manipulates the flow of time, accelerating it sixfold. In other words, 6 hours of practice inside equates to just 1 hour outside. Chapter 157, The Origin Tower. Lu Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. A sixfold time acceleration? Indeed, Saint Linny confirmed. If used judiciously, it can save you decades of cultivation time. Lu Chen stepped onto a circular platform at the entrance, and the floor beneath him illuminated with brilliance, scanning over his body before subsiding once more. Accessing the interior also required merit points. It costs at least 20,000 merit points to cultivate for an hour inside, Saint Linny's voice echoed. Lu Chen smiled faintly, realizing the situation. Even so, the power of such a place was undeniable. With this cultivation hall, prodigies could accelerate their growth, especially for someone like him, endowed with extraordinary talent. The enhancement would be formidable. They then returned to the space corridor and continued onward. Saint Linny led him to a slowly rotating crystalline structure resembling a flying saucer. Inside was an auction house. The main hall was vast, with rows of seats floating midair, gently spiraling with the platform, capable of ascending or descending according to the patron's ranks and statuses. Auctions are held here weekly, Saint Linny explained. Rare treasures not found in shops, such as ultra-ancient relics and forbidden techniques, are sold here, and sometimes even unique life forms. Lu Chen glanced around, noticing some attendees donned masks while others appeared as blurred projections, valuing their privacy through anonymity. He examined the list on the screen, realizing he couldn't afford even the cheapest item on it. At present, he was penniless. Although he might be the wealthiest person on Blue Star, here, he possessed nothing. It seemed imperative to earn merit points swiftly. Saint Linny seemed to sense his predicament and did not linger, promptly escorting Lu Chen back outside. Now, her tone was animated, her expression excited. I will take you to my favorite place. They arrived at a massive arena, large enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands. In the sky, two figures were locked in fierce combat. One wielded a glowing longsword while the other was enveloped in deep crimson flames. Each clash sent ripples cascading through the air. This is the combat arena, Saint Linny explained, her eyes sparkling. Here, you can publicly challenge anyone. With every victory, you earn merit points, glory, and heightened attention. In this arena, one could unleash their full potential without reservation. Lu Chen watched the battle unfold, feeling his heartbeat quicken. Each collision felt so authentic, every movement precise and deliberate, as if they had transcended into a virtual realm. The crowd erupted in roars of cheers with every impact. Can anyone step onto the stage? He asked. Absolutely, Saint Linny affirmed, and you will be ranked according to your strength. There are one-on-one duels, elimination tournaments, and even large-scale battles. If you wish, you can set your fight as VIP content, requiring spectators to pay merit points to watch. However, this necessitates a certain fan base. Lu Chen felt an overwhelming urge to participate, yearning for an exhilarating battle. Yet, he had not yet had the opportunity. This arena seemed perfectly tailored for him, as if it had been created for his very essence. He grinned widely, and then Saint Linny pointed towards a towering white spire, partially obscured by the clouds of the simulated world. That, she whispered, is the Origin Tower. Lu Chen turned to look, noticing the names of the 100 greatest geniuses below Alliance Grade A inscribed upon it. From the Origin era to the present, Saint Linny continued, her voice imbued with reverence. Each generation's legends and prodigies are commemorated here. To have your name inscribed means instant fame. leading to an invitation to join the Origin Alliance as an officer. The tower bore the spiritual imprints of all those formidable talents. You could challenge them, but first, you must secure the top rank in the combat arena and defend your position. You must be a leader among the younger generation of your civilization, correct? Perhaps one day you will have the honor of battling them. Blood surged in Lu Chun's veins. He longed to confront them, to compete against those monstrosities from the Origin era to the present, to crush them with undeniable strength, and proclaim who the greatest genius of all time truly was. Yet, he was not yet qualified, and thus, he had to bide his time. He forced himself to regain composure. What rewards await if one's name is inscribed there? Is it merely merit points? Saint Linny smiled slightly, her gaze distant. No, the rewards are not fixed. If you can have your name inscribed, you may choose freely. There are rare treasures, powerful techniques, or even personal wishes within a specific realm. This is precisely why everyone tirelessly strives for recognition there. Lu Chen fell silent, realizing he needed to challenge the Origin Tower soon. Chapter 158. The Transformation of All. Lu Chen turned to Saint Linny and softly said, "Thank you for sincerely showing me all of this, for not treating me as an outsider." Saint Linny swayed repeatedly. "Brother, do not speak in such a manner. I have never encountered a being of such courtesy from a superior civilization as yourself. To speak candidly, those hailing from XXX level civilizations often carry an air of arrogance. Their noses held high, exuding an imperious demeanor. Their innate gifts render them formidable, perhaps even surpassing our pure-blooded human lineage. They possess the right to be haughty. For the XXX level contract signifies a distinction that bestows upon them a terrifying talent that we, the pure-blooded humans, do not possess." Lu Chen remained silent, his thoughts drifting to Blue Star. He felt compelled to redeem the reputation of his homeland. Here, everyone presumed that upon hearing the mention of the XXX level contract, he hailed from an advanced civilization. Yet, the reality was far from it. When the denizens of Blue Star entered the virtual universe, should they fail to exhibit talents befitting the XXX level contract, the reception they receive may not be as gracious. Lu Chen was no fool. It was highly probable that the highest tier contract from the Origin Alliance was merely conferred upon him due to their inability to gauge his potential value. Blue Star required a formidable ally, and he intended to be that ally. However, should he vanquish the top-ranking prodigies and secure a place on the Origin leaderboard, he could potentially acquire valuable seeds of law for his parents and garner the respect rightfully owed to Blue Star. Yet, first, he needed to ascend to B-level. For the minimum standard to challenge the Origin Tower was B-level. He contemplated withdrawing to break through to B-level before taking on the challenge. He then bid farewell to Saint Linny, exchanging contact information. "Goodbye, brother. Should you wish to visit, do not hesitate to reach out. No matter where I am, I shall hasten to your side," Saint Linny replied. "Thank you. I believe I should rest for a few days before returning online," Lu Chen replied, exiting the virtual universe. He rubbed his temples, digesting all that he had witnessed. He then turned to the side, addressing Bright Number 7. "What are your thoughts on this journey? Will all citizens of Blue Star log into Asgard?" Bright Number 7, having also been granted access to the virtual universe, tilted its head thoughtfully before responding, "Boss, I have never heard of such an XXX level contract before, but I can conclude that the individuals from your planet are no longer ordinary. You have become integral members of the Origin race. Once you consume the bloodline purification agent, you will entirely transform into pure-blooded members, no longer looked down upon. For you will share the same bloodline and genes as them." Lu Chen nodded slowly. "That is precisely what I believe." He gazed out the window, his expression distant. "Thus, it is likely they must all log in there, correct? I should inform them." Without hesitation, Lu Chen extended his consciousness, enveloping the entirety of the globe in his mental reach. Subsequently, a gentle voice resonated in the minds of every individual. "This is your esteemed chairman, Lu Chen." He began calmly, his voice echoing in the ears of billions. "I have an important announcement to make." He then elucidated the matters he had encountered, including the forthcoming gifts of the tiered virtual universe of Asgard. Finally, he advised, therefore, everyone should consume the bloodline purification agent prior to entering the virtual universe. This step is indispensable. As his voice faded, a brief silence enveloped the planet. Some were at home, others in offices, and some in secret chambers. Regardless of their locations, people stood rigid, their expressions filled with astonishment. They had always known the prowess of this young chairman was extraordinary, but having his voice directly enter their minds shattered all their previous understandings. It dispelled any lingering doubts about the arrival of extraterrestrials and the impending cosmic transitions. Simultaneously, their reverence for Lu Chen reached unprecedented heights. 3 minutes later, Li Tsong found him, his sharp gaze filled with curiosity. "What did you witness in the virtual world that prompted such specific advisement?" "I am eager to know the particulars," Li Tsong inquired. Lu Chen withheld nothing, recounting to him all about the tiering of Asgard City and the various facilities, including the Origin Tower. Li Tsong listened intently, his hands clasped, absorbing every detail. "You should first consume the bloodline purification agent before heading there," Lu Chen suggested. "Once you arrive, you can directly inform them of your origins from the XXX level contract civilization. thereby avoiding unnecessary troubles. Here is the contact information of a friend I know. He handed over Saint Linny's virtual number. If you wish, you may reach out to him. He seems like a decent person. Litsong nodded. Very well. The gifts from the Origin Alliance should arrive in approximately 10 minutes. After consuming the purification agent, I will log into the virtual universe. Also, try to engage in the competitive arena and establish your name, Chen proposed. We require a certain level of prestige. Although we are now part of the Origin race, we must prove ourselves worthy of their recognition. Understood. Litsong departed, and as Chen watched him leave, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of ease. He finally understood the sentiment of those like Xiao Wanlong upon discovering his own potential. The comfort of having someone share the burden was indeed delightful. Leaning back in his chair, he exhaled. The next 10 minutes were spent in anxious anticipation, as he was exceedingly curious about how the gifts from the Origin race would be delivered, until a familiar voice resonated, soft yet authoritative, directly entering the minds of everyone on Blue Star. Citizens of Blue Star, your gifts have arrived and are about to be distributed. Please prepare for receipt. Atana's tone was calm, as if merely forecasting the weather. However, what transpired next was anything but mundane. Chen sensed the air around him subtly distorting, and then a serrated black hole silently opened in the space. From the distant dark passage, a sleek, high-tech box fell, landing in his hands. The black hole in space then sealed shut, and the air resumed its flow as if nothing had occurred. A spatial tunnel, Chen exclaimed internally, feeling an exhilarating surge coursing through his spine and fingers, radiating throughout his entire being. This method was simply spectacular, and it was not an isolated incident. Similar scenes unfolded simultaneously across the globe. The air shimmered as a black spatial tunnel emerged, with high-tech boxes either landing in outstretched hands or gently settling beside everyone. Even the Liu family was no exception. Chen had already cautioned his family not to consume the purification agent until his return. Thus, Luo Nianwei and her family, along with the entire Liu household, waited patiently, their eyes fixed on the sealed boxes before them. Chen approached his own box, caressing the smooth surface before unfastening the latch. Inside lay a delicate glass vial, no larger than the palm of his hand, resting quietly within a bed of black satin. The blood-red liquid within swayed gently, glimmering with an inexplicable radiance. Even through the glass, he could feel the surging power contained within. Without hesitation, he unsealed the bottle and raised it to his lips, drinking its contents in a single gulp. Instantly, a wave of refreshing sensation spread from his mouth, enveloping his entire being. He closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to follow the path of the liquid as it flowed into his stomach, where it was absorbed, digested, and dispersed throughout his bloodstream like a tide coursing through every vein and artery. He sensed that something was searching, probing for hidden elements deep within his body. After a brief moment, it found what it sought, a tiny, golden blood droplet floating within him. As the red liquid approached it, it surged forward as if returning home, beginning to merge with the golden essence. Boom! In an instant, it felt as though thunder had erupted within him, exploding throughout his being. Chen trembled, his vision clouding. Yet before he could fully comprehend the situation, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! A faint bloodline has been detected. Would you like to extract its essence? He froze momentarily, his heart racing. What? Extract its essence? Why? Am I not supposed to merge with the Origin bloodline? Is it incompatible? The voice remained as cold as ever. Ding! The level of this bloodline is too low and may contaminate your own. Would you like to extract its essence? Chen was bewildered. Was the Origin human bloodline's level truly that low? Would it really contaminate his own? Was his bloodline remarkable, or was the Origin human bloodline genuinely inferior, not worthy of the system's regard? However, without the Origin human bloodline, he could never truly become one of them. What if others discovered that he lacked their bloodline? Ding! This bloodline will be consumed by your own within 8 hours. Please make your choice swiftly. Additionally, the host's bloodline is protected by the system. Unless the host permits, no one can discern the state of your bloodline. The cold voice exuded a powerful confidence and an air of undeniable authority. Chen let out a heavy sigh. Given the circumstances, what more could he say? He steadied his emotions, took a deep breath, and replied, very well. Extract the essence. Ding! You have awakened the talent. Eye of Destruction. Eye of Destruction. With a mere glance or thought, you can obliterate anything within the scope of your mental power. Limitation: the target must be beneath your current strength. Chen's breath caught in his throat. It was that simple and direct. This innate ability came with a built-in principle of destruction, requiring no profound comprehension. Such was the nature of bloodline talents. How terrifying. Though he could not absorb the Origin bloodline itself, he nevertheless sensed some changes occurring within his body. Looking inward, he noticed a faint golden glow shimmering within his blood. So, while his body could not absorb other bloodlines, it could harness their power?